Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law Splaining the Interwebs. I am your still asleep host, Nick Ricada of Ricada Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I don't even know. I know I set an alarm. I don't remember it going off. I'm yeah. Yep, that's what I got. I set an alarm. I don't remember it going off. So anyway, well, good morning to you all. I sound like death because when I say I just woke up, man, I just woke up. But the court has not actually started yet. Oh goodness. I don't think. Nope. It has not actually started yet. So with that, I guess we didn't miss anything. Here we go. We'll get it pulled up so it's ready to go. The old strib. I think they're all stealing Court TV's feed anyway. But whew. Whew, whew, whew. Oh my gosh, I'm tired. Wake up. Wake up. Yeah, I woke up because Lady Rackets made a phone call. And I was like, that's weird. Lady Rackets is not usually making phone calls as early as it should be for me to still be asleep. And I grabbed my phone and looked. Let me check my alarm clock. Man, it is set for 8:20 a.m. And it just it went off. I just didn't. Woo. Please don't fall asleep on stream. Oh, I won't do that. We're awake. I just got to get the blood flowing. Got to get the blood flowing. Today is day 6 of the Kim Potter trial. When you count whatchamacallit, all of the jury selection days. But this is the opening statement day. This is a very important day. This is where the parties will frame their theory of the case. This is where they may win over most of the jurors to their side. They will lay out what happened. They will lay out why it is or isn't justified. And the jurors will get to hear for the first time these very, very calculated and biased approaches to what happened. And they will then start making their decision. Now they're supposed to wait until, everything has been said, but many of them won't. Many of them will form their opinions, like I said, at this opening juncture. Yellow Flash 2 says to take a shot, that will get the blood flowing. That sounds terrible. We are in for a long haul day today and for pretty much every day, this week and probably even next week. So I hope you're set for that. Let's see. I'm going to read the early chats that we have. Oh my goodness. Had a great show last night with Eric Rowland. He is a former Funimation voice actor. He has kind of entered the sort of, I guess the culture war is a way to put it. Kind of I'm not a big fan of that phrase. I think it's a little outdated. I think it's now the culture execution, and we're just trying to live through it. But yeah, he was. We talked about what happened to him and his career, and it was basically destroyed because people in the industry he was in, people that were friends with him, friendly to him, decided that they did not like a post that he made about the coronavirus. He had the audacity to call it the Chinese coronavirus, which is a very rookie mistake. Since he called it the Chinese coronavirus, that meant that he was racist and hated everybody. And because of there was no coming back, really. And then while the corpse of his career was laying in the street, mewling, grasping for one last final breath, he used it to tweet out a link to one of my shows on the Kyle Rittenhouse situation. And that did not help matters. Oh my goodness. So it was good stuff. News Now Wyoming says you really need to add something to your site where we can bet on how late you are going to be. I guess for those few people with faith, on time is the option. I'd have to have it AI generated though, right? Like, because how would it, and it'd have to be blind to me, because otherwise I could just be late or not late, as it were, as it were effective or whatever. Oh, hey. We got someone in the green room here. As soon as he's ready. Here we go. I love this. Welcome to the stream, MAGA country.
Nigeria. People are believe that we scripted that.
Really?
The talk? Yeah, because I didn't realize at the beginning we were like finishing each other's sentences.
Oh yeah,
like together. We were like, did you guys like script that? Like, we didn't script anything. We just were fucking talking. What do you mean?
It was just great. It was just good old conversation, and I think we were just on the same level.
Yeah. So what do you think about the child now? Jesse's saying he's sexed up with the Nigerian brothers now.
Crazy, I mean, bro. I wanna sex you up. I don't know what he's doing, man. That made me think that maybe there was a love triangle going on, right? Like maybe Jesse and one of the Nigerian brothers are out in, having a romantic evening in the polar vortex. And the other Nigerian brother catches them, and he thought he was with Jesse. And so then now there's a lover's quarrel. And he actually brings the Subway sandwich, right? The noose was like a prop, you know what I'm saying? And the other guy, he brings the Subway sandwich to beat, to get out his foot long and beat one of them to death. And then that's how Jesse then tries to spin it and justify it. And I think that's my working theory right now. It seems reasonable.
Listen, I don't know what the hell they were thinking. I'm talking about it still shocks me that some people honestly still believe Jesse is telling the truth. Like that's shocking. That's like really shocking to me.
It's ridiculous at this point, right? Like, oh, there was no hoax. Oh, there was no. It's like, how does any
MAGA
of this
country.
happen his story is inconsistent with the story that they told or that he told or whatever. And oh my gosh.
Oh, did you hear about the new? Did you hear about the new shit about? So apparently, he came up to the apartment with the noose on, took the
Yeah.
noose off, called the cops, and then put the noose back on his neck. I'm like, who? So this guy,
Yes.
he put
Yeah,
the
that's a good
goddamn
plan.
noose on his own neck. So I wanted the police to see it. Who the fuck does that?
It was traumatic, but it wasn't that traumatic. I mean,
Well, I
like
put
you
the
gotta,
noose back on my neck.
it's like you could just show them and say this. Yeah, they actually, I had to get this off. It was around my neck. Like that's what a reasonable person would do. And then like when the police show up, they're gonna take pictures of the noose and be like, yeah, this is victim alleges this was around his neck. Obviously very traumatic. But I've seen
Oh yeah.
something like that. I've seen something similar, but not there was an actual crime when I saw it, but it was a little shady. I'm gonna say it.
But let's think about this. Let's like Nick, we really got to think about this. In America today, we've gotten so fucking woke where we got black people putting nooses around their own neck, screaming racism. This is crazy.
Well, but
we got black
people. It's worse than that, right? Like because all of
how can it be worse than that? How can it be worse than that?
I'm just when you we get all these random reports of hate crimes, right? Oh, someone graffitied up a college dorm room and was like go home white boy or whatever. And it's what we find as we keep looking into them is it's more often than not, it's the perpetrator is the victim, right?
Yeah,
that's a common thing.
It's a common thing.
And it's crazy that it's just now transcended into very famous people thinking that they won't get caught when all of the other people end up getting caught, but maybe they think there's no consequence for it, right? Maybe they think the news cycle starts off, and once you hit the news cycle right, then there is no negativity that can come afterwards.
Yeah. It's so weird because it's like when you tell people, it's like we're living in a goddamn matrix, right? It's just like people don't. I don't think people who are blue pill, people who are just watching the news, and believing everything they hear, don't really just understand that backstory. Like, if you think about just a lot of these racial injustices that have been portrayed, a lot of them haven't been real racial injustices, but they've just been portrayed that way. For instance, George Floyd is, I think, one of the greatest examples, right? If you ask people 100 years from now, you're going to see George Floyd was an example of white genocide against black people in America. But no one who ever watched the trial, they didn't mention race once in that trial, right? It was never mentioned that he was killed or any of that stuff happened because of his race. Right, but that's the narrative that's going to live on. The truth, because the truth is hidden behind the narrative, and that's the same thing with a lot of these cases, right? Kyle Rittenhouse is a white supremacist, right? That's the story that's still in the media today. Even it's to the point where the Anti-Defamation League. I'm doing research for this video now. The Anti-Defamation League, right? They went and checked out Kyle. They looked at his social media. They looked at everything. They said there's no thing that he's ever been with any white supremacist. It's all fake news. They canceling the Anti-Defamation League now, right? They don't know what the hell they're talking about. So it's like people don't care about the facts, right? It's just as long as somebody tells it to them and they're on TV, there's half the country who's going to believe that shit, and that's dangerous. It's dangerous, and that's what we're living through.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, that's it's hard for, I think it's hard for me and people in our situation maybe to look at this. It's like voting every year, right? And you go, here's all these issues. I've been following this issue, this issue, this issue. Did you see the candidate say this, and this? And 90% of people are like, nah. I mean, I heard his name. And the amount of, Rush always called him the low information voter or whatever. And it's like this thing where people just don't pay attention to it. They don't have time to pay attention to it. Whatever it is, it's not some like conspiracy. It's just they're busy, they don't care. But then they hear the head, or they get the headline real quick, and they're going to run with it because it's like, oh, that sounds awful. I mean, it really does sound awful if you think that Chauvin was targeting George Floyd because he was black, and that he hated black people, and it somehow makes the tragedy worse. And then they just go ahead and say it, right? And again, I think Chauvin had several real issues with his case.
Oh yeah.
But that's poison. That's poisoning the well, and many people can't get past that once they hear it. And so, it's like that was one of my big problems with that trial. It's like I ultimately think that there was some level of guilt for him, but I don't know how you get a fair trial with the environment of everybody who's ever heard your name thinks you're a horrific racist at this point.
And that's the fact about that case is that, yes, I believe Chauvin was guilty, but as soon as I say I don't believe Chauvin was a racist, now I'm the bad guy. I'm like, no. Two things can be true at the same time. He did a horrible thing, but I think that would have happened if George Floyd was black or white. I don't think George Floyd's race precipitated what happened. I think the fact that he was, that he was, on drugs. I think the fact that he was passing, he did commit a crime. The excessive force piece is what we're talking about, but the actual racial component of it, that would have happened if he was black or white. So, and I think a lot of people need to understand if you just take race away from the George Floyd incident, I still think you still have that incident. I don't think race was that much of a factor in it. But again, you're going to have a lot of people on the other side who vehemently disagree with this.
And the amazing thing is that they weren't able to present anything to indicate that Chauvin
nothing
was, and just about anything might have been able to get into that court, right? Like Peter Cullen wasn't keeping evidence out or anything like that. And even if the prosecution had sort of slipped it in there, he would have gone, now, hey, I don't want you to do that again, and then let it in. Like, it would have been just fine. So it's like the fact that they could comb through this guy's life, that they've got all of his coworkers there. He's PNG with his coworkers at that point, and nobody comes out and is like, yeah, actually, let me tell you about all the times that he really, really hates minorities. They couldn't find anything. They don't have a body cam footage with him dropping an N-word or anything like that. And it's like
nothing.
Kind of casts that whole thing in a lot of doubt. What do you got?
But again, that's the world. I'll pull this up, but that's the world we live in, right? Black people are putting nooses around each other's necks and calling it racism, right? Like this is the world we live in, right? So, all right. So check this out. This is Charlemagne the God, right? So he's from 105. People keep saying Hot 97. So this guy was one of the Rittenhouse is a racist. Oh my God, he just executing people indiscriminately. So he's on with Andy Schwartz. Now, listen to what he says about the information he just realized about the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. This is crazy. Listen to this. Now, remember, he's already told millions of people Kyle Rittenhouse, bad guy, all this other stuff. But listen to this.
It's been proven that people don't read things past the headline.
That's me.
You know what I'm saying?
That's me with Will Smith.
But that's what we do. So it's just
I don't
like
even read. I listen to y'all.
Like when you read on the Kyle Rittenhouse thing, I didn't find out that one of the dudes pointed a gun at Kyle till this week.
And you just told me.
During the trial when the guy testified, I was like, oh shit, I didn't know he had a gun.
I knew this whole shit.
It's been proven that
this guy talks to millions and millions of people. Yeah. And this is all that information about Kyle having a gun pointed at this guy and all that's been out for over a year. And he never looked at it. Never once looked at it until the trial happened. Oh shit, somebody pointed a gun at Kyle. That's what we have to deal with.
Well, that was my really should at some point, even I think I could still do a video on it and it'd still be relevant, was CNN's video that they did after the verdict. And they're like, here are all the things we learned during the Kyle Rittenhouse trial that we couldn't have known beforehand. It's like the gun didn't cross state lines. Like, wait, what? And then it's like, turns out he was legally carrying. And then it's like, then he was actually chased by someone prior to shooting. It's like, did you even look at the video? Like, the big parts of this you could see from the video. That was why the entire, I mean, for a year, basically, I'm sitting there trying to, eat anti-crazy pills. Cause I'm like,
yeah,
how are you looking at this video not even thinking there's a possibility of self-defense? Like, I guess I can get that some people can have a problem with something and think that maybe it's not self-defense, will maybe provoke something, et cetera, et cetera. But when you watch some of those videos, you got to go, that at least kind of looks like self-defense. I mean, maybe there's some more to the story, but it looks like self-defense at that point. And they couldn't.
Well, let's just cut the BS. This is the way, if I was the news media, this is the way I would have reported the Kyle Rittenhouse story at the beginning.
Sure.
Young 17-year-old man is chased by pedophile, cornered, and has to shoot his way out to stay alive. Film at 11, right? Film at 11. And then we talk about what happened, right? Because that's more accurate than everything else. If this was any other situation, people would have been like, yo, he was chased by this guy. But if you lay it out that way, then people are like, oh, okay. Was he? Yes, child runs and tries to escape from man who, former child sex, blah, blah, blah. Tried to chase kid down. Kid survives. They'll tell you the story at 11, right? That's the story that's the true story. But they want to give you this nonsense. But the thing is that why can't we hold this media accountable? Why can't we hold them accountable? Because a lot of people who watch this stuff are good people who are just fooled, because you don't know how many times I got to argue with people and say, no, that's just not true. No, here are the facts. Look, listen from their own words. Like even with TIT, I was arguing with somebody about TIT the other day, and I'm saying, no, look, here is their retraction. They said everything they've been saying for a whole year was bullshit. Why can't you believe them, right? But it's all this, it's politics. And but I think at this point in time, nobody really cares about the facts. Everybody just is trying to get those little pieces of it. And that's the one thing I love about the law, because the law kind of brushes away all that BS. And if you're going to bring it here, it's got to be factual and it's got to be backed up, right? If it's coming to the court. And that's why a lot of times, especially when it comes to the lefties, what happens in court, when it's different than what they've been told, they still don't understand why. And that's why a lot of them still don't understand what happened with Kyle Rittenhouse. That's why a lot of them still will never understand.
They also think it's trickery. Right. There's something that prevented that from coming out in court. There has to be, because it's so important to how I've framed my decision, that there must be something that some trick or technicality where they weren't allowed to say it or something like that. You just run into weird stuff where people and I guess it's kind of natural, right? If you've spent a year thinking something is one way, to then it be completely different, you almost have to have some justification. How is it different than what I thought? I thought everybody knew this. The thing that I was talking about last night with people on Twitter was Dominic Black, right? And they're talking about how Dominic Black is a straw purchaser for Kyle Rittenhouse, and it's like, Dominic Black isn't charged with straw purchasing. They didn't make a good case for straw purchasing when they had him on the witness stand for Kyle Rittenhouse. No one seems to be pursuing straw purchasing charges. No. So why are they in this idea that it's a straw purchase? And I think the reality is they just need something wrong with that gun. They have to have something wrong with that gun, because they know deep down in their bones that something is wrong with the gun. So there must be illegality. So I mean, I'm talking to people who don't follow me. I'm talking to people who do. There was a defense attorney out there saying, oh, this is a straw purchase. I'm like, you're a defense attorney. Pretend that Kyle Rittenhouse or that Dominic Black is a communist and that you're going to defend him, and then figure out how you write the narrative, because the person is just out there like, no, it's definitely a straw purchase. It's like, where, how do you have a straw purchase where someone the straw purchaser then retains ownership for months and months and months. Actually, what many people may not realize is that is still Dominic Black's gun today.
Yeah. It is safe and everything, right?
It's subject to seizure by the police because of the crime, so it's in police custody. But if he wins his case, in theory, he could assert a legal right to that gun. Kyle can't. Then transfer never occurred. Transfer of ownership of that gun has not happened. It was seized before Kyle turned 18. So even in their testimony of, I was going to give it to him when he turned 18, that had not happened. So the thing that I was going back and forth with people on is they're like, no, he's a straw purchaser. Therefore it's actually Kyle's gun. It's like, okay, so what right of ownership could Kyle Rittenhouse have asserted over that gun at any point? Like what could he have done? Could Dominic Black have sold that gun without Kyle's consent? Yep. Could Kyle use that gun whenever he wanted? No. Could he prevent Dominic Black from using that gun? No.
Nope.
Could he prevent Dominic Black from destroying or giving it away? No. So it's like, what right does Kyle Rittenhouse actually have that would imply ownership? And the only thing I can see is he had temporary possession with Dominic Black's consent a couple times. And it's like, that's not ownership. That's borrowing the GameCube controller to play Smash Brothers. I mean, it's nothing, but people they have to find something wrong with the gun. And,
but you know what though? If I was Kyle, right after they said not guilty on the last charge, I would have said, Your Honor, I want my gun. That would have been ball. That would have been epic, right? Your Honor,
yes.
I want my gun. That'd have made the lefties go crazy. It would have like an explosion.
Kyle looks at Schrader and he says, Your Honor, we can already hear it. It's rough outside. I'm going to need that sidearm.
Oh, that would have been great. That would have been that'd have been epic. I'm a free man.
As he's leaving the courtroom, I'll be back. Right? Oh my goodness.
This is crazy. This is crazy. So we have cases now. We got, Bill Clinton and them traveling to pedophile islands with Maxwell. We got Jesse Smollett, who admittedly only person who put nooses around his neck were the black people. So, and for some reason that's white supremacy. So we got this is like all these cases. It's like, what the hell's going on? And now we got
they're self-hating. They're self-hating Nigerians.
Yeah, self-hating Nigerians, MAGA country, MAGA. My wife, it's funny, my wife and her friends were laughing about the whole MAGA country. She was like, I just never thought of it, but I'm like, yeah, imagine them saying MAGA country, right?
If anybody wants to see that, I think you did a video about Juicy, but I did a video and it was just shamelessly clipping out what we discussed. And so if people want to see that, it's up on the channel. Lots of people have watched it so far. Let me welcome someone to the stream here. Welcome to Alita.
Hi.
Legal Bites. What's going on?
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. We're just talking about MAGA country.
Yeah, I can
country.
see the Nate has renamed himself.
We said the Juicy Smollett, the two Nigerians who attacked him, they were screaming Mogo. No, what were we saying? What was the exact term? Like
MAGA country.
MAGA country, but it was President Trump. Premier Trump says MAGA country, Nigeria. So that's the whole thing. And Jesse Smollett's talking about they sound like white guys. They sound like white guys. Who would know? Who would know? So,
oh my goodness.
Oh man, that's funny.
To be
you been
fair,
following Juicy?
They were South African. That's what it was.
You been following Juicy Legal Bites?
Yes.
Juicy Smollett trial.
Yeah, in the last couple days, not as closely, but I did made the mistake the other day when I was when I was on. Actually, I was on here. I was on Mercatus channel, and we
I
found
made
out
the
that
mistake. I was on here. That yes.
no, that wasn't a mistake.
No, but that checks out. That checks out.
No. Are you kidding me? Like, have you seen my subscriber numbers now? Like that has not been a mistake. No, but the mistake that I made was Uncivil Law was on there too. And we all found out at the same time that Juicy was taking the stand, and we were all like, oh, we want that transcript. So I went on Twitter and I was like, I want that transcript. And then like I got off stream, and then I went back onto Twitter, and someone was like, are you sure you want the transcript? Because they sent screenshots of the articles that are detailing the homosexual bathhouses that he went to, and the kinds of activities that they were getting into. And I was like, I don't want it anymore. No more. I made a big mistake.
I do the chat. If the chat has the transcript for Juicy taking the stand, please bring it. I will dedicate a long show to that.
Oh my God.
To that chat. So or to
You
that.
gotta do a dramatic read.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Oh my God.
I will. I don't even know how to do it, but I will cast someone. If I have to.
My brother has already volunteered his tribute, and I know that he wants. I don't know if he actually wants me to join in. I don't know. That's just awkward. It's the whole thing is for me is awkward. I can't do it. Kurt has said that he's already conscripting me, but I'm like I can't do it.
Oh, God.
It's got to be tough being his lawyer though. Right, looking in his straight face, because it'd be hard for me to ask him a question. So this attack was 100% not planned. Sorry, Your Honor. I'm sorry. I had something in my mouth. We're serious now. Answer that question. It's like all the evidence, but you know they're giving it a hell of a shot. You know, stand by Juicy.
You know, they're pulling out the stops, right? You have the defense attorney accusing the judge of lunging and hissing or whatever,
Chicago's a tough place.
Trying to show, trying to find little points that they might be able to. Maybe we can appeal or get a mistrial based on this happening, right? We get the judge to recuse himself. It'd be very dramatic. It's like the judge. I don't know.
I lunged at the defendant.
If only it were televised. If only it were televised.
I know. This is the trial that needed to be televised. But you know what? That's probably why they're doing that kind of stuff. Is because they probably wouldn't pull that kind of stuff if they knew that there were people actually watching and that something could go viral on YouTube.
Well, I know they might.
I mean,
they might pull it, and that
Who
might
knows,
be even
right?
funnier.
We also witnessed a prosecution talk about how in their opening statement they were going to show video evidence of Kyle actually chasing someone else before shooting them, when in fact the opposite was true. So
they
it's just
showed it. Yeah. It was that FBI footage. That's exactly what it showed. I mean, there was no other reason that anybody could have been heading to the car source. I mean, sure, there's like 20 people all heading in that direction at roughly the same pace. But there was no other reason. It must have been that Kyle was actually chasing Joseph Rosenbaum, despite the fact that he walked past Joseph Rosenbaum and then Rosenbaum walked past him. And there was no urgency to any of this. The only urgency comes when there's a car literally on fire at the destination and the guy with the fire extinguisher goes to go put it out. It was it's just that's what he was doing. He was chasing,
of course,
Rosenbaum.
Yeah. But that's one of my, when Natalie Wisco was on my channel, we did a meme review, which was awesome. It was her idea and it was like the best thing ever. But one of the memes that we rated, along with Emily D. Baker, she was rating with us. It was great. There was a meme that had a photo of Binger, and it said, if you play the video backwards, you can see Kyle Rittenhouse chasing his attackers or something like that.
There you go.
That's just perfect. That's exactly it.
It's the wild part is that most places, something like that would get you called in front of at least a disciplinary committee. Like you've seen, because if you think about the evidence that they had right before, this is before they put in the evidence, the videos, They've already talked to the witnesses, especially the ones they were going to put on. And every single witness said the exact opposite of what he said in his opening statement. Usually a disciplinary committee would say, well, hold on, why weren't you candid to the tribunal? Because obviously there's none of their witnesses said that on the stand or before, right? And you take notes before you have a witness. You take notes about what they're going to say. So obviously none of them said this, and obviously the video reports didn't say this. So I'm surprised. I'm just going to be shocked if they don't at least bring him up and to at least ask him the question. What made you say these statements?
Yeah.
It's yeah, well, I mean, they let Binger and Krause get away with a lot in that trial. I don't know how else to say it. It's you never know what they're going to ultimately tag on disciplinary stuff, because it's, someone has to bring it, but I mean, they let them get away with more than they should, in my opinion. Oh, we have another guest.
Look at the way they hitting up everybody now.
Andrew.
How's it going, man?
Nothing's happening, right? It's not just my feed.
It's not just yours. I mean,
Yeah,
9 o'clock, I guess, is a flex time for. Maybe they had some pre-trial. Maybe they had something come up, and they're dealing with it in chambers. That's what that's what I have to assume. Oh, hey!
All right, guys. Well, sorry, I gotta go. Talk to you later.
Guys. If you have your Twitter pulled up, make sure you follow Andrew on Twitter. He will be live tweeting the case during the day. Because of that obligation, he's not really able to be with us here during the trial time, but I think during jury deliberations he'll be more able to join in and discuss. Similar to the Rittenhouse trial, he did the same thing. He was live tweeting the whole trial, and then during deliberations he was able to pop in. So
his live tweets are really, really good. I don't know how he types so fast, because this guy he types it all. I'm like, oh my god, he's got to be like 1,000 words a minute, because it's fantastic.
Yeah, it's crazy, and they're accurate. And I don't know if I could do that, right? Like I'm too busy laughing and making jokes about what's going on.
They just zoomed in on the clock.
Psych. They're like, we just wanted to shake out law of self-defense from the live stream. That's all we wanted to do.
This is MAGA country.
Camera guy's actually like, we were supposed to start 43 minutes ago.
You know what? One thing I gotta say is this judge is so I don't give a F about anybody's time. She's like, we could be here till Christmas Eve. I don't care. We're gonna be taking our time. It's gonna be slow. Just relax, right? Let's just all relax.
I mean, this should really be like a 3 to 4 day trial at most.
But they're going to bring in experts on experts on experts. Just like in the Chauvin trial.
I don't know how, and I don't know how the Chauvin trial, those experts weren't cumulative at some point. Like, there's some redundancy there.
Yeah.
And, but like here, it seems like you got a use of force expert, or a police, a training and equipment expert, I guess, for each side. Are they going to bring in 4 experts? Are they going to have 2 each? That would be horrifying, I think.
Well, you know what? Because a lot of people don't know, it's really just one case they're going to be arguing about. All these experts are going to be talking about. And for all you in the chat, remember this: Graham v. Connor, and you're going to have the Graham factors or the Graham Connor factors. That's every police use of force case. That's where you go to, because that's the Supreme Court's case that dictates the standard for police use of force. So it's Graham v. Connor. It's called the objective reasonable standard. And so all these experts are going to talk about that. And it's simply 3 factors. The 911 call, was there a serious threat? And I forget the other factor. But that's so 90% of the trial is going to be about that, whether she satisfied the Graham factors from Graham v. Connor.
Look, first of all, Ginver here says preloading simp.exe for judge. But then I noticed the profile picture is a raptor riding a shark with a rocket launcher.
We went over a number of objections, and I made some rulings.
Okay, yeah. So they were in chambers.
Let's start with the defendant's objections to some of the exhibits that the state wanted to put in. Mr. Ng, did you want to address that?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Gray and I had a chance to go over almost 400 exhibits over the weekend, and we raised objections to several of them for the court's review. I understand the court is making a ruling that some of the exhibits are admissible and some may not be, but we did make an objection to exhibits 3 and 4, 239.
She is a mass
240,
champion, baby.
241, which are
Talks
spark of
off,
life
puts it
exhibits
back on right away.
to aid the spark of life testimony. We understand the case law, but we respectfully disagree with the Supreme Court's case law on that. Already only one photograph is necessary, and that's why we object to those. We also objected to.
Okay, let me put on the record what my ruling was on that. The state wanted to put in 5 spark of life photographs. Minnesota law, of course, allows for that. I decided that the state could put in 3 of them, not the 5.
We also made several objections.
Nice compromise rule.
Autopsy photographs and photographs of Mr. Wright's body at the scene. Those would be 41, 113, 120, 125, 175. It's our view that the
She didn't realize her mask is
of
off.
the naked body of Mr. Wright were unnecessary to prove that he was shot by a pistol. In particular, some of the photographs with his eyes open are prejudicial and not terribly probative of the issue, which was his cause of death, which we're not disputing that it was caused by a gunshot wound. And we therefore objected to those exhibits.
Would the state like to put its position on the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. We understood the objections to be about certain photographs with the eyes being open. That is a condition of a dead body on occasion. The autopsy, of course, is very relevant to the issues in the case and all of the injuries. And it is simply a photograph of the accurate condition of the body at the time and necessary for the medical examiner's testimony about the cause of death. We therefore believe that the photographs are relevant and necessary, and we opposed on that basis.
All right,
They're
I
prejudicial.
overruled the defense objections to the autopsy photographs. It's necessary for purposes of describing the injuries.
I mean, is
Mr.
it?
King?
Are we going to look at that
Not to
that
see his eyes,
autopsy
Tony.
and understand the injuries?
Passenger of Mr. Wright will be testifying.
Here, you don't really need the autopsy photos, but
Defense,
No, I know they're going to come in. They're always.
exhibit labeled 1004, which is a packet of Xanax tablets. And the purpose of our admissibility, or the reason for the admissibility of the evidence, is that what happened here is that during the stop, Mr. Wright handed a package of Xanax tablets to his passenger and told her to hide the tablets. She then hid the tablets in her perineum. She was taken to the hospital, and at the hospital, a detective from Brooklyn Center was made to sit with her, which is customary. And during her conversation with the passenger, she told the detective, Mona Pearson, that Mr. Wright had given her the pills and that she hidden the pills. We believe this evidence is relevant to show Mr. Wright's consciousness. I mean, is that term we're bandying about in the case, that he was about to flee, that he knew he had an arrest warrant, didn't want the pills to be found on him because once he was in the jail, they would be discovered. We believe this is probative evidence, and it is consistent with our cross-examination of the passenger. We also believe that her statements, the passenger statements, are against her own penal interest because these are Xanax tablets that are not prescribed to anybody, that she should not have had. And therefore, when she confessed to Mona Pearson, she was confessing against her own interests. So for all those reasons, we sought to introduce the evidence of this green photograph and also to cross-examine the passenger.
Would the state like to be heard on its position?
I do, Your Honor. Thank you. It's our position, well, first of all, that the exhibit marked 1004, if the court wants to receive that, in the court file only to preserve for the record should it become an issue on appeal. Should not be filed as a public document because it is not an exhibit in the trial. It's just for the appellate record. Secondly, Your Honor, the issue in this case, as you know, concerns the state of mind of Officer Potter when these acts were committed. This court has already ruled that evidence of drugs that were not known to Officer Potter is not admissible, relevant, and certainly prejudicial. And that's exactly what this photograph and this line of inquiry is intended to do, is backdoor that through, to impugn Mr. Wright based on this sort of backdoor approach. And that's why
It's kind of showing why he was doing what he's doing.
Well, I believe. So we asked the court to follow its previous ruling. And
They've
its
had
order
these
of
arguments.
October
That's what they were
27th.
doing for the first hour, and now they're
This
out here
evidence,
just recounting them
is not
for
relevant
the record. It's
and is highly
weird.
prejudicial and likely
Probably
to
because the judge doesn't like being
mislead
on
and
camera.
confuse the jury.
I used to have
Could
that
be.
happen a little bit of time
No
too.
relevance
When I was
to
doing that.
Ms.
I mean, because
Potter's
she was
actions.
resistant to it at
The
first,
claim
right?
that it has
Wasn't
some
that-
relevance to Mr. Wright's actions is technically, I think, irrelevant. His actions are caught on camera, and Officer Potter will presumably testify about why she did what she did, but certainly there's evidence of what happened. And so it's irrelevant for that issue. For that
Allows them to
reason as well.
look a lot more polished.
We understand the court is, well, I guess I'll just say we, on those bases, objected to it.
Okay. Yes, I rule that that would not be admitted as evidence. We'll make it a court exhibit should the case be appealed. I previously ruled that any type of evidence with respect to bad behavior on the part of Mr. Wright would not be admissible unless Officer Potter was aware of it at the time of the incident.
That makes sense.
The key issue in this case was Ms. Potter's state of mind when this happened,
That's not my connection, is it?
and that
I don't know.
Xanax has nothing to do
Is
with
she
that issue.
Stopping for you guys
and
too?
would
No,
only
that's on. That's you.
serve
That's
to
Oh,
you, yeah.
okay.
mislead or confuse the jury. Okay, were there others?
No, Your Honor, but
Yeah, that is kind of interesting though, because
offer as a court exhibit
uh,
1004, and we
I mean,
also
she
offer
didn't know it at
to
the
the
time, but
Court exhibit 1005, which is a photograph.
I don't know that.
Dante Wright pointing a gun
What
into
I-
a mirror.
I have something to say about this. I'll wait a minute.
How would the court prefer that we file these? Would you prefer we file these under seal or provide them?
No, they told him how
Make
to
them a
file
court
something
exhibit,
procedurally.
and you can provide them to Mr. Kramer.
I just don't think that
Okay.
Kim
are there
Potter's
other
actions
ones,
are the
Mr.
only
Kramer?
ones at any issue here, because
Okay.
it goes to
Yes.
this. I mean, it goes to exactly what Pauline was saying. Like, why is he fleeing?
Court exhibit 1005 from our
And
discussion, I believe, on Monday.
Why is he acting the way he's acting? That gets
Area
this
of
reaction from
Yeah.
him, right?
that the defense
and his
wanted to go into
passenger,
in the
you
court
know,
of
is
ruling
is in
at
the
that
same
time.
boat.
But that
It
photograph
goes
did not
right
be
to that
allowed.
matter.
I can't remember if we made a record about this on Monday.
Anyway.
But that's what the court exhibit.
Yeah, they're trying to make it seem like he was just some
Again, I would ask
grade
that
A
publicly
citizen when
before the
he's
court
got a
file.
felony warrant and got drugs in the car.
Right, we dealt
And
with
even
that
though she didn't know
yesterday,
that,
actually,
he knew
but
that,
did
and he was
not make a
reacting
record
as
of
if
it.
he had drugs in the car and
So
a felony
that
warrant.
will not be
Right.
admitted. But will be a court exhibit. Okay, anything further from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, is there anything from the state?
Your Honor,
She
we
has to take the stand.
did also
she has to
deal
take a
with
stand on this one, I
objections
think.
to exhibits 29, 30,
Yeah.
and 31.
Probably.
Defense objections, and we would, I guess, just while we're making these records, we might as well that those are, well, 29 is a short video of the passenger, and the other two are photographs of her injuries. The defense did object to those, and the court overruled the objections.
Yes, I'm going to allow the video of the passenger and the video showing her injuries or the photograph. Okay.
How is the video of the
Yes.
passenger
With
relevant to
respect
Kim
to
Potter's
our-
state of mind, which is the only issue in this case, according to the judge 2 seconds ago?
We
Yeah, I
also
don't know.
have the right under the Sixth Amendment to present a defense. And I want to raise that as an issue for appeal if we go there.
Okay.
So we're being denied by the not being able to use these exhibits to present a defense under the Sixth Amendment to the United States Constitution. Thank you.
Your Honor,
Confrontation
Right.
clauses.
it's well-known case law that while they have, a defendant has a Sixth Amendment right to defend himself, they have to do so within the rules of evidence that this court and courts adopt. So it's not a free-form.
I'm going to
Right.
turn us down a little
but
bit.
I understand the counsel's preserving that for the record.
People are saying we're
That's the
really
full
loud
story.
compared to the thing.
Okay.
So
Is there anything further that
Makes
we
sense.
need to deal with before we get the jury in here?
Your Honor, we did raise 2 matters in chambers, and I would like to make a quick record of it if I could.
Sure.
So we had raised a concern that counsel might represent to the jury that if, that the state has to prove Ms. Potter did not, too many double negatives, that the state has to prove Ms. Potter knew she had a handgun in her hand. And if the state can prove that, she is not guilty. We think that's a misstatement of the law. And therefore, saying that to the jury would be a misstatement of law to them, inconsistent with the court's own instructions. And we brought that up ahead of time because we didn't want to interrupt for the first time and bringing it to the court for an objection. And our understanding of the court's position on this is that the defense can argue that as a theory, as a factual theory, but we will take issue and argue to the jury that that is an incorrect, if it's stated in those absolute terms, that we will dispute that with the jury and of course direct them to the court's instructions, which will be an accurate statement of the law. And I don't know if you want me to move on to the next one or.
Okay. I had ruled that the defense is entitled to argue its theory of the case. And the state and the defense both have conflicting views of what their theories are, but I'm not going to constrain the defense from making their arguments.
it's a good
Yeah, you
ruling.
can't
And
do
they,
that,
in
yeah.
fact, do have an expert that's going to talk about slip and capture. So, and I've previously ruled that that expert testimony is admissible. Okay, anything
big.
further? All right,
Your
yes,
Honor,
Anything
we did
further?
talk
No.
about
Yes.
Also, the attempts by the defense to offer expert opinions or what amounted to expert opinions on the reasonable use of force through fact witnesses. Our understanding of the court's ruling is that the court will allow some inquiry about officers' opinions about whether their training would have allowed them to do what Ms. Potter did, I guess. So we're still, we still take objection to that, Your Honor, as both unqualified and unnoticed expert opinion.
okay, the officers that will be testifying can testify that they were trained on the use of tasers. They can talk about their training. They are officers and they know about that area. And so I'm not going to preclude them from making those statements when they testify.
It just, if you think
Okay.
that the witness isn't
Anything
qualified,
further
just,
from
you
the
know,
state?
discredit them.
Yeah, that's the way to do it.
And for
Please.
those who don't know, slipping
Anything
cap,
further
slipping.
from
Well,
there,
everybody's
please?
asking about slip and
Okay.
capture. That's
Is counsel
under
ready
like a
for
high
the
stress
jury?
situation. You create you make an error, a human error based
Oh,
on the
okay.
stress of the
How
situation. So
should
grabbing a
we
taser instead of
recess?
a gun, for instance, would be an example of slip and capture.
Okay, why don't we take like 5 minutes? Would that be enough?
Oh,
Okay,
thank
we'll
God.
take 5.
We get a break, a 5-minute break. Here we go. So that was interesting. Some good rulings by the judge, really, on the first interesting one is the theory of the case, right? The defense is going to say, look, if she grabbed the gun by mistake and doesn't know the gun's in her hand, then she can't manifest the intent to commit the act. I mean, that's
Correct.
the basic gist of it. We've talked about this for a while now. And the prosecution, of course, wants her to say that they can't say that, because if they say that and a jury goes, yeah, it's kind of weird to make her guilty of this if she didn't meet the elements required for criminality. So they're trying to get a prior restraint on them making that argument in their opening, because of course they're going to make that argument in their opening.
Yeah, the prosecutor,
ahead.
I think, has a really tough job here, and that job is making this not a mistake, making this some type of calculated response based under stress. Hey, I was upset that he was not resisting, so I pulled out a gun and shot him. And I just wanted to threaten him, but I actually shot him. So that's kind of where they seem to be going with this, which I think is impossible to make. But I think the prosecutor also understands that if people realize that this was a mistake, that she grabbed the wrong weapon, then you really don't have anything, right? You don't have the recommended intent, and therefore she should be found not guilty if that's the case. So I'm still trying to understand how the prosecutors are getting past that point of where, what facts do they have to say that this wasn't a mistake? That's where I'm trying to figure out where they're going with this.
Yeah, that's the big issue, is how do they, and their job is to try and tell the jury that, look, even if she did not in any way intend to cause this to happen, you have to hold her criminally liable for causing it to happen.
It's impossible.
It goes into bringing in these ideas of liability. The civil liability may cover this incident, right? Dante Wright's family can sue the department. They could sue them for improper training, improper management that led to a wrongful death, just general negligence. She owed a duty not to shoot him, and she did shoot him, and then get there with preponderance of the evidence and maybe win. But in a criminal case, do we with these crimes, you have to have something called the mens rea, right? Like the criminal intent to do the thing. And if you don't have someone with a criminal intent, if they're approaching this with basically clean hands, so to speak, then it's really hard to hold them liable unless you have like a strict liability crime. Like you don't have to intend to possess illicit images of children to actually be guilty of it, right? Like that's strict liability. You have them and you don't have like the immediate legal justifications of destroying them. Like you came across them, you destroyed them immediately, and that's that. But you possess them, whether you intended to or not. You got a hard drive and you've had it for a year. It has these images. Doesn't matter if you've never even looked at it. You've got them.
That's statutory sexual assault charges too, are the same way. It's age, whether you've done it and you're under that age, no mental intent is required. No mens rea is required. But it's interesting because in this case, and this is where I'm thinking the prosecution really wants to make this happen. I think everyone can say this was negligence, right? I don't think there's a soul who knows about this case who will not say she was not negligent, right? She was absolutely negligent in pulling the gun
100%.
versus the taser.
Yeah.
But negligence is only a civil remedy, right? If you just pure negligence is civil, because negligence means mistake, civil. But now, how does it become criminal? When it becomes criminal, that means someone consciously disregarded a risk and somebody died. So now you're saying, well, did she consciously? That means, that I like to give the example of going 100 in a 25-mile-an-hour zone, right? I consciously disregarded the risk of going 100 in a 25-mile-an-hour zone. Somebody died. Boom. Even though I'm negligent, everybody agrees, but that's culpable negligence because I disregarded that risk. Here, I'm trying to figure out how they get there. Because again, if it's just a mistake, it's negligent. But they're hoping the jury says, even though it's negligent, we still believe that, that she disregarded the risk by grabbing her gun. And that's why the defense is all saying, well, if you believe that she grabbed it by mistake, then you don't have culpable negligence. You just have negligence.
I think one of the ways they're going to try and get there is the body cam footage shows, the handgun, right? You can see that it's a handgun. It looks like a handgun. and the body cam footage is there, and it's on screen for like 5 seconds, which is kind of a long time when you're looking at something closely. So I think they're going to say she should have known, she should have seen that she had the thing. But of course, that ignores the reality of a situation when you think about it, your focus is on the guy, right, on Dante Wright, and you're trying to, help your other officers. You pull your gun and it's down here where your body cam is. You're not looking down at the gun. You're looking at
No.
at Dante Wright until the moment you might pull your gun forward and to pull the trigger, but so you can kind of aim. But pulling the gun isn't the same as looking directly at it. And so I think that's where they're gonna go for it.
What you just said is so important as an attorney, because as an attorney, you got to get those jurors thinking, not as just jurors, right? You got to get them thinking as cops in that moment, right? You're training other officers. You're there. Next thing you know, you check this guy out. He's got a felony warrant for whatever, right? What was the felony warrant for? Whatever that.
No, he had a gross misdemeanor warrant, but it was I remember right, it was a gun charge.
Right, so he's got a warrant for a gun charge, meaning he's not going nowhere, right? He's coming with you. This cat ain't going home, right? He's got a warrant for a gun charge. And now you know he's going, and then you go and you tell him he's going, right? So he knows he's going for this warrant. He jumps back in the car. Now, if you're an officer in that situation, is that a high stress situation, right? And you want to make that jury sit there and be like, yeah, that's pretty high stress. That's pretty high stress. This guy's jumping back in the car. He got a warrant for a gun, and he's not going with us, right? He's making it very stressful. And I think if the attorneys can put the jury in that mental state to say, okay, she just pulled the wrong weapon, right? This is where slip and capture comes in, right? Such a high stress situation. If someone makes a mistake, then the law allows that to happen. But and that's what I think people have to understand. And it's funny because cops always say this all the time. It's 1 second. You have to make a decision in 1 second, life or death. And if you make the wrong decision, you're like Kim Potter on trial. This is every cop's fear.
Dante Wright had open warrant for choking and threatening to shoot a woman for $820. So that's
high stress.
Yeah.
He's not going home.
Aggravated armed robbery.
Nick, you're not making it any better.
No. I'm just trying to get the facts here.
My God.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I'm ready for the jury.
But this judge knows how these high profile cases go. So she's on point. She's like, I'm not going to be making any mistakes.
I wonder if she was paying attention to the Rittenhouse media also.
But if she wasn't, she was sure watching the Chauvin one. And
true.
And again, whatever you think about the results in Chauvin, there are some real questions about some of the things that happened in that courtroom that were allowed by Peter Cullen, and there are criticisms that are out there that are very public about that. And if Chauvin actually was able to hire proper appellate counsel, I mean, we might actually have seen some competent filings on it. But as far as I can tell, he hasn't been able to get anybody to take his case for free, and he doesn't have any money. And the court denied him IFP, and the court denied him a public appeals defender. So
wow.
So he's.
But you can,
that's a lot of people. That's what a lot of people go through, unfortunately.
Yep.
Yeah, but you can file your own appeal. But there's usually places that'll do it for you for free. I know here in New York, there's a lot of places that you won't get top level people, but you'll get law students or something who just need something to do.
That's true.
Yeah, but I think his case.
But imagine how many law school programs are going to be willing to take up the case of Derek
Chauvin. They should. This is
the place you do it.
Yeah, that's the place it should do it. It's like, no, the interests of justice demand that this guy gets a shot at least. But I think his case is so toxic that no one wants to touch it.
Yeah.
So A bunch of people asked me to do it. I'm like, you need
What?
somebody. You need somebody who has done capital murder or capital case appeals, man. Like you need.
Yeah.
This guy got murder too'd. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he needs somebody who's had a lot of experience with this. Unfortunately, like you said, no matter what, I think every defendant, if they're convicted, should at least have one bite at the apple. I know here in New York, it's all mandatory, right? If you're convicted, you get the appeals court to hear your case. So, I think that should be good for everybody, because this, if sending somebody away for the rest of their life is enough to say, okay, let's at least have somebody look over it to make sure everything was done right. No matter how you feel about it.
Exactly. That's what justice is supposed to be, and that's why the politicization of these trials is such an issue especially when you get in the criminal side of it, because it's like you have all the resources of the state, and if you make the defendant into an indefensible monster, then you can't you can't do it. But here's the crazy thing: if Dante Wright would have been just arrested and convicted, right? By all measures of what's going on, he should be an indefensible monster by the same sort of standard as who makes it to that media list. I mean, this is a guy collecting money from someone who owes him money, and the way he does it is to threaten to kill him with a gun while choking them as they're reaching into their bra to pull out the money. Is the alleged fact there. And it's like, that's
I see why they don't want any of those facts to come in.
No. And the crazy thing is, Kim Potter would know that.
Good morning, members of
that
the
does
jury.
go to her
Please
state of
be
mind,
seated.
unlike in the Rittenhouse case, right?
Yeah.
All right. Jury members, you've been selected to serve as the jury in this case.
They know.
Before continuing with the trial, an oath will be
They have to say
administered
it
by my
just in case
clerk.
there's someone
In
that hasn't been paying
recognition
attention.
of the extremely important task that you will be undertaking, I'm going to ask that everyone in the courtroom stand up, with the exception of the court reporter. And if you will please stand up and raise your right hand.
Do you affirm
So
that
everybody
you
in
will
the
be attentive
courtroom?
during this trial and follow the instructions of the judge so that you may reach a fair and just verdict, that you will not discuss this case with anyone until submitted to you for deliberation, and will keep your verdict secret until it's delivered to the court? If so, please say I do.
All right, you may be seated.
That's it. Jeopardy's attached now, people. That means we got Jeopardy's attached.
Jury
What that means is
members,
if the
you have been
prosecution
selected
forces a
to
mistrial,
serve in this
you
criminal
can't bring a case
because
again.
the parties believe that you would be fair and impartial jurors to decide this case. It is important that you be able to hear and see everything that takes place during the trial. If you have difficulty hearing or understanding what a witness is saying, or if a witness or an attorney should block your view, please raise your hand immediately so that we can correct the problem. The state of Minnesota has charged this defendant with the crime of manslaughter in the first degree and manslaughter in the second degree. To these charges, Ms. Potter has entered a plea of not guilty. By her plea, the defendant denies the charges which have been made against her and places upon the state of Minnesota the burden of proving defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant is presumed innocent of the charges made. This presumption remains with the defendant unless and until the defendant has been proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. That the defendant has been brought before the court by the ordinary processes of the law and is on trial should not be considered by you as in any way suggesting guilt. The burden of proving guilt is on the state. The defendant does not have to prove her innocence. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is such proof as ordinarily prudent men and women would act upon in their most important affairs. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense. It does not mean a fanciful or capricious doubt, nor does it mean beyond all possibility of doubt. The trial in this case is about to begin. Here are some basic rules about your job as a juror. Your job will be to decide what the facts are in this case by considering the evidence. As judge, I will apply the rules of evidence and tell you what you can and cannot consider as evidence. Well, what is evidence?
Oh,
Evidence is
Pop
what
filter.
the witnesses say on the stand. This is called testimony. Evidence can be items like photographs and documents. These items are called exhibits. Evidence can be facts that the parties agree on. This agreement is called a stipulation. What is not evidence? The following is not evidence. Nothing the attorneys say during the trial, including opening statements and closing arguments, is evidence. However, listen to any statements the attorneys make. The statements are made to help you better understand the evidence. The attorney's questions are not evidence. The witness's answers are. Objections are not evidence. Attorneys may object if they think a question or answer is against the rules. I
So
will
guys, just
sustain
going over
the
these
objection
very
if
basic
I think
questions
it
just
is
to make
against
sure
the
that
rules,
these
and you
jurors,
should
I mean, they
ignore
come
this
from pretty much
question
everywhere,
or
right? So
answer.
they don't know what their
If I
foundational
overrule the
education level
objection,
about law
the
is.
answer is
So she,
evidence like the
to a
rest
certain
of the
extent, she
witness's
kind of has to go
testimony.
through these, but it does
You
feel very
cannot consider anything you hear or learn
elementary.
about this case outside this courtroom.
Should have given him a packet.
You must follow the
Yeah.
Read the
instructions of
packet.
what you can
Yeah.
consider as evidence. You may take notes during the trial, but you do not have to take the note, but you're not required to take notes. Don't let your note-taking distract you. The most important thing for you to do is to
Don't
listen
just
to the
start doodling.
testimony as you hear it. The notes must stay in the courtroom during the trial. You should leave your pen and your notepads on your desks. They'll be there in the morning when you come back and after you come back from lunch. Use your notes as an aid to your memory and not as a substitute for it. Fit the notes in with
sure
your
they'll
total
understand what that means.
recollection of the facts.
Yeah.
A written note does not necessarily make a piece of evidence more important whether you or another juror wrote it down. If at some point in the trial you run out of paper or your pen is no longer working, please alert my staff and we'll take care of that. Wait until you've heard all of the evidence before you make up your mind. Your best guide is your own good judgment, experience, and common sense. You must decide which testimony to believe and how much weight to give it.
Your
In
common
deciding
sense is
this, you
weird.
may consider the
If
following.
it's common, it's not yours.
Will a witness gain or lose anything if the case is decided a certain
Very
way?
good point.
What is the witness's relationship to the parties? How did a witness learn the facts? How did she or he know, remember, and tell the facts? What was his or her manner? What was his or her age or experience? Does the witness seem honest and sincere? Was the witness frank and direct? Is the testimony reasonable compared with other evidence? And are there any other factors that bear on believability and weight? You must decide the facts. You and only you can decide the
It's hard to
facts.
remember that Schrader
Do
gave a
not
similar
take
speech
anything
because
I
his was
say
better.
or do as a sign of what your verdict should be. Once the facts are decided, you must follow the law. You must follow the law even if you don't agree with it. Now, I want to give you a few instructions about your conduct as jurors. Do not let outsiders influence you. Do not discuss this case with other jury members during the trial. You will have plenty of time to do this at the end of the trial once you have heard all the evidence and I've excused you to the jury room with my instructions and the verdict forms. Do not talk to anyone involved in this case. This includes the defendant, the lawyers, and the witnesses. If anyone tries to discuss this case with you outside the courtroom, report this to me or one of my staff.
I hope they have something in
When you
front of
go
them
home
that's
during the
visual for them to
trial,
follow
do
along.
not talk to
Because
your
otherwise they've
family,
completely checked
friends,
out by
or
now.
others about the case.
I checked
You
out
may
10
tell
minutes
them
ago.
that you are a juror on a
I know you
criminal
did.
case, and that is all that you should tell them. Do not report your experiences as a juror while the trial and deliberations are going on. Do not email, blog, tweet, text, or post anything to Twitter, Facebook, MySpace, LinkedIn, Google+, YouTube, or any other social networking sites about this
What
trial.
about Insta?
Do not visit any chat rooms where this case may
Hey,
be
Tom.
discussed.
What's going on,
Do
y'all?
not read or listen to news reports.
Can we use IRC
uh,
as a jury?
in magazines
that?
or in newspapers or on the radio, television, podcasts, or any other media about the case. Do not do your own investigation. Don't ask people about the case. Don't visit any of the locations mentioned in the trial. Do not research anything about the case, including the issues, evidence, parties, witnesses, location, or the law through any form of written, print, electronic, or internet media. Keep an open mind until you have heard and seen all the evidence. Remember, you cannot consider anything you hear or learn about this case outside this courtroom. If you don't follow these instructions, you may
I will kill
jeopardize the
you.
trial. This may require that we start all over again.
I know this is a
and
dumb question, but is the
really
Kim
don't
Potter
wanna do
trial,
that.
is this the case where the cop
If you become aware that
allegedly
another
thought she had
juror
her
may
taser,
have
but she shot the
violated
guy?
these rules,
Yes.
Yes.
you
Yeah.
must
Taser,
report it
taser,
to me
taser.
or one of my
Yeah.
staff. You know, I know that this can be a difficult thing to do, but in order to preserve the fairness that is guaranteed to everyone involved, it is very important that you do so. Please take note of the chair you are sitting in and keep the same chair throughout the trial. When reporting for jury duty in the morning and returning to the courthouse after lunch, you need to
Is this in Minneapolis?
report
Yeah.
to the courtroom waiting room that you were in today. Do not communicate
It's
with
either in
anyone the
Minneapolis or that
hallway
layer
if
of
you
hell
happen
where
to
you're
be
bored
out
to
there
death. One of those
who
two.
is not a member of this jury about any matter. These rules
She
will
can put you to
apply
sleep.
until
This
I
judge is
dismiss you
crazy.
from the
I
case.
feel tired right
I
now.
may also repeat these rules when we take a break and when you leave at the end of the day. I don't do this to insult you, but in this age of electronic
I would do it to
communication,
insult
it's a
them.
natural impulse
Of course
for
you
us
would.
to all look things up,
I
to
do this
discuss
to
things that
insult
we're
you.
doing with our friends
Okay.
and family, and post things on the internet. It is not, however,
Did you
an
just say the
impulse we
internet?
can follow in this trial. Once we've completed this trial and you've given your verdict, and I have discharged you from the case, you will be free to do any research you choose and to share your experiences if you choose to do so.
And I recommend the Ricada Law YouTube
If you have
channel.
a question for, I want to
That's the
remind
one
you
place
again,
where you can
if you
go
want to
to
communicate
get
with the
educated
court,
on this trial.
please alert my staff. During the trial, of course, if you have any difficulty seeing or hearing, please raise your hand or make my staff aware of that. I will be instructing you on the law more fully after the testimony has been completed.
Tom, would you let this judge step on you?
I want to give you a broad outline of what this trial will look like.
Because chat would. I know chat would.
First of all,
This
The
is like trial
attorneys,
by
will be
ASMR.
making their opening statements. The purpose of the opening statement is
Welcome to the
not
Potter live
argue,
stream.
Yeah.
about the evidence. The attorney's goal is just to give you a bird's eye view of what that attorney believes the evidence will show.
I love when the
After
chat gets to
opening
catch up to the joke
statements,
20 seconds later.
The state is going to proceed first with its case in chief. After each state witness is called, the defense has a right to cross-examine. After all states' witnesses are called, the defense
states'
has
witnesses.
the right to call witnesses as well, and the state has a right to cross-examine defense witnesses. Remember that the defendant is not required to prove her innocence. She is not required to call
While
any
she's talking, I want to
witnesses.
take a moment to recognize the real
After the
criminal in
defense
the United
has
States, and
called
that's
its
Southwest
witnesses,
Airlines. I was supposed to fly
I
out
will
this
be
morning
giving
at
you,
Oh no.
7 a.m. I
well,
woke
the
up real
state may
early
have
only to get
rebuttal
to the airport to
witnesses.
find out that my flight was
And
canceled.
then I will give you
Oh.
your
That
instructions of
sucks.
law
So
that
Southwest,
you
I'm
have
putting
to
you on
apply
blast.
in rendering your verdict.
How will they
That's
ever
your
recover?
only
that,
reason for
please.
coming onto
I
the
know.
live stream.
I lost like
Attorneys will
160
make
bucks.
their
I bought a
final
rental
arguments,
car
Chief.
that was non-refundable. So now I'm out like 160 bucks too.
Oh.
God, that sucks. Where were you
I
going?
would
Can we
state like
can
to
you
proceed
New
say?
Orleans.
with this opening
You
statement.
should
nice.
sue them. Sue Southwest
Yeah.
for your
Sue
$150
Southwest.
rental car.
Yes. Punitive damages.
Oh, thank God.
Oh, she's finished.
Finally done. It wasn't even that long, but it felt eternal.
Yeah. This
She
is
got
gonna
to
be a
upgrade
long
the chair,
trial.
though. She's got to upgrade
Oh.
the chair.
Police
The chair-
officers occupy unique positions of power
So this
and
is who's doing their
responsibility in our
opening statement.
society.
Okay.
I'm surprised
They
she's not wearing a
hold
suit.
positions of public
This
trust
is different
and they
for
commit
me.
themselves to public service. They are accountable to the communities that they serve. And Brooklyn Center police officers are no exception. Their fundamental duty is to protect the
They have a
sanctity of
slideshow. I
life.
wonder if it's up anywhere. I doubt it.
To do this job, the job of a Brooklyn Center police officer, they promise to safeguard lives. They promise to serve and protect, to maintain calm and develop self-restraint, and to be constantly mindful of the welfare of others. They promise never to employ unnecessary force or abuse. This is the oath of a Brooklyn Center police officer. I will never betray my badge, my integrity, my character, or the public interest. I will always have the courage to hold myself and others accountable for our actions. This is the standard they hold themselves to, and they take an oath to do so. Their duty to their badge and to the community is to protect life, not to take life. Now, they're also required to abide by a code of ethics. This serves as a type of compact or an agreement between each of the officers and the public that they serve. It sets forth what the community, what the public should expect from each and every one of them. It affirms that the badge is a symbol of public faith and public trust, and that the officers are
Oh, hey, there it
each
is.
individually responsible for their own professional performance. And they each vow to take every opportunity to enhance and improve the level of their knowledge and competence. These officers carry deadly weapons every day on the job, and they receive extensive training in order to carry them. They're
She's
trained
bound by her
professionals.
notes.
They're entrusted by the public with these weapons. Every day they
An
put on their
objection
uniforms
throw her off
and they
big
go to
time.
work. And they
So
go to
she'd have
work
figure
out on the
out
streets
how to
of our
put through the
communities.
notes.
They're trained to do this job. They're trained to interact with people of all walks of life, trained to interact with people in crisis, trained to interact with people on their worst days, trained to interact with people who may very well not want to interact with them at all. And every day that they go to work, they're required to be alert, attentive, and capable of performing their duties. Every day that they strap on that duty belt with their guns and their tasers, they have to be alert, attentive, and capable. And every day they do this, we entrust them with our lives. These officers have the responsibility to be mindful and attentive and acutely aware of the weapons that they carry and the risks associated with those weapons. They have the responsibility to follow their duty and their training when it comes to those weapons. And they have the responsibility to carry those weapons and use those weapons appropriately.
It's like the second time she's gone over that. She's repeating this stuff again, huh?
Yeah.
We trust
but not
them
in like a thematic
not
kind
to
of way.
use those weapons rashly or
This should show
recklessly.
people what we
And
were
we
talking
expect
about
not
when
to
we
be
said
shot dead on
Binger's
the street
opening
for no
statement
reason.
was good.
We expect
was
them
well
not
delivered.
to betray
This
their
is
badge.
not.
And
This
we
is
expect them
just
to uphold their oath.
this is like a high school report,
We trust them to know
right? It's
wrong
like, I have my
from
visual
right
aid. I will read my notes
and left
and go
from
through
right.
it. It's not natural and organic.
Well, the thing
not
is, like,
engaging.
This case
it would be
is
much
about an
more effective
officer
if she started off
who
with,
knew
some
not to
kind
get
of
it
narrative
dead wrong.
and weaved all of this
But
into
she
the narrative,
failed
which is what Binger did.
to get it right. This case is about the defendant, Kimberly Potter, betraying her badge and betraying her oath and betraying her position of public trust.
You should have opened with this line, in my opinion.
And on April 11th of this year, she betrayed a 20-year-old kid. She pulled out her firearm, she pointed it at his chest, and she shot and killed Dante Wright. Now, the
Interesting that she called
defendant was a
20-year-old a kid.
26-year veteran of the Brooklyn Center Police Force. For 26 years, she went out on the streets with the obligation to serve and protect. She had those same duties and those same responsibilities as every other Brooklyn Center police officer. That same fundamental duty to protect the sanctity of life and to safeguard life. She was bound by the same rules, the same policies, and she was bound by the same code of ethics. And you'll hear about the Brooklyn Center policies. We'll touch on those a little bit. And you'll hear about the defendant's training on things like the use of force, the use of firearms, and the use of a taser. And you'll hear she was trained not to use unnecessary force. She was trained not to shoot an unarmed driver. She was trained not to fire into a vehicle. And she was also trained not to use her taser on a fleeing suspect. And she was trained to be aware of the differences between her gun and her taser.
Not to use a taser on a fleeing suspect.
And importantly, she was also trained.
That's where
about
they get the.
risks
That's where they trying to get the
pulling
first degree
the wrong
manslaughter.
weapon, and that drawing and firing the wrong weapon could kill someone.
Dirty Dan says, "Why does this
Now you'll
look
learn
like
about
Karen
her
versus the
firearm.
police?"
It's a 9mm Glock handgun. And you'll hear about how the Brooklyn Center Police Department uses hollow point ammunition as their standard ammunition. That's the kind of ammunition that expands on impact. It peels back the metal in layers when it hits its target. Now, this peeling action, it can slow down a bullet, but it can also cause extensive damage to the body in that way. This is
Other
a common
bullets just aren't as
type of
deadly.
ammunition used by law enforcement.
This reminds me of
Not only will you
Rittenhouse.
hear about the ammunition and the firearm,
One
you'll
lethal
hear about
ammunition is less lethal than
taser,
another lethal
a
ammunition.
TASER 7.
What does it matter if they died just the same?
Now, a taser is a conducted energy weapon that shoots out 2 probes when you press the trigger. And those probes are supposed to attach to the skin and deliver an electric shock. And they do this because they're designed to incapacitate someone through something called neuromuscular incapacitation. And basically what that means is your muscle seize up so you can't move. And they can also be used to inflict pain. And you'll hear about the weapons from the witnesses in this case.
And also the taser is bright and yellow.
But every
and
day
the gun is
that
not.
the defendant, Kimberly Potter,
Hers actually might have been black.
She strapped on her duty belt with her gun and her taser
Oh, there we go.
and
We can
all
see
the
it
other
on the
options
left there.
available to her on that belt.
So the handle's black.
And
the
every
back
day
is
she
yellow
put
on
on her
hers.
duty belt, she carried her weapons in the same way. She carried her Glock, her firearm, on her right side. The defendant is right-handed. She carried it on her right side, her dominant side. And she carried her taser on her left side, her non-dominant side. Something you might also hear referred to as her reaction side in some of these policies.
But notice the...
She was trained to
never
carry
mind.
her weapons in
I
this
see now.
way. And she was trained on how to use them and how not to use them. And you will hear about that training, and you will learn that she had firearm training and taser training every single year. She had to be
called in-service
requalified
training.
on
You
her
get once a
firearm
year.
every year. She had to be tested and recertified on her taser every year in order to carry it. And she had additional training just a month before this incident. On March 2nd of 2021, she passed all the requirements to be certified on this TASER 7. Now, before I cover all the details of the policies and what happened with her training, I'm going to talk a little bit about Dante Wright.
It's the
and
emotional.
events
They're
of
trying to
April
get the
11th
emotional pitch
of
here
this
now.
year.
That's fair. I would do the same.
Dante Wright
Of course, yeah.
was Katie
Right,
Bryant
because
and Aubrey
that
Wright's
puts for the
first
jury
child
like,
together.
oh, this is a family man. He has a
He
child.
was their first
Yeah.
son as a couple. And he lived at home with his parents and his 2 younger sisters, Diamond and Destiny. And he had 6 siblings in total. It was a large blended family. A large family with a lot of love to go around. Dante Wright also had dreams for his future. When he was little, he wanted to be a professional basketball player. Who doesn't? And as he got older, he had a number of jobs in retail, food service. And you'll hear that he spent some time working with his dad at the same shoe store. And not long before his death, he had plans to enroll in a trade school to pursue a career at Summit Academy.
Someone says
Now,
dreams of collecting
Dante Wright also had
$820.
a son of his own, Dante Jr. Dante Jr. was 1 year old at the time of this incident, a toddler, now fatherless. And on April 11th, Dante Wright himself was just 20 years old, just out of his teens, still had a close relationship with his mother. And he had a new baby boy, a loving family, and his whole adult life ahead of him.
See, this is a risk.
Now, on
because don't
April
forget
11th,
they're going to play that video
Dante
of him struggling with police.
Wright went to his parents' house. His mother, Katie Bryant, was watching his son, Junior.
You're going to bring
on
up the
that
fact
day.
that he had a
And
warrant out for his
Dante
arrest
Wright had
for a
recently been
violent
given the
altercation.
family car, a
Yeah.
white Buick.
That's why I said this is
As
the
his own.
risk.
And he was excited about that. And after getting this car, that was now
She
his
just sounds
own,
like she's reading from her
he wanted to
notes.
get a car wash. That's what his plan was for April 11th. So his
Yeah,
mom,
I think that's what
Kay
she's
Bryant,
doing.
gave him some money, and he left with his girlfriend, Elena Albrecht Payton, in the car. He headed out, and he later called his mom to figure out where he should go, which car wash was the right one.
Mom,
But he
tell me
didn't
which
make
car
it.
wash is the right one.
He never made it to
I
the
want to
car
make
wash
the
that
right
day.
decision on the car wash to go to.
And he never made it home. Why? Because he was shot dead in his car in the middle of the day by the defendant. Now,
That's how you avoid bad
what was
facts.
the
Just
defendant
without
doing
any
on
context.
April 11th?
Just like he shot in the car in the middle of the day.
On April
Let's move on.
11th, the defendant had been a police officer for longer than Dante Wright had been alive. On April 11th, the defendant was acting as a field training officer, FTO. She was training in a new officer whose name is Officer Lucky. And on
More
April
like
11th,
unlucky, am I right?
while out on patrol, the defendant and
Oh my
Officer
God.
Lucky saw an air freshener, a little tree, hanging from the rearview mirror of Dante Wright's car.
There were also expired tabs.
And they decided to stop the vehicle. Yes,
Just for a
for the
minor
air
infraction.
freshener. But as they stopped the car, they also noticed the tabs were expired. But this was a run-of-the-mill traffic stop. This is the kind of stop that happens every day. So after they pulled over this white Buick that Dante Wright was driving, it was Officer Lucky, the trainee, who initially approached the car. Officer Lucky approached the car. He made contact with Dante Wright, and the defendant stayed back in the squad and observed from a distance. Officer Lucky interacted with Dante Wright. He explained the reason for the stop. And Dante Wright gave Officer Lucky his information. He gave him his name. He gave him his full name, including his middle name, his date of birth, his address, his brother's name. He answered all the questions that were asked of him. And then Officer Lucky took that information back to the squad car and talked to the defendant. And when Officer Lucky returned to the squad car, what had scared 20-year-old Dante Wright do? He called his mom. And in these COVID times, the tabs had not been updated. He didn't have an up-to-date license. He didn't have a proper insurance card.
I mean,
And
just
he was
none
trying to
of the
figure out the
things
situation.
that you have to
So he
do.
called his mom for help.
Just none of them, though.
I mean,
And back at the
just
squad car,
minor inconveniences.
Officer Lucky acknowledged to the defendant that
Nate,
Dante Wright
you're
had been
muted.
forthcoming with him. And he told the defendant
Yeah.
that he believed that
And
Dante
the
Wright
phone
was
warrant,
telling
too,
him
right?
the truth. He then ran the name through their system,
Here comes that
And the
uncomfortable
defendant-
aspect of this.
whose
Yeah.
his trainer corrected him. The defendant corrected Officer Lucky when he entered the name in the wrong way. And once they ran the name, the defendant and Officer Lucky found, yes, in fact, that Dante Wright had an outstanding warrant for a failure to appear on a gross misdemeanor weapons violation. So in the squad car, the defendant and Officer Lucky, they discussed their plan, and they decided to arrest Dante Wright on that warrant. And the defendant in the squad corrected Officer Lucky a second time when he code 4'd himself too early. Code 4 being just giving the all clear before he had that information completely from their system on the warrant. And while they're having this conversation, Sergeant Johnson, another Brooklyn Center Police Department officer, came on scene. And he approached the squad, talked to Officer Lucky and the defendant about what was going on. They filled him in. They did not express concerns for their safety. They did not decide to approach the car with guns drawn. They simply decided to arrest Dante Wright on the warrant.
Okay.
This was
All right.
nothing
That
out
makes
of the
sense.
ordinary
Good police work was
for the
being
defendant,
done.
a 26-year veteran of the Brooklyn Center Police Department. And on this day, she was training Officer Lucky. She was responsible for showing him the proper way to do things as a Brooklyn Center police officer. And she did not direct Officer Lucky to approach the vehicle any differently than he had before. So Officer Lucky walked back to the driver's side of the Buick where Dante Wright was. And the defendant got out of the squad but stood back to watch. Officer Lucky asked Dante Wright to put his phone on the dash, asked him to step out of the car, and Dante Wright complied. Now, when Officer Lucky began to handcuff Dante Wright and told him that there was a warrant and that he was under arrest, that was when scared Dante tried to get away.
And who wouldn't try to get away?
He tried to get back in the car.
He was afraid.
He tried to leave.
Resisting arrest is okay.
Dante Wright was unarmed. He had no weapon. He was not violent. He did not threaten the officers in any way. He didn't reach for anything. He got in the car, put his hands on the steering wheel. He didn't come at the officers, didn't throw any punches, didn't kick anyone. He just pulled away, got back in the car while Officer Lucky was trying to maintain his grip on Dante Wright's clothing to pull him back out.
See, this is where I would play the video next to
So
exactly
Dante
how she
puts his
described
hands
it.
on the steering
Because that
wheel.
gets a nice little
He puts his
contrast.
foot down on the brake. He does the things that you do to get ready to drive a car. At that point, Officer Lucky reaches in from the driver's side and tries to turn off the car. And meanwhile, Sergeant Johnson, who has approached on the passenger side, grabs Dante Wright's right arm, right hand from the passenger side
So he's
of the vehicle to try to
in
get
the
control
car?
of him. But he kept his feet
Reached
planted
in.
firmly on the ground. He
That's
tried
a
to turn
long
off
reach.
the car from that side.
Yeah, across the
Tried to
passenger.
get Dante.
And somebody was sitting there,
Right.
too,
Well,
right?
but at
So
the same
Officer
time,
Lucky
Lucky was
and
reaching
Sergeant
in on the
Johnson
driver's side to try to
continued
turn
to
off. So
engage.
Dante was probably reaching over that way anyway to try to get
Now,
away
at
from
that
him.
point,
I don't know.
the
Maybe
defendant
that's my assumption.
approached the vehicle behind Officer Lucky. She intervened and she interfered. Officer Lucky was her trainee and she was the FTO. So she was the one who determined how this stop would go. She was the 26-year veteran. She was the officer in charge. And it was her job to show Officer Lucky how it's done. And what did she show him? She showed him how to kill someone.
Sorry.
There's something about it that just
Now,
feels
as
much
soon
more
as she gets
dramatic
involved,
than.
she escalates the situation.
Yeah.
She acts rashly and impetuously. She draws her firearm. She draws it with her right hand from the
about
right
using
side of her duty belt, where
Emotion
she's
in an open
always
is
kept her gun.
you're talking to people
draws
that
it
don't
with her
feel the
finger
same thing.
on the
They're
trigger.
not there with you yet.
And she
That
points
can be
it
tricky to try to get
directly
them there
at Dante Wright's chest.
before they've seen any evidence.
Now, at the same time, there are two other
This is opening
officers, as you
statements
can
before-
see
before,
here,
though. You want to coach it and
with
get
hands
them into the
on or
mental
interacting
training.
with Dante Wright.
This
Yeah.
is what you should be thinking
Officer
about this
Lucky is to the
Right,
front
right.
of her and sometimes to the side, and Sergeant
But
Johnson
I think
on the
her-
other side
her
of the vehicle.
Turn towards getting very
And Dante
emotional
Wright's
and dramatic and
girlfriend,
trying to make
Elena Albrecht
them
Payton,
think this is
in
the
the
way this
passenger
is.
seat,
It was
right
a
next
little
to him.
abrupt, I think, at least from
They're
my taste. I
all
don't know,
within a
maybe that's
few
just me.
feet
Yeah.
of the muzzle
No, I agree with you.
of the defendant's gun. Now, the defendant says, "I'll tase you." And then she says again, "I'll tase you" a second time.
She says, "I'll tase ya."
And then
Get
taser,
Minnesotan with it.
taser, which prompts the officers to let go of Dante's arms and then disengage.
That's the
She
training.
points the gun
Training
at
is to let
Dante
go.
for more than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5 seconds. Aims, pulls the trigger, and fires into his chest. And when she pulled that trigger, these people were all still around him, including these two other officers, Officer Lucky and Sergeant Johnson on the other side, and Elena Albrecht Payton in the passenger seat. And when she pulls that trigger, she fires directly under Officer Lucky's face, with Officer Lucky's arm reaching over the top of where her gun is. When she pulls that trigger, Dante Wright is in the driver's seat of that car. He
Look
has
where they
his
got the
foot
arrow
off
for
and on
Officer
the
Lucky's
brake.
face. Like, what
The car is
the
running on a busy street in the middle of the day.
On a
She did
busy
all
street
this
in the middle of the day,
despite
doesn't that add to the fleeing,
She had been trained
being
year after
dangerous?
year after year to prevent
Yeah.
this kind of thing from happening, but she did it anyway.
He looks like Tracy Morgan when he's making that face.
He does.
Now, after she shot Dante Wright, the defendant admitted she had messed up big time. Here's what she said. Shit, I just shot him.
Whoa.
I grabbed the wrong fucking gun and I shot him. I'm going to go to prison and I killed a boy.
That to me seems
Now, I'm going
like
to play
it-
for you
she's
now
written
a short clip,
intent to
a
do
short video clip of some of the
Yeah.
evidence that you'll see in this case.
Are they charging with
It's a
manslaughter?
composite
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
for
yeah,
two
first-
videos
that-
on the screen at the same time. One is a clip from the defendant's own body-worn camera, and one is the squad camera. They're synced up for you so you can see. But this is just a very small portion of what you'll see in this trial. This just shows the few seconds around this incident.
Are you talking to me?
You got a warrant.
I'm not doing that. Don't. You say so, bro. Don't do it. Hey,
I'll tease you. I'll tease you. Taser.
Ah, he shot me.
Oh my shit! I just shot him. Yes. I grabbed the wrong fucking gun. I shot him. Oh my god.
This sounds like a mistake. I don't see. How
But
you
if
can
the
convict this
mistake
guy.
was
That's an
unreasonable,
accident.
then it
There
still
is
could be
no
manslaughter, right? So I guess that's the
do-over
whole crux
when you
of
walk
the
the
trial.
streets with a loaded firearm.
Yeah,
When you're
that's what they're saying.
entrusted
That's what they're saying.
with a deadly weapon as part of your job, there's no do-over when you take a young man's life. Now, this
Exactly what
was
Attorney
exactly
General
what
said.
she had
Is
been
this
trained
un-
for
is-
years to
was this
prevent.
unreasonable?
But on April 11th, she betrayed her badge and she failed Dante Wright. Now, after the defendant shot him, Dante Wright's car traveled about a block down the street.
By itself.
It crossed the median and it hit another vehicle that was traveling in the opposite direction. And you'll hear from Patricia Lundgren, who was driving that other vehicle. She and her husband were coming down the road when they were hit by Dante Wright's car.
Damn, how fast was that
You'll
car
also
going?
hear from Elena Albrecht Payton, the passenger who was riding with Dante Wright. And she'll tell you about the crash and the injuries she suffered.
Bob
Now,
Ricada
you'll
says
also
this
see
judge
and
cures
hear
my sleep
about
problem.
the fact that after the defendant shot Dante Wright and the car crashed a block away, she didn't do anything to help him. She didn't call for assistance. She didn't render aid. She didn't communicate any information about what had happened to her fellow officers who were responding. And when they showed up down the block, They didn't know that Dante had been shot. Dante Wright had been shot. They didn't
She
know
should have
that
started
the
with this
defendant
whole thing
had shot him.
Yes.
rather than
yes,
starting
it
with the
would've
whole
been
They didn't know what
oath
they were
and the
dealing
blah
with
blah
at all.
blah.
So almost
But
10
this is good,
minutes
though. I think
later,
she's- I
a
think she's laying out a
small
great case,
army of officers approach with guns drawn and drag Dante Wright's dead body out of the car at gunpoint. And the defendant did nothing. You'll also hear from paramedics that Dante Wright was declared dead on scene. And then the BCA arrived to investigate the matter. And the medical examiner's office came, and they collected the body. There was no bringing him back. You'll hear from the medical examiner, the assistant medical examiner in this case, who conducted the autopsy, Dr. Jackson. And he'll tell you about his examination, his autopsy procedure, and his findings in this case.
Dr.
And you'll see
Jackson was the same one
photos
from the
of
Chauvin
Dante Wright's
case. He's
injuries.
back.
And you'll
He's gonna
see
testify again.
that gunshot wound that tore through his heart. Dr. Jackson will also tell you that he recovered a projectile from Dante Wright's body, the bullet, after it ripped through his insides and got lodged in his chest wall. And he'll describe for you the condition that it was in, that peeling back of that metal, and how that's consistent with a hollow point bullet. And he'll also tell you about his findings on cause and manner of death. The cause of Mr. Wright's death was a gunshot wound to the chest, and the manner of Mr. Wright's death was homicide. You'll also hear from a use of force expert in this case, who will tell you about the use of the weapons at issue here. And he'll tell you that it was objectively unreasonable for the defendant to use her firearm. And he'll tell you that even the use of the taser would have been unwise under these circumstances. Members of the jury, I'd like to take a moment to discuss what this case is not about. It's not about intent to kill. That's not why you're here today.
Objection argumentative.
Ooh. Uh-oh. Objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. The judge will give you the law.
So there's
She'll
going to be
give
some
you
decent
instructions
objections in
on
this
the law to
trial.
apply at the end of this case.
Oh, yeah.
Intent is not an element of any of the charges at issue here, and it's not something that the state will have to prove. That the defendant didn't intend to kill Mr. Wright or that she didn't mean to shoot him with her gun, if you hear those things, they have nothing to do with the charges at hand. Indeed, if the defendant had meant to do these things, if she had meant to shoot her gun into Dante Wright's body, we would be talking about intentional murder and not the charges at hand. And that's not the case you have before you. The defendant is not charged with intentional murder. No one will say that she wanted him dead. No one will say that she wanted this to happen. And no one is even saying that she meant to shoot him with her gun. But the evidence will show that's what she did.
Very good opening.
She fired her gun at point blank range into Dante Wright's chest.
She should have just skipped the whole oath
She
thing, though.
Unholstered her weapon.
It's like
She
5
drew
wasted
it.
minutes.
She aimed it. She pointed it
Yeah.
directly at Dante Wright.
Or she
And
could have
she pulled the
truncated
trigger,
it, put it right
she
after the
shot
film
him in the
footage.
chest. And she did those things without bothering to confirm what was in her hand. Firing a weapon, blindly assuming it to be a taser, after drawing the wrong weapon from the wrong side.
Maybe future advice
She
for
did all those things
attorneys
with a gun.
involved in
That's what she
national-
actually did.
national trials.
Gun.
Talk to a YouTuber
Loaded
at a
with hollow
time.
point bullets.
How to keep it people's
The
attention.
kind that expand on impact. The kind that tear up someone's insides.
The hollow point thing's kind of weird because it's
She
not
did
like
this with
Officer
a
Potter
firearm
decided to
that she
put
was
hollow
issued.
points in her gun.
That was
I
part
was
of her
thinking the
job
same thing.
that she was entrusted to carry in the course of her duties to serve and protect. So as a result of all of this, the state has charged 2 crimes: first-degree manslaughter and second-degree manslaughter. And again, the law you will apply will come from the judge at the end of this case. But these charges are in the realm of recklessness and culpable negligence. Those terms will be defined for you by the court later. But the law in Minnesota criminalizes all kinds of reckless conduct. Things like
I think a
reckless
couple million is something
driving,
that's
reckless
why
child
she's gonna have a
endangerment,
problem with that.
reckless handling of a firearm, and in certain cases, manslaughter. And that is what this case is about. It's about the reckless handling of a firearm, and it's about the disregard of known risks. It's about an officer who knew she could kill someone if she got it wrong, but she failed to make sure she got it right. You may also hear at some point during this case, this incident might be described as an unfortunate mistake or a tragic accident. Or that because the defendant didn't know she had a gun in her hand, that this should be called an accident and not a crime. And again, the law you will apply will come from the judge. Those are the instructions that you will follow. But that's simply not the case, members of the jury.
Please stick to the facts.
Because she was going too far with
not
that
about
one.
Dante
Because
Wright.
If it was an accident, she would be not
Dante
guilty.
Wright.
But now the jury already has the judge.
Just objected again.
Oh,
look at that.
Because that's
Just stick with a bird's eye view.
Yeah,
of the
because
facts
she's
that you
wrong.
think
If it's a
will go
mistake,
in
she's
and
not
no
guilty.
argument counsel.
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor.
But now the
You'll
jury
hear
has,
about the truth.
okay,
That's not the law.
she might not give
You'll
me
hear
accurate
about the
information
policies.
from
There
here
will
on
be
out.
evidence of all of
That's-
those things
that's already
presented in this case.
not good for the prosecution.
And I'm going to highlight some of those things for you. The defendant's history of training over a 26-year period as a Brooklyn Center police officer will be evidence in this case that you will have to consider in the connection with the charges at issue. Now, over the course of her career, the defendant received extensive training on a variety of topics, year in and year out. She had training on firearms, training on tasers, training on use of force, and that included all types of things: readiness to use force, scenario-based training, so real life type situations where you have to react under stress, choose the right type of weapon, choose the appropriate response. She was trained to do all this under stressful conditions. She was also trained to maintain calm, manage stress, and make those decisions in the moment, out on the street. But the evidence will show that she flouted her training and she flouted policy. I'm going to give you a highlight of some of those policies and trainings. Now, when it comes to firearms, she was required to successfully complete training on her firearm every year. She had to be requalified, in addition to the quarterly training she received. And she was also instructed by policy that she should not unnecessarily display or handle any firearm. That's part of the policy. The use of force policy instructs officers they shall only use the amount of force that reasonably appears necessary in a particular situation. There's also policy on moving vehicles and how officers should use or not use their firearms in those situations. And that policy indicates that an officer should only discharge a firearm at a moving vehicle or its occupants if deadly force other than the vehicle is directed at the officers or others. Policy also says that officers should not utilize firearms during an ongoing pursuit unless the conditions and circumstances meet the requirements for deadly force.
She's laying out that the use of firearms was wrong, but the use of firearms was a mistake.
There's also
So-
policy on de-escalation, that
just a
officers
weird one.
should use non-violent strategies
Yeah, I mean,
and
it's
techniques
still
to decrease the
potentially
intensity
relevant.
of the situation, to improve decision-making,
It's just a
to
weird
improve
play.
communication.
Well, she shouldn't have used
to
the gun.
reduce the
She
need for
agrees that she
force.
shouldn't have used the gun. She didn't mean to. So I don't know that it's that big of an
Now,
issue.
in addition to training on fire policy and training on firearms and use of force, you'll hear about policy
Well, I
on
think they
tasers.
still probably need to bring up the policy, even if it's not.
And the policy
if
on
it's not the
tasers for
biggest
Brooklyn Center is known as
dispute point.
conducted energy device policy. And policy says that the purpose of the taser is to control violent suspects as opposed to fleeing suspects. And that appropriate use should
Or
result
potentially
in
violent
fewer
individual.
serious
Where does it
injuries
say as opposed
both
to fleeing
officers
suspects?
and suspects.
Eh,
And you will see that mere
that's her
flight
editorializing.
from a pursuing officer is not good cause
Oh,
for
well,
the
okay,
use
that's what
of a
it says.
taser.
Mere flight without
Mere
other known circumstances or factors.
And you will also
Yeah.
learn that
Mere
Brooklyn
flight in a
Center
vehicle.
policy says that the use of a taser should be avoided where collateral injury might result. Collateral injury, meaning someone else could get hurt or killed. And that includes on individuals who are operating vehicles. You'll also hear that tasers require training as well in order to carry them. That in order to carry a taser, officers have to complete successfully their department training. Now you'll learn that policy also dictates how those should be carried in a reaction side holster. Again, that's the non-dominant side on the opposite side of the duty weapon. It also requires that those items be distinctly marked, that they look different, and that officers should not hold them both at the same time. And we'll talk about some of those differences, and you'll hear about them during the course of the trial. Now, you'll see in this picture the defendant's taser, Taser 7 up top in yellow, and the Glock 9mm handgun pictured at the bottom. And you'll hear about the differences between these two items. The color, for one, well, it sounds like stating the obvious, perhaps. The taser is bright yellow, the Glock is black. The differences in weight you will learn about.
Why isn't
Now,
the grip
the
yellow
taser
also?
weighs 0.94 pounds. And the
know.
Glock, the firearm, when loaded with 17 rounds of ammunition, it weighs 2.11 pounds. That's more than twice as much. Now you'll also hear about the differences in safety and the display and the laser that comes on the taser and the holster location. And I'll talk about those things too. Now, when it comes to the safety, a safety is just a mechanism or a button of some kind, a switch in some cases, that makes a weapon inoperable. And the Taser 7 has a safety on the side that you have to flip up right there in order to arm the device. It has to be engaged. And the Glock, the firearm, has no safety switch like that. It has a trigger safety. So basically, you pull the trigger on the Glock and it fires. Now, when it comes to the display, well, when you flip up the safety on a taser, it arms the device. It means it's ready to use. And when you do that, when that switch is lifted up, three things happen. A display screen comes on the back of the taser. Green and red laser lights appear coming out of the front of the taser, and they appear on the target that you're aiming at. And the flashlight also turns on. And that display screen is pictured here on the back of the taser. It faces the operator who's holding it. person holding the taser sees this display screen when it's on. And the lasers, the top laser comes out of the top cartridge, a green laser light that appears on the target, showing where that top prong would deploy. And depending on which cartridge you're using, one of two red laser lights appears. There's a green light and a red light that appear on the target when you aim the taser after it's been armed. Now you'll also see for yourselves and hear about the defendant's duty belt that holds her gun and her taser holsters. Now, on the right of the screen is the taser in its holster. The taser holster is made of plastic. It has a latch right here that has to be depressed. You have to push down on a button to release the taser from its holster.
You either have to push down the
You
button or
press
have the
down on
taser
that
listen to
button
the judge.
and
Then they
then
can be
rock
depressed.
the taser backward. The taser has to lean back, rock back, to be pulled up and out of the holster. Now the firearm holster, which is on the left side here, empty in this photograph, is made of a soft leather-like material, and it has a snap that just releases and the gun comes straight out. Now, as you saw before, taser and firearms have to be holstered in different ways pursuant to policy. The policy requires that the taser be carried on the reaction side, the non-dominant side. And the firearm, the gun, is carried on the dominant side. In this case, the defendant's right hand side is where she kept her gun. Her left side is where she kept her taser. Now you'll hear about that requirement. The policy requires that officers carry those weapons on separate sides of their body. Officers are given the choice when it comes to how those tasers are positioned on their non-dominant side. Now, the choice is a cross draw or a straight draw. Now, for a cross draw, the officers use their right hand, reach over the body with the right hand to pull out the taser. In that situation, as pictured in the top here, the butt of the grip points forward to make that cross motion so that the officer would pull that taser with that right hand in a case as pictured here. Now, the defendant had her holster set up in a straight draw, the added protection of having the taser come out with her left hand. When a taser is positioned on the left side of the body in a straight draw, the butt of the gun points backward, and the officer has to rock the taser out and pull it up with the left hand. Straight draw taser is to be drawn with the left hand. The defendant had her duty belt and her holsters positioned so that she would have to draw her taser with her left hand. Now, the defendant had chosen this setup and this additional protection in the way that she carried, and she had done this consistently for years, and you'll see evidence of that. She carried in the straight draw position in 2016, left side straight draw, 2017, left side straight draw, 2018, left side straight draw, 2019, left side straight draw, 2020, again, left side straight draw, including April 11th of this year, left side straight draw.
Strong side.
She had her taser positioned on her left side, as required by policy, with the added protection of straight draw, pulling it with her left hand. Her Glock, her firearm, again, by policy, on the right side of her duty belt. So the only weapon she draws with her right hand is her gun, not her taser. You'll hear about policy on targeting when it comes to the taser as well. Policy says that officers should target lower center mass, but they should avoid the head, the neck, the chest, and the groin, sensitive areas of the body. And you'll also hear about taser training and how
So
the
just
policy
with the
requires
stomach,
training. And you'll hear about
I
the training
guess?
that they go through as well. But the training is required to include performing reaction hand draws or cross draws, which is not applicable to her, to reduce the possibility of accidentally drawing and firing a firearm.
But she just said it's not
Policy
applicable to her.
requires that when they are trained,
just a cross.
they
draw.
practice. They practice. They
Because she
practice
didn't cross.
drawing that
She
taser
didn't have a cross
with
draw
that left
set up.
hand with the straight draw.
Right. So why is
It's
she
required
putting so much emphasis on
by
this if that
policy.
wasn't something that she needed because of the
Well,
way that she had it set up?
It's reaction hand draws, which would be the straight draw.
You'll
or
see
the
some of
cross
those
draw.
records, the records
Oh, I
of the
see.
defendant's
Okay.
training.
Yeah.
Every year she received classroom training, hands-on training, and instruction, practice on this taser, on the tasers that she was issued. And that included the recent certification.
What's
In
interesting
2015,
to me,
she
though,
was
is this
trained
idea
and
of
certified.
trying to say
In
that
2016,
they need
she
such
was trained and
extensive training
certified.
to try and
In
prevent this from happening
2017 and
means that it
2018, she was
is
trained and
almost
certified.
expected that
and
this
in
will
addition,
happen.
she had to acknowledge that she had received the product warnings and that she had understood those warnings at the time that she was recertified on her taser. And she acknowledged receiving them every year she was trained. This is 2019 and 2020. And you'll see those records. And again, in that most recent training, March 2nd, 2021, she once again acknowledged receiving and understanding those product warnings. Now, these trainings, like the one on March 2nd, also include reviewing the PowerPoint presentations, demonstrating safe handling, performing de-escalation arcs, basically being able to use these tasers in
I want to know
safe
how many hours
ways.
each of these annual trainings were.
like 1
And
to
again,
3,
on March
something
2nd,
like that, I think.
2021, she indicated that she understood and received the warnings, the Axon product warning.
And all you
Axon
want
is
to
just
do the
parent
entire
company for
time
Taser. She
is like
understood
go to
those
lunch.
warnings.
Yeah.
And what did those warnings say? They said confusing a handgun with a CEW, a taser, could result in death or serious injury. Learn the differences in the physical feel and holstering characteristics between your CEW, taser, and your handgun to help avoid confusion. Always follow your agency's guidance and training. And those PowerPoints in that training that she went through continue to remind officers of those risks. Those PowerPoints that she had to sit through to be certified every year included that tasers are not risk-free.
She just characterized it as
They
PowerPoints
can
that she
cause
had to
death
sit
or
through.
serious injury.
So, like,
The PowerPoints themselves set forth that the course attendees, the officers
Jury's
had to
like,
acknowledge
"There's a
that they had
PowerPoint
read
I
and
have to sit
understood
through."
that taser warning that you just saw. They included that tasers are serious weapons and should be treated as such. This was all part of the training. And over the
also
years,
makes me
they
wonder
also talked about
how many members of the jury
benefits
have to
and
go
the risks
through
with respect
regular
to the way
trainings
that
as
you
part of their
carry
job,
your taser.
and
And they
and what those
specifically had in their
what
training
those entail. If
that
they're like,
the benefits
all right,
of
I know
carrying
exactly what she was sitting through. I can picture it.
a taser on the non-dominant side had associated issues. That includes, let me rephrase. If you carry your taser on the dominant side, if you're right-handed and you carry your taser on the dominant side, they had instructed their trainees there's a higher risk of weapon confusion. They talked about the risk of weapon confusion in those trainings. They explained that there were known incidents of shootings by mistaken weapon confusion. This was part of the training going back at least as early as 2016.
She's
They
losing the good
trained
aspects
that
of
you
her
could kill someone, and
thing
there
right
were
now. For me,
incidents of
this is just-
shootings
it's-
when you made the
it's
mistake
dragging
and
and
put the wrong
it's
weapon.
Yeah.
boring.
And so they explained
Yeah.
why it makes sense to carry your taser on the other side of your body. And they direct officers to refer to your department's tactical experts and make your own policy on how to carry, holster, and deploy. They instructed about the known risks.
This is death by PowerPoint.
Those risks also included instruction on risks of injury to people operating vehicles or machinery, and risks if someone is tased in the heart or chest area. Those trainings also included smart use considerations. And those smart use considerations explain
I'm really looking forward
that
to
if
Earl
there's
Grey.
no immediate safety risk, slow down
I could
and
use a caffeine
consider
pick-me-up.
alternative force options. And they explain that physical resistance alone does not equal an immediate safety risk.
There is an
The training
exigency and
materials
immediate
themselves
safety risk.
Tell you to reevaluate.
She said the other officer is in the car, is
The training
reaching in the
materials
car.
also tell officers
That means that
to
if
be
that guy
aware,
starts
to
driving,
be
he gets
careful,
dragged.
and to be aware of stress and how stress can influence.
Don't use your
these
taser in a
situations.
stressful situation.
And they instruct that officers have been accused of using excessive taser exposures due to stress or distractions. Be alert and avoid potential distractions. This is part of the training. And they talk about where to target, where you should aim the taser if you're using it. The trainings say to target the back, that the back is the most preferred target area.
You just said mere flight.
And that's because it contains larger muscle groups and reduces the risk of hitting sensitive body areas.
Yeah, that's
Using-
confusing.
And it tells you
Use
on
it-
the front,
target the back, but don't do it when
You
they're
should.
running away.
if
Wait,
you have
what?
to, tase at the front, tase below the chest. Split the belt line. Increase that distance between those probes so you don't tase near the heart and you don't tase the chest. And the reason for
Don't
that
tase the
is there
genitals.
are cardiac risks associated with tasing someone in the chest. So the training materials say target the back, avoid the chest, avoid the heart region.
When they're definitely not fleeing.
And the taser training materials also say that historically, over time, these deployments have been most effective from 7 to 15 feet away. Use this distance where you can to have a higher hit probability, good probe spread, if you want these items to be effective and to achieve that neuromuscular incapacitation. Because they may not work if you don't have the appropriate distance between your probes. The TASER training materials also talk about a spark or functionality test. The training materials say that a full 5-second spark or functionality test should be conducted once every 24 hours. That's in the training materials. It's also in the policy. And you'll hear evidence that the defendant failed to spark test her TASER for the 2 days prior to this incident. You'll hear that she didn't do that, even though it was required by policy. And even these warnings, these
relevant to
slides
her
on
not deploying
spark
the
testing
taser?
explain that you should be aware of potential stress. And over again, throughout the years, every time.
Yeah, these are extra
she's
details
seeing
that aren't
these slides,
necessary
she's
to be
seeing
open.
That the tasers
And the whole
are
thing
not
is
risk-free.
nonsense. You're going to try and convince people
That
that cops
repeated
shouldn't
messaging.
use tasers in stressful situations.
Big
Like,
letters.
what
Read the warning.
non-stressful situation
Understand
should a
them.
cop use a taser in?
Understand that tasers can cause death or serious injury. Understand the risks of weapons confusion. But the defendant, the evidence will show that the defendant flouted that training and she disregarded her fundamental duty to safeguard life. I killed a boy. I
What's that
killed
Katy Perry
a
song?
boy. Those
I
were the
killed
defendant's
a
words.
boy and I liked it.
Oh,
That's
no.
what she said after she did what she did. On April 11th of this year, the defendant shot and
I
killed
think the body cam
Dante
footage shows
Wright,
that she didn't like it, Nick.
a 20-year-old,
It was all lies.
an air freshener hanging from his rearview mirror. A kid in a heartbreaker jean jacket. But on April 11th of this
The
year,
real heartbreaker was the bullet.
Dante Wright was not the heartbreaker. It was Dante Wright who had his heart broken.
It was close.
And it was the defendant
who
close. Broke Dante Wright's heart when she fired a hollow point bullet.
I was
straight into
joking,
his
lady.
chest.
That was a terrible line.
Thank you.
What were you doing? That was an awful close.
Okay,
Oh my
members of the
God.
jury, we're going to take a 20-minute break before the defense has an opportunity to do an opening statement. Okay, so 20 minutes.
I mean,
Yeah, I would not have ended with that. That felt like a very like
it was
very mock
very
trial
contrived.
way to very mock trial way to end it. You know, like something that you would see in law school when you're whatever.
Yeah, it was
That's-
very contrived. It was weird. She didn't deliver it very well. Like it feels to me, this is a kid. He's a family man. It's this tragedy, and you're gonna throw in like this witticism at the end, like, but he had his heart broken
You know what
by
they
the
should've-
officer
what
by
they sh- what-
firing a gun.
Yeah. I think a better way to end would have been to bring back in that photo of him with his child and say like, look, now this kid doesn't have a dad anymore. Because it's like, even if that's used for dramatic effect, that's at least like that's an accurate statement. That is a fact. So you can get away with that sort of like with those sort of dramatics more so than like she broke his heart in a heartbreaker jacket.
It feels so like cheap when you're trying to build up the gravity of the situation. Like that's so
Yeah.
weird. That was a
Yeah.
weird choice.
Yeah.
So overall, how
generally-
do you think it went?
Yeah, I think generally speaking, Binger's opening was way better. Way better. I
Yeah.
think that she should have started with the narrative to really capture people's attention with, what happened that day and then the video footage, and then go into she has, as a police officer, she has taken an oath and she has all these duties, she has all these responsibilities, because that's when like I was paying the most attention during that video footage and right afterwards. And she should have cut like half of her comments on the duties and the responsibilities and whatnot, because it's like, of course we all know that everybody knows that a police officer has a duty to protect human life and to protect the community, et cetera, et cetera. So it's like it's not like a novel idea that you have to like explain to people. These aren't Martians. But I think that another issue that she had was multiple objections to her open, and also by the judge.
Yeah. You don't
She-
want that
yeah.
at all.
Yeah. And because the thing is that like when you get it from the judge, I said this with the Rittenhouse trial. When you get objections from the judge, that is the person that the jurors are always going to look at as the neutral person here, right? And so when you get in trouble with the judge, you get objections from the judge, then you start to think, I mean, at least there's a likelihood, there's a possibility that the jurors individually may start to think, okay, now there's an issue here. Either this attorney is not being totally forthright, or or like no matter what, like I might have to kind of watch what she's filtering to me for one reason or another. Either she's making mistakes or she's trying to pass something under the table.
Yeah, and you just really you never want to judge interrupting your opening. I talked about this during the Rittenhouse trial, where it's like you tend to want to really minimize objections during opening arguments, because it's kind of a jerk thing to do. It's their time. They get a lot of leeway on what to say, and they did raise that first objection. It was overruled by the judge. And she even said, "Thank you, Your Honor." And it was, you
Mm.
know, you get this thing where it's like, should you have objected there? You did it wrong. But then it was not long after that the objections came back and they were relevant and the judge agrees. So now the jury is like, oh, this is the right objection. Now here it's going on. Here this person is going too far. And I think it mitigates the, you know, anything that they would have gotten out of that first one. And she was, Nate was saying too, she's going too far here. She's starting to get into this very legally argumentative aspect of it. And you don't get to make legal arguments in your opening statement.
Mhm.
You can try and frame some thinking about how it works, but you don't get to apply facts to it of the case. And you're not there. You're there to make an argument about what the facts are, because that's the jury's job, is to find what the facts are, not to find what the law is.
Yeah. And I didn't really come away with it feeling like there was much of a cohesive theme to it either. You know, like I mentioned this again in the Rittenhouse trial, how Binger, he repeated several times throughout, but the evidence will show that Kyle Rittenhouse was the only one that shot anybody that night. You know, and so that was the thing that I kept remembering early on. And of course, eventually it didn't make any difference because the evidence was the evidence. But as far as performance in an opening statement is concerned, I think that having some sort of a theme, having some sort of like something that kind of comes up again and again to kind of bring you back to like, this is what you need to be paying attention to. This is the ultimate heart of this case, that you need to understand in order to see our side. And it just, the way that she kind of threw everything out there, it didn't really frame it in any way. I mean, other than to say that an officer has certain duties and has certain responsibilities, which is of course like that's accurate, and that's something that is um very helpful to the prosecution. But I don't know that I can point to any one thing and say like this is the one thing that the jury will be very helpful to sort of like keep in mind, like the one little phrase or word or something, you know. So
Yeah, it was my problem with it, the middle was good. When she
Mhm.
actually was trying to, you know, she's sticking to the facts that happened at the scene. And I think that's been a big theme of it, is what was happening at the time. What is happening at the time? The officers making the wrong decisions at the time. So I think what they should have done is opened up with the scene at the time. And their narrative there was pretty interesting, right? Like, okay, she's not pulling the taser. She should have pulled the taser. She's firing really close. It's a little bit of a problem. It's a little reckless. And then she doesn't render aid. She knows she did the wrong thing. But she knows she did the wrong thing, but she's concerned about herself. She's not concerned about him. She doesn't tell the medical or the medical crew when they arrive that she shot him or anything like that. Which I don't know if the defense is going to bother getting into that or not, but it is this little interesting detail. So I think you open with that and you build the narrative that her actions were negligent, they were reckless, that was a failure. Then maybe you briefly spend some time on the oath, which is kind of what you said, kind of reverse the order there, because
Yeah.
you got to talk about it. Yes, she had a duty to do all this, but I think that comes across much better after you just show that she failed to exercise the care and then failed to demonstrate any sort of empathy afterwards to help the situation, to then bring up, she not only does she have a duty to do this, she swore an oath to do it. Police
Yeah.
officers go beyond. They engage the duty under an oath. It is their service to the community. It's what they promise to do. Use that to then flow off that narrative. I mean, I
Yeah.
guess you talk about the training a little bit. I think she went way too deep into the manual.
Agreed.
The chat's like, she's saying that she clicked agree on the end user license agreement. And so therefore, like, she shouldn't have shot. Like, I think she's getting off in the weeds on the taser maintenance and safety.
And she even herself referred to it as Potter sitting through PowerPoints during the training, which is not a good way to describe it if you're trying to say that this is effective training that she really should have kept in mind and that would have effectively trained her for this. That's not that's not the way that I would have phrased it.
I assume they're going to have a police trainer witness because they mentioned, an expert who's going to come and testify about some things. So you'd imagine that they're going to have a witness who is going to talk about, well, when we do the training, we actually do support side draws over and over. If the officer will do cross draw training, if that's how they're going to wear it, but if they're going to wear it straight draw, we'll have them practice. And we'll practice during a session. We'll practice 50 times or whatever, and add some. We'll try and add a little bit of stress and some role plays and talk about how you draw or what you have to do. So then, to me, instead of focusing on the PowerPoint aspect of the TASER training, which just doesn't sell me on being effective or memorable at all, you focus on the muscle memory thing. We train over and over, and they do these draws with a dead TASER or whatever. They do them over and over to try and to get into their minds or to get into their muscles, to get past their brains and say, this is how we draw these things. I assume they're going to have testimony on that. Cause if you don't, I think you've got a big problem. So then preview that. Don't say, well, I'm going to tell you how she sat in a classroom and looked at PowerPoints for an hour at a time. And that taught her that she should have drawn the TASER.
Yeah. And the whole thing about how using a TASER or mistaking a TASER for a firearm can cause death. Like that's also one of those things that's like anyone would know. You don't need to spend time during your opening going through that and like making this very serious point because it's like the jury, like I said, the jury knows that. Another thing that one thing that I think was maybe effective in her opening was the showing the photos of her kind of throughout the years and showing where the TASER was and the position that it was, showing this is exactly how she had it all the time. There was nothing different about today than throughout her time on the force, at least with respect to where the TASER was on her belt and whether it was positioned as a straight draw or a cross draw. So that for muscle memory considerations, I think that will probably be helpful to the prosecution. One of the things that I thought the prosecutor, she seemed to put a lot of emphasis on this statement, and I wrote it down. And then when I looked at it, I was like, I don't know if it's as effective as she thinks it is. She said that Potter knew she could kill someone if she got it wrong, but failed to get it right, which that's the same thing as a mistake to me.
Yeah. And I've got Westlaw pulled up, and I'm looking at the second degree manslaughter charge, which is because I think they're going to have a real trouble with the recklessness required for the first degree, but even second degree says so it's culpable negligence, right? And so it's described this way: culpable negligence is more than ordinary negligence or gross negligence. So I did see a couple people say gross negligence in the chat. No, culpable negligence for criminal liability is higher than just gross negligence. It is gross negligence coupled with element of recklessness and is intentional conduct which actually may not be intended to be harmful, but which ordinary and reasonably prudent men would recognize as involving strong probability of injuries to others. So the question that they really have to get to is, does this rise to gross negligence with recklessness? And the recklessness part of this is just the big problem. It doesn't seem to be reckless if it's a mistake. Recklessness is acting without how do we phrase recklessness? But it's recklessness is almost like creating the situation and then acting with indifference in that situation. I have trouble figuring out how they're going to get to that.
Or having a reasonable amount of certainty that a certain mistake would happen and not I want to say like not caring about the possibility that you're creating that or that can result.
Yeah.
It's disregard for that possibility.
Right. Let's see if they have anything else. They don't have anything like this in Westlaw in Minnesota. Let's see. In prosecution for second-degree manslaughter, where certain misdemeanors were relied on to show negligence. Okay, that's not going to be helpful there. Yeah. I'll go look up the first-degree manslaughter also, because I think she's also charged with that. And since it's got recklessness, they may have better definitions there. But the whole issue is, can they get to the elements of this? Because the judge is going to tell the jury, this is what this means. This is what recklessness means. This is what culpable negligence means. And you have to decide if these actions rise to that level.
Yeah. So I would expect the defense in their opening to make those sort of distinctions, to say like you're gonna learn the difference between a mistake and recklessness. And you're going to learn, and the facts will show that this was just a mistake.
Yeah, let's see. Elements of offense, heat of passion. Okay, where are we? Where are we here? Manslaughter in the first degree. Whoever does any of the following is guilty of manslaughter in the first degree. Intentionally caused the death of another person in the heat of passion. That's not what we're after here.
That's like when you walk in on your boyfriend or girlfriend and they're cheating on you.
Yeah. Okay, so it's just this one. So violates section 609.224, which I'll pull up, and causes the death of another or causes the death of another in committing or attempting to commit a misdemeanor or gross misdemeanor offense with such force and violence that death or great bodily harm to any person was reasonably foreseeable, and murder in the first or second degree was not committed thereby. So assault in the fifth degree. So I don't see how you get first degree manslaughter if it requires an assault charge, because I just don't think that she committed an assault.
Well, wait. Well, I mean, why not?
Well, I guess technically it would be an assault with justification, right? But I don't know. So the assault statute is whoever does any of the following commits an assault and is guilty of misdemeanor, commits an act with intent to cause fear in another of immediate bodily harm or death, or intentionally inflicts or attempts to inflict bodily harm upon another. So I guess a taser is technically,
yeah, if she intended
assault.
to, if she intended to tase him, but she ended up shooting him by mistake, that could still be an assault.
But there is it's not a violation if it's justified. So then is she justified in using force becomes the question for that. I don't know. I just don't see how they get there. But that's me. That's me. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm waiting to see what they pull up for this. I'm really curious how the defense's closing statement is going to go here. But yeah, opening statement. No, I'm also curious of the close, I guess, to be fair. Yeah, I'm not finding anything that's instructive on recklessness except for this sufficiency of evidence instruction. It says evidence was insufficient to support finding that defendant was reckless in the form of an actual conscious disregard of the risk created by his conduct in toppling deer stand from which Hunter fell, as required to support his conviction. Okay, so this helps a little bit. So recklessness here is described as an actual conscious disregard of the risk created by his conduct. So that's the thing. So her conduct has to create the risk, and then she has to consciously disregard the risk that she created with the conduct. That seems tough to me.
Yeah.
I
mean, because
the
you could
consciousness
say,
of it.
Yeah, because she had there was nothing, because of the fact that her taser was in the same position that it always was, right? That's she wasn't like, you could argue that she was being reckless if she switched them on that day, right? Because that's making a decision and making a conscious decision knowing that there's a policy that they need to be on opposite sides, and needs to be on her non-dominant side. Yeah, getting to the consciousness of that decision in that fast of a moment is going to be difficult, but it'll be interesting to see what kind of evidence they bring in to try to check that box.
The other aspect that was interesting to this is so there is contributory negligence would be in civil law. You would have contributory negligence. You would say, no, the other person contributed enough to this situation to mitigate or even nullify the responsibility of the person. That doesn't actually apply in criminal law. However, it can be determined that let me have them read this. While contributory negligence of victim is never a defense to a criminal prosecution, the victim's negligence is relevant on questions whether the defendant was negligent, and if so, whether negligence was the proximate cause of the victim's injury.
So yeah, we're getting to proximate cause.
Right. And
There.
so the question is, was the proximate cause of the injury the gunshot? I mean, it was a proximate cause of the injury, but did the victims, did Dante Wright's actions create the negligent scenario? Because that's the part of the culpable negligence and the recklessness factor that goes into it, is that Kim Potter has to create the negligent situation and then consciously disregard after
Yeah.
that. So it's two parts.
But if someone else is
Okay, a
helping to
couple of
create that
things.
situation, that sort of cuts
There
against
a media person here.
that
I
prosecution.
do not want you
point.
trying to talk to the families while you're in the courtroom. All right.
Wait, who's trying to talk to the family?
Also,
Media.
please don't leave until the jury leaves the courtroom. And that applies to the families as well as the attorneys and Ms. Potter. Okay? All right. Are you ready for the jury? All right. Thanks, Deputy.
Before they start their opening, I'm going to run to the restroom real quick.
All right. Hey, chat. How's it going? So for this, it'll be interesting to see how the defense responds. I think that proximate cause point that Nick was just talking about is a pretty ripe area for them to get into. Along with just the speed of the moment, that can't really create much for the recklessness element. All right, everyone's getting up. Looks like maybe the jury's coming in.
All right. I assumed there was nothing to miss.
Absolutely nothing.
Please be seated.
The jury literally just came in. They stood up for you, Nick.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Mullen Labe says hollow points are inhumane and cruel under the Geneva Convention, which is why it's a war crime used in combat.
May it please
I would have
the
said
court.
that if I was Kyle being crossed by Binger. Thanks for the work you
Mr.
do with
Frank and your
these.
team. Mr. Gray, Ms. Montgomery.
Eng is doing the
Officer
opening.
Potter
Okay.
and her family, her husband, sister-in-law, and brother. Members of the jury. She said, I'll tase you. I'll tase you. The language was direct. It was clear. It was unmistakable. And all Mr. Wright had to do was stop. He was
There's
told he
that
was
narrative
arrested
we were
on a
talking
warrant.
about.
He resisted. She said, I'll tase you. And all he had to do was surrender.
That's going to be their repeat point. All he had to do was stop. All he had to do was surrender.
But that wasn't his plan. He continued on with her struggle. And 5 seconds later, she says, taser, taser, taser. And you're going to remember those 3 words for the rest of your life.
Because I'm going to say them over
And when
and over
she's
and
saying
over.
those 3 words, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have to know from the facts what she is seeing. Because what she is seeing is that her partner, Sergeant Johnson, is in the car. He's a tall individual. He's going to testify probably tomorrow. But he's in the car restraining the gear shift so that Mr. Wright can't escape. And she knows that if he's not stopped, Mr. Wright's not stopped, he's about to drive away with a police officer dangling from his car.
Exactly.
And she knows, and she'll tell you this, and when she says taser, 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 if she does nothing, Mr. Wright drives away and either substantially harms Sergeant Johnson or more likely he kills him. So when she says taser, 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 there's one last pause. The facts will show you. Mr. Wright can stop. All he has to do is stop, and he'd be with us.
Ooh, he's
But
animated.
he goes. She can't let him leave because he's going to kill her partner. And so she does taser, 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 and she pulls the trigger, believing that it was a taser. For why else would she say it? And immediately, upon pulling the trigger a single time, which is the training for tasers, the training for gun is to pull twice, she realizes what has happened, much to her everlasting and unending regret. She made a mistake. This was an accident. She's a human being. But she had to do what she had to do to prevent a death to a fellow officer, too. Well, before I start on the facts, and there are quite a bit more details to this case than you just heard about over the last hour, I'd like to introduce myself once again. It's a great honor to be here. It's a great privilege to be a lawyer in America, I think, and to be able to stand before you in this distinguished court in a case of this magnitude. And we are all about to engage in the great experiment that is called the American democracy, the central feature of which is a jury trial, where, according to the Constitution, if a citizen is accused of crime, her peers get to decide what the facts are and render a just verdict.
I want to see
It's
someone
humbling
turn this attorney into the Hulk in a
to be
meme.
here, but a great
I would
honor
like to
to
see
be
that.
your voice, along with Mr. Gray, to talk to you,
Chat,
to
make it
answer
happen.
ask the questions she wants us to ask, and to present the evidence she wants us to present for her, and to finally argue for her at the end of the case, which will be done by Mr. Gray. It's a historic process that we're all engaged in. And I know you'll appreciate it, but it's been going on for hundreds of years, to over 200 years, in the American effort to be fair. And there's something sacred about what we're trying to accomplish here. You're making an everlasting decision about a human being. And there's hardly any greater responsibility than that.
So I like
Well, this is an opening statement. It's meant for
here we go.
the defense and the state to give you a roadmap or an overview of the case. It's my chance to tell you what the facts are, many of which were left out. So here's what I'm going to do in the next half hour. I'm going to introduce the police officers to you because they're just not there for a second. They have lives, they have careers, and you should know more about them. So I'll talk about Kimberly Potter and her life and her career. I'll talk about Sergeant Michael Johnson, and I'll talk about Anthony Lucky. I'll give you just an overview of who they are, which you should know about. Then I'll follow that by talking about what happened here.
Get these mics out of my way.
This case isn't about a license tab. It's about a bench warrant and a guy that had a harassment order and violent conduct on his part. So we'll go in second by second on what happened here.
I'm going to tell you what I'm going to tell you. Then I'll tell it to you.
Because
and
she'll
I'll tell you what I
that
told
next
you.
Week. But I want you to be in mind and mindful of what she saw. And then after we talk about the incident, I'll tell you about the other witnesses we're going to call to buttress and support our defense, the experts and the lay witnesses alike, and then we'll be ready to go.
It's like this guy actually
So I
paid
want you to hang with
attention
me
and
for a half
persuasive
hour here.
speaking.
That's where I'm going to go.
You just
So
set
let's start with the
expectations.
three officers.
Half hour. This is what I'm going to do.
Well,
now I'm
first,
going to do it.
Kimberly
and then,
Potter,
like I said, at the end, he's going to tell
she's
him what he did.
49 years old.
Yep.
Was born in 1972. 4 kids in her household. She had one of these experiences as a kid that is memorable. One day in her grade school class, a police officer named Michael McGee came to talk about bicycle safety. And it is amazing what influence an adult might have on a child at any particular time, but she enjoyed the talk, and it dawned on her that she might want to be a police officer just by the mere fact this officer came to her class. She pursued the interest in high school. She was in Explorers, which is kind of the teenager grouping that allows kids that age to experience police work to see if they might be interested. And by the time she had graduated from high school, Totino Grace, by the way, which is in the northern suburbs, Catholic high school, maybe you are familiar with it, she had decided to be a police officer. And what she wanted to do is get a BA and then pursue her career. So she enrolled at St. Mary's University in Winona and started down there in 1990 and got a degree in criminal justice and sociology, which are the standard majors for police officers. She graduated in 3.5 years. She was an industrious student, worked really hard. And then she started applying for work in the community. She got a job at the Anoka Regional Treatment Facility, but she wanted to get in with the police force. So she applied and was hired in 1995 to work for Brooklyn Center Police Department as a patrol officer. And she'll tell you one of the proudest days of her life was to have her dad pin the badge on her so that she could be a police officer. Around the same time, she married her husband, Jeff, who's the fellow with the dark suit. And they have 2 kids. One's in the Marine Corps now, and one plays the Division I hockey in the Dakotas.
What he's doing right now is saying this is a person, not a problem.
Humanizing.
She started out her career as a patrol officer. She always wanted to be on the street. She took a special interest in domestic abuse victims, which will come into play in a minute. She became a part of the Brooklyn Center Domestic Abuse Task Force. She was really interested in women who were victimized by men.
Remember that whole, he was a good family man, a loving dad.
The women through the court system.
Character evidence, in other
became their
words.
mentors, made sure they were
Which
treated
is
fairly.
what? Rebuttable.
She had a talent for negotiation. She was on the hostage negotiation team for Brooklyn Center. She was on the crisis team. She was an FTO, asked to be an FTO, which is an honor as well to train police officers. And then this day that we're going to talk about in a moment, she was the FTO, Field Training Officer. And one of her greatest achievements, she'll tell you, is that she is on the honor guard for police officers who die in the line of duty. She is the one among several who carry the caskets. Police officers who are shot. And every officer will tell you that the most dangerous thing a police officer will do is respond to a traffic stop or an act of domestic violence. And everybody that makes a stop knows that something may go wrong. So that's her career. That's who she is. And over the course of 26 years, she never fired a gun. She never fired one shot. She never fired her taser. She never had to. She was good at de-escalating everything. And here, that's what she's trying to do. I'll tase you, which is another way of saying, please stop, so I don't have to hurt you. Please stop. So that's who she is. She'll tell you that. Sergeant Johnson is on the scene. He's 41. He started the force in 2005. He became a member of the SWAT team. And you'll see that he is an imposing guy, 6'2", 6'3". He's on the SWAT team because of his physicality. SWAT teams, he'll explain to you, go into houses to arrest people, do search warrants, and are engaged in the activities designed to arrest people who don't want to be arrested, and anything that's involving a dangerous course of action, the SWAT team is often called. And he'll describe that to you. But the fact of the matter is, SWAT team members tend to be fearless because they take the most risks. And on this day, he was the guy who opened the passenger car door and stayed in the car. And he was the guy that she wanted to save. So that's Sergeant Johnson. He's a patrol sergeant. He's her supervisor. He evaluates her. And he's on duty that day. He gets the radio call and he arrives. Finally, we have Anthony Lucky, who is the young one of the bunch, but old in terms of experience. Mr. Lucky's in his 20, Officer Lucky's in his 20. He grew up in Brooklyn Park, which of course is next to Brooklyn Center, graduated from high school there. He too will tell you that somewhere along the line when he was 7 or 8, he decided to be a police officer. After high school, he went to junior college for 2 years, Rasmussen, got certified. You need a 2-year degree to be a police officer, 4-year or 2-year, and got his boards and started to become a police officer. His first job was up in Mille Lacs for the Mille Lacs band up in Mille Lacs Lake. The geography was a little tough. That's not quite where he wanted to be. He had a job in Gaylord, Minnesota, small town north, south and west of here. And then he applied to where he always wanted to be, which was Brooklyn Center.
Small town north, south, and west of
Brooklyn
here.
Center was right next to where he lived.
Weird.
He knows the streets.
It's west and then south.
He knows the people. He knows the culture. He has intuitions about what is occurring because
I knew the chat was going to jump on that.
And in a sense,
Gaylord,
wait
Minnesota,
for him to testify as well. So those are the three people that really
So predictable, guys.
know what happened. Let me go
predictably
now
hilarious.
into April 11th. On this day, Officer Lucky is supervised, as we said, by former Officer Potter. They start the shift. It's a Sunday. It's non-eventful. Nothing is happening much on a Sunday in April in Brooklyn Center, but they're on routine patrol. An FTO supervises the new police officer. Officer Lucky just started in February of this year. And he's driving along and he sees a white GM Buick in a turn lane. The signals are opposite. Instead of turning left, there's a signal to turn right. His curiosity is piqued. He decides to follow the car. It's his decision. As he follows the car, he runs the plate. He notes that the tabs are expired. He sees a Christmas tree hanging from the mirror. But this case isn't about tabs. It's not about Christmas trees. He has a right to stop. He makes the decision. It's his own decision. She joins it. She doesn't oppose it. And he stops the car. And you're going to see a much longer video as we go through here. So he does what he's trained to do. He walks up to the car door. The window comes down. He immediately notices the odor of marijuana. They didn't tell you that last hour. He sees marijuana shake inside the car. He asked for a license. Mr. Wright, excuse me, who is driving the car, has no license. He can't give him one. His license is suspended. He asked for insurance.
Oh, it's suspended.
Officer Lucky does, because
Yep.
in
Not
Minnesota,
just
to drive a car,
COVID,
you got to
not
have
renewed.
insurance. And the reason you have insurance is that should you get into crash, that the victims of your crash can be compensated. And the only insurance card that Mr. Wright could produce was something 4 years old in a different name.
Oh, jeez.
So we've got some flags here going on. It's not anything about the tabs any longer. It's about someone who shouldn't be driving a car at all. Lucky goes back to the car. They get in. He runs a warrant check. Standard. There are different databases that can be used to run a warrants check. If you've ever stopped, this has happened to you as well. But so he runs a check, and you'll hear the audio of it, and there's a warrant for him. So this changes the equation. The warrant is for a gun charge. A gun charge. It's a gross misdemeanor, and this causes Lucky, who lives in the area, to be alarmed.
Yeah,
Because
that's
he
a
knows
convenient
from his
omission
own
by the
personal
prosecution.
experience
Yep.
All
in
she
this
said was
area,
that there was a warrant for his arrest.
that a substantial
The fact that it's for a gun charge
percentage
is definitely relevant
people
for the situation.
driving in Brooklyn Center have guns in their car. He'll estimate it's up to 40%. That may be high, but that's his own anecdotal experience. But there's a substantial chance he'll tell you that there's now a gun in the car because the guy's got a gun warrant. And he'll tell you he thought there was a substantial chance Wright had a gun either on his person or in the left container of the car in the doorway or in the console, which is where you hide the guns. Okay. He's alerted. So they run more checks though. And what they didn't tell you an hour ago is there was a harassment order against Mr. Wright. A female had secured an order for protection against him because he had been violent against her. So we have guns. We have someone who's accused Mr. Wright of being violent, and a court had ordered him to stay away from her. We have marijuana in the car. He can't drive the car away. He can't be allowed to leave. So Lucky goes back to the car and says, they have a conversation here. And the conclusion he drew was that he had to be arrested on the warrant. A court of law directed him to arrest him. It has nothing to do with a license tab.
Wake
it has to
up,
do with a
jury,
court
I'm
order
here.
from this district.
If they were ever asleep, they're now awake.
So the plan is to go to the door and arrest him. But they also have to know who the female is in the car.
Yeah,
because Lucky
We
knows,
need that Hulk meme.
Officer Potter knows that with restraining orders and harassment orders, sometimes the girlfriend or the friend who gets the order reconciles with the defendant. And they have to find out who she is to see if she is in danger. This is standard police work. No fault can be had for the strategy here. So Lucky walks up to the door, tells him, Mr. Wright, to get out. He can't arrest him inside the car. So he directs them to get out, and about the same time, all three of them say, you're under arrest. And Johnson, by this time, has conferred. He knows what the situation is, too. So there's an arrest warrant for a gun. In hindsight, I suppose, they could have taken Mr. Wright further back. But all these officers will say that sometimes they arrest at the doorway. But the plan was to cuff him and then figure out what to do. They had to cuff him, recheck the warrant, recheck the woman, and then figure out what to do. This is all legitimate. This is all legitimate police work. And all Mr. Wright had to do was surrender on the warrant, which he had to.
All he had to do was surrender. See, I picked it out. I'm so proud of myself. Gold star.
So he gets him out of the car. Lucky does. And then you hear on the videotape, which you'll hear many times, is he turns Dante Wright to the car, tries to get his arms back, which is what he's supposed to do, and then Wright starts to tense up. And Lucky says, "Don't tense up. Don't tense up. Don't do it, bro," I think is the language that you'll hear. So we have someone who's supposed to surrender and doesn't want to surrender. And he gets back in the car, and it's chaotic. It's fast moving. This is really quick. Mr. Wright is extremely fast. He knows exactly what he wants to do, and that is escape. So he twists and turns back in the car. And at this point, Johnson enters the car. Johnson holds, as I say, the gear shift, so he can't drive. Lucky's trying to hang on. And at this point, he has to be stopped. He can't just drive away, because the police officers know that fleeing a police officer is also a felony. And fleeing at a dangerous speed, which you saw in the video, is a dangerous felony. It's a crime of violence. They also know they can't let him go. They can't. The court has said arrest him. "I'll tase you, I'll tase you, I'll tase you," she says. It's clear, it's direct, it's rooted in her hostage crisis training. She announces what's going to happen to him. She hopes, as I tell you, that he will comply, be arrested. She repeats it twice. "I'll tase you, I tase you," and there's 5 seconds. And then, as I told you, she sees Johnson, whose location was key to the case, because if this guy drives away, he's dead.
This is their justified use of force and deadly force argument that they're going to make.
He's dead.
She's justified in pulling the trigger
the moment,
either way,
what happens,
on either weapon.
She shouts, "Taser, taser, taser." And one of the issues for you, or the key issue in the case for you, is what was her conscious thought as to whether or not she had a taser in her arm or whether or not she had a gun.
The objection is overruled.
The evidence will show you,
It's going to be
in
a lot
her
of
own testimony
trial, I
and
think.
in your intuition after watching the video 10 times, is that she believed that she possessed a taser. That's why she said taser, taser, taser. She didn't say gun, gun, gun. And if she believed that she had a taser, which she did, then she did not have an awareness of possessing a gun. You know, the crimes alleged here are going to be defined by Judge Chu at the end of the trial, but it's just not shooting somebody. That's not the crime. It's being consciously aware of some kind of fact.
All right, Counselor, please stick to the facts.
Okay, so now he's got the same issue that the prosecution has. So now we're evened out.
As you look at the case, you decide whether, when she said taser, 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 she meant something else. You decide. And that's why we're here, essentially. We have that dispute. So that takes care of what happened. You know who's the testimony is going to be. Now I want to tell you who our other witnesses are going to be before you, and then we'll get going on the case. We're going to call several witnesses. The first one will be Timothy Gannon. He's the police chief, former police chief of Brooklyn Center. He was starting at Brooklyn Center in 1994, about the same time former Officer Potter did. His rise through the department was a different course. He was on the SWAT team. He became a sergeant quite quickly. And then he became a commander. There are 3 commanders and then the police chief. And then eventually he became the police chief of Brooklyn Center. And he's going to testify first. He's a veteran of the Iraq wars. He's got a BA. He's a wealth of experience. He's been in over 100 critical instances in his life where shots were fired. He's been in danger himself. And he'll testify about the training that Brooklyn Center police officers take. And he'll testify that he's seen the videotape himself. Different views of the tape now as it become more produced in the discovery. And he'll say that given the position of Johnson's body in the car, it was
seems like he needs some water.
Officer
He has that little
Potter's training to
minuscule
not only
bottle.
shoot a taser.
Yeah.
He certainly could do that.
But he keeps having
consistent
this
with
like
what
little
she was
cough.
trained to
It
do.
just sounds like he just he
But she
needs
could have also shot
something.
him, which is not intention, but she could have shot him, given the fact that Johnson almost died.
She could have
But
shot
that will
him.
be his testimony. He'll also tell you a little bit about being in these traumatic critical incidents, is what they're calling in police training and the police world. And he'll tell you that he's been in, as I say, 100, but he'll also tell you that there's certain
Guys, when you're doing this, you have so much
inability to
nervous energy
recall
that your
events
mouth
that
is
happen so quickly
the
and they're so
desert.
violent.
Yeah.
And part of Officer Potter's testimony will be a lack of recall as to some details in this. She's got most of them, but some details are gone. And that does happen during critical instances involving trauma. So he'll tell you a little bit more about that. We're going to call next a fellow from Missouri named Steve Iams, I-J-A-M-S. He's a 29-year veteran of police work, and he's going to testify as to the reasonable use of a taser. There's a question here. They're going to present their own expert named Stoughton, and we will present an expert to you in the form of Iams, Steve Iams, that the use of the taser was certainly legitimate. It was appropriate. There was enough distance. The central claim, factual dispute that you're going to have to decide is whether the car was moving or whether, in other words, Dante Wright was in control of the car. And the testimony will be that the car was not moving, that he wasn't in control of the car, and that was the purpose of Johnson being there. And you'll have testimony when someone says taser, 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 that's consistent with the training, then everyone jumps back so as not to be shocked by the taser itself. So when Officer Potter shouted taser, 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 that's when Johnson and Lucky moved back. And the fact that she shouted taser, taser, taser saved Johnson's life. So that's Steve Iams. He'll come in. We've got another officer named Colleen Fricky who was with Kimberly Potter that night, and she'll show you videotape to give you a sense of the profound remorse and the emotional impact this has had on her. And she'll show you a video of Kimberly Potter huddled in the corner of Brooklyn Center Police Station. Her grief and regret was inconsolable. But grief and regret is not a crime either, or reflective of one. We're going to call character witnesses for her, people who've known her, police officers, friends from the family, all ages, to say that she has a good reputation for being peaceful and law-abiding, so that you know that this is something that
that's a
is way out of the ordinary.
Very ballsy move to raise your
And
defendant's
finally, we're going
character.
to answer the question that some of you had.
Unless they just don't have a bad one. Then it's a great move.
Well, if you're a police officer
Yeah.
for 29 years, why and trained so well, why should something like this happen? And so we will be calling a fellow named Lawrence Miller from Boca Raton, Florida. He's a PhD in psychology with an expertise in traumatic
Sorry, that coughing is just getting
incidences
bad.
and police
Yeah.
work.
What do you do though?
And he's going to
Pause
talk
for a
to you
second for
about,
some water.
how it is that we
I feel like the jury would be like, yes,
one
please.
thing
Thank
while
you.
meaning to do
Take a
another.
sec.
It's called in the literature an action error. And he'll come in Friday
Obviously,
morning.
it's easy
a
for me
week
to
from
sit here and
this
call
Friday.
shots, though. So pointing that
And
out
he'll
as
talk
well.
about
It got
the routine
cold and
kind of
dry
action
over the
errors
past
that we
2
all
days.
experience. I'll
Yeah.
give you
We
some
went from
examples
40 to
of
like
what
5.
an action
yesterday.
error is, but I want to get that word
Sounds
in your
awful.
mind as you go through the case. Action error. And for example, as the year turns, and for those who still write checks, you write the date of the check in January and you put the wrong year because you're used to doing 2001 all through the year, and it should be 2022. Well, that's an error. You're making an error you don't even think about. Or in computers, you change the password, but absentmindedly go back to your old password. Or if you've recently moved to a different location, you sometimes can drive back to your old location not realizing that that's what you've done. These are called action errors, and they are ordinarily dismissible,
Do a
but
shot
they
for every
become
cough.
quite important when what happens is catastrophic. And when someone makes a mistake and wants to do one thing but does something else with consequences of the kind that we see here. Action errors in the field of great catastrophe include airline mistakes that are historically made. Why a high-time pilot would suddenly miss a landing after 30 years. Why a surgeon, perhaps after 1,000 surgeries, might make a mistake, which can happen, or a diagnosis may be missed in the time of stress. Action errors in police work, Dr. Miller will tell you, occur in times of chaos, acute stress, when the decisions have to be made in an instant,
belaboring this witness too much.
when there is no time for reflection, and where the individual involved is in turn chaotic and perhaps intoxicated. Stoned is another word for it. It's up to you, of course, whether action error.
Oh, that's 'cause they
occurred
smelled
in
the
this
weed.
case, and he's not going to give you an opinion one way or another, but he'll explain what happens to the brain and what happens in these high catastrophic instances is that the habits that are ingrained, the training that's ingrained, takes over in these chaotic situations, and the historic training is applied and the newer training is discounted. And the evidence in this case is that the tasers were only available in the last 10 years, and this is a brand new taser, whereas by comparison, Ms. Potter has had 26 years of gun training. And an error can happen. We are in a human business. Police officers are human beings.
Business.
And that's what occurred. At the conclusion of the case, I will rest and we'll get a chance to argue for what the facts show. And that will be an argument for your verdict of not guilty. Ms. Potter's good name has been besmirched by this allegation, which is not true, and by the press coverage, which has been slanted, and we seek to reclaim it. And reclaim it we will. And our request for you
It's
to
an
find her not
interesting
guilty
point to
will
add
be
in.
well deserved.
They know what
All
he
right,
knows.
members of the
You've
jury,
seen
we're going
stuff.
to break for lunch.
Yeah.
And we'll start up again
Yeah, like-
at 1:30. Okay? So have a good lunch.
You've seen stuff in the media. We know you've seen stuff in the media, but hey, that stuff isn't fairly portrayed.
Yeah. So be prepared to be recalibrated during this trial.
I think his opening was much stronger than the state's on at least engaging the jury.
Yeah.
He was much more animated. I thought at the end he got it was kind of like he needed to be reined in, like focus back in and finish what you're
Yeah.
saying. But all around, much easier to listen to than the States, in my
Yeah,
opinion.
I do agree. He was much more engaging. He did repeat several times. All he had to do was stop. All he had to do was surrender. All he had to do was X. Um, I I would have liked to have seen him end with something like that to remind the jury, so that when it gets sprinkled in again, later on throughout other testimony, that that the jurors then remember that sort of mnemonic. But yeah, he starts to get into a little bit of detail about what each witness is going to give, which is, of course, I mean, what you should do. You should go through a number of witnesses to say this is what they'll show, this is what you're going to take away from XYZ. But then he got into a bit more detail, and it started to lose my attention, to be honest.
Yeah, that's what I was saying at the end. Like you're telling me you're now telling me everything that your expert psychiatrist is going to talk about, and like just say he's going to tell you about mistakes. He's going to tell you how common mistakes are, and you know what? We all make mistakes. You probably made mistakes that you can think about right now, and he's going to tell you why people make those same sort of ordinary mistakes that you and I are familiar with. And sometimes those mistakes can have really big consequences, but I'm going to let him do that because he's the expert. And then you move on. So that's it. You don't need to tell us like, pilots will miss a landing. It's like, Jesus, that's terrifying. Or it's like how a surgeon can screw up. It's like, okay, thank you. These are really bad results that I don't want to deal with. That I think that was just going too far. But overall, you take 45 minutes to do an opening, and for probably 40 minutes of it, it was really good and compelling.
Yeah.
So I love how he broke up that intro, right? He hits the narrative right away. He tells the story right at the beginning. This is a story about one, they're not telling you the facts, but this is a story about this guy, this officer having to deal with someone who's been pulled over, not for tabs and a little thing, but he's got a violent warrant out, and you've got a friend hanging out the window who's in danger. You got nothing left to do but try and stop it.
Yeah.
And then he
That's the
peels
thing about
back. Yeah.
the emotional part is that, we were talking about this during the Rittenhouse trial, that the defense can get away with harder emotions a bit more than the state can. So the fact that he's like pounding the podium, that he's getting really loud, saying like, he could have decided otherwise. He could have done something else, but if he would have stopped, this wouldn't have happened, essentially. He can get away with that more so than the state can. And I think that was effective to start with that, to sort of wake up the jury again. And then he introduced himself, which was interesting.
Yeah. And I like that though. Like, let me hook you in. Then we're going to bring it back. Then and then he does a full on persuasive intro. He did not do the persuasive conclusion, which I think maybe to his detriment, but but the persuasive intro, I'm going to tell you in just a minute about all these things. And then he sets the expectation over the next half hour. You're going to hear this. So don't worry. I'm not going to talk for 2 hours. You're going to have a reasonable amount of time. And here's what you can expect. I'm going to tell you about who these people are. These are people. They're not just an issue or a fact pattern or a problem for you to solve. These are people involved here. And I think it's really important that he brought in the two other officers on scene, right? He didn't just humanize Kim. Of course, he spends the most time because she's the defendant. But the other guy, he's going to humanize him because he's going to tell you this is her superior officer, her supervisor. He's a SWAT team guy. He dives into these dangerous situations, and she sees him in one and knows. And police officers, I believe, are trained on this. If you're in a car and that car starts driving, they'll be shown videos and situations of police officers getting severely injured or killed by being dragged. You don't want to be stuck in a car. And so So this is her friend, her boss, and a brave guy, and he's in a bad situation. She has to act. If she doesn't act, he dies.
And by humanizing him, that makes her concern over him that much more apparent for the jury. Like you're
Yes.
able to understand her concern much more. So then this is some robot that she's concerned about, right? Like, no, this is another human being that she's concerned about. And then and also like this is another thing that's like this is the choice that both sides have to make when it comes to
Sorry. I was switching feeds, hoping we'll get closed captioning when it comes.
Oh, okay. So this is the choice that both sides have to make when there are good facts and bad facts, right? So the prosecution chose not to talk about the fact that the warrant was for a gun charge. They chose not to talk about the fact that there was an odor of marijuana in the car, and that the Dante Wright also had a restraining order against him for violence. So they chose not to talk about that. They could have chosen to get ahead of it and to say that those things don't matter. But now that they didn't talk about it, that puts a bit more fuel in the tank for the defense, because they're like, hey, by the way, they don't want you to know this, but these are points that actually matter because they influence Kim Potter's state of mind as to what is necessary in this situation, because this is a guy who has shown in the past that he has a propensity for violence, or that he has been violent in the past, and that he has a warrant out for his arrest for a gun charge. So there is a decent chance that there is a gun in this car. Also, I mean, neither side has mentioned this. I would have thought that maybe the defense would have maybe mentioned it, but hey, it'll probably come out at trial. The point that he's also behind the wheel of a vehicle, which is also a deadly weapon if used so. So, yeah, so those are all points that were good for the defense. And I think that, usually this is the way that it often goes for, I would say probably most trials, is that when somebody's sitting on the jury, they listen to the prosecution's opening, and then the prosecution sits down, and the jury says, oh, this defendant is effed because all of these facts, I'm ready to go guilty on this guy. And then the defense gets up, and then they state their point, and then they sit down, and then the jury says, oh, maybe not. There are all these facts that I didn't know about, and now this actually maybe not guilty. I don't know. So that's what happened in this case. And so I think at this point, this is a very normal par for the course trial in that respect.
Yeah, it's yes, I agree with that sort of synopsis. This is the state gets to make their case, and we said this during the Kyle trial too. At the end of the state's opening argument, and then again at the end of the state's case in chief, you should think the person is guilty. Like that. If you don't, the state failed its job entirely.
Exactly.
So the jury should be thinking this person is guilty. Okay. Then the defense gets to get up and say, let me tell you why they're not. Here's the reasonable doubt. Not that they're innocent. That's not the defense's job. Their job is to see the entire case and then go hole, hole, hole. And these holes add up to enough doubt that you cannot say with certainty that this person is guilty. If we can't say with certainty, then they're not guilty, because that's the system we have. So I agree with that. One thing I do want to say about the smell of marijuana is I will never never deviate from this. BS. I don't believe it. I never believe a cop when they say they smell marijuana. I don't. I just don't. Look, cops, when you hear a cop talk about how good they are at smelling marijuana, they can detect marijuana from following a car. I'm not kidding. I have seen cops say, I was following behind the car and I could smell marijuana coming from it. It's like, how do you know?
It was like a train with smoke coming out.
They can smell marijuana. I had a case, and I've talked about it before on the channel, but I had a case where it was a house fire. And if I showed you the pictures, it's nighttime, but it's orange because this house is 115 years old. It's dry as a tinderbox. It goes up like crazy. The trees are on fire. The ground is on fire. And importantly, this pile of garbage is on fire. Plastic bag, aluminum cans in the plastic bag. This is on fire. And the cop says, I smelled a strong odor of marijuana coming out of this fire. It's like, and then they of course, this is to justify after the fact that they searched the fire without any sort of warrant. And when they open it up, all the marijuana in there is green, bright green. So it wasn't actually burning, but they totally smelled that marijuana. It's like the whole earth is on fire around you. There's smells everywhere, but that marijuana though, they just nailed it.
But I will say though, it is more reasonable to be able to smell it when you've actually approached the car and you're right next to it with the window
Yeah,
open.
I just don't believe it.
That's
'cause it's
much
a
more
real-
reasonable than like I was driving behind them and like there was this train of smoke.
Yeah. No, and look, my default position that I will stick with, even if I am wrong, is that they didn't. Just because it's so easy to say I smelled marijuana on every stop to try and justify a search or justify an arrest. Now they didn't need to on this one, right? But I'm not saying that, and everything they did here, the only question of whether or not it was justified was her pulling the trigger.
Mhm.
So they didn't need the marijuana thing. I think it's a minor detail in general, and they didn't focus a lot on it. But I just have to get that out there. It's my personal pet peeve. I hate that cops just get to say, "Well, I smelled marijuana, therefore my actions are all justified." It's like, but that's not what they're doing here. It's just this little puzzle piece, and the only reason it's a puzzle piece, by the way, is because the prosecution left it out. The prosecution could have gotten ahead of that fact. They're going to tell you that they smelled marijuana in the car. Maybe they did. Maybe they didn't. He wasn't smoking marijuana at the time. There's no evidence that he was high. They didn't pull him over for driving under the influence. So they're going to use that to try and place the blame at the feet of the victim here, or the feet of Dante Wright. I think you can actually say victim in this court. So that's what the prosecution should have done, gotten out ahead of that fact. They're going to tell you that there's a gross misdemeanor out and that it was for a gun charge. But there wasn't a gun there at the time. Nobody's testifying that there was a gun in the car. He didn't reach for a gun. There's nothing about a gun at all. So they're going to try and do this to make you think a bad thing about Dante Wright. But Dante Wright's actions here are not on trial. Kim Potter's are. She's the one who had the gun. She's the one who pulled the gun. And guess what? Kim Potter had a warrant out for her arrest for a gun crime too. Right? Like you just say something like that. Get out ahead of the bad facts. But by leaving them out, they let the defense come in. They didn't tell you some things. We're going to educate you. And one other thing, the prior acts and the character evidence that are being brought up. We talk about how you can't bring up a prior act and you can't bring up character. There's some nuance to that. You can't bring up a prior act as evidence that the person was committing a new act. It can't be used as proof they were committing a new act. But if you have a different reason for bringing up a prior act, it can be brought up. And this goes to Dante Wright's character and his warrant for his arrest and his bad actions. Kim Potter looks it up, right? The state even has to say they pull his background check. They find out he has this warrant. Well, they know what the warrant is for. They can read it on the screen. So now that doesn't prove like that he's got a warrant out for a gun crime. It doesn't prove that he's committing a gun crime now. But what it does do is it impacts her state of mind and how to approach the car. And that's what I think you were mentioning. Now they have to think, is there a gun there?
Right. And then they add in the expert that's going to, I think it's an expert, right? That he said that's going to testify that there's a 40% chance that there actually is a gun, because that's the number of people that actually have guns in their cars. And then that can also be, the prosecution can poke holes in that and say like, well, okay, but like what kinds of demographics or what kinds of, situations or whatever. I don't know. There are ways to poke holes in that, but that does introduce, for her state of mind, there could be a gun here. This could be a much more dangerous situation that can escalate out of nowhere.
Right. And if you're thinking, okay, I've got when you take the totality of the circumstances, and that's what officers are charged with in the reasonableness of their actions, is you've got allegedly smell of marijuana. You've got a traffic stop that has become more than a traffic stop because you got this warrant. That warrant involves a gun crime. And now I'm thinking, when I walk up to that car, it's very possible that there's a gun present. And they do something different than what we saw in Floyd. In Floyd, you see that guy draw his gun right away, right? Like he draws the gun on Floyd right away. Same thing in Philando Castile. As the officer's approaching the side of the car of Philando Castile, he pulls his gun like right away. It's a very early sort of thing. He seems nervous and apprehensive. In this case, they know about it, but they're approaching sort of in the way that maybe we don't have to. I don't mean to put any words or motives behind it, but they're not approaching this as the way that there is definitely a gun and it's being drawn and we're in danger. You know, it's so they've got to be concerned about it, but they're also not overreacting. And I think that's a pretty important aspect of this. But they probably could have approached the car with at least a hand on the sidearm. They probably could have done that. And we saw hints that that's going to be part of their thing. She could have shot him. She could have just shot him, but she didn't, because she thought this was a more appropriate action. But man, it's pretty interesting so far.
Yeah.
I have some super chats to read.
All right.
That have come in. Jensen Zeiger says, already playing up the fact she used hollow points when a few weeks ago they were playing up the fact that Kyle didn't. Also, yes, Dante should be alive, but I love, he was just trying to flee from police. No big deal. Yeah, and the one interesting thing that the state brought up in that training manual was this idea of mere flight. Like there is just mere flight, right? Someone runs off. Cops don't shoot everybody who runs away.
Yeah. Yeah. And then the part that was inconsistent too was that if you're going to tase someone, you should tase them in the back, which most of the time, if that's going to happen, that's going to be when somebody has their back to you, is when they're trying to get away from you, which is when they're trying to leave. Anyway.
The only time I've seen someone tased in the back is when the cops already had them on the ground, frankly.
But then there's a question of whether that's reasonable.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. That's why it's so weird. It's like, you should try and tase them in the back. It's like, okay, a lot of tasing situations are confrontational. The guy is advancing, the police deploys a taser. I guess you could see the thing where they're advancing on someone else, so you tase them in the back. That's where they're not fleeing. Those don't, I mean, I don't know. I don't know about that.
Yeah. I also, I mentioned just kind of in passing during the state's opening statement, the fact that she's not wearing a suit or a skirt suit is kind of weirding me out a little bit. It feels very informal to me for trial. And maybe, I don't know, is maybe you know better than me, is in Minnesota, what's the dress code for trial? Because I know of many jurisdictions where you would get reamed out by a judge for showing up that way.
There isn't actually a dress code in Minnesota for trial. So wait, were you talking about the prosecutor or?
Yeah, she was wearing like a floral dress with a blazer over it, which
that was
maybe a hearing in California, but I don't think you can go to trial in that way. I never would have.
Yeah, I think the rules are basically nothing that would be in some way, I guess, overly distracting, but it is weird, right? Put on a suit. You got a blazer, you got to have a jacket on, but put on a suit of some sort, I think is to me as a juror, even just looking at it going, why is she wearing a dress? Like that just doesn't seem like the proper attire from the state. Right? Like this is the state of Minnesota doing this. That person is representing the state. So, but there isn't actually a formalized rule.
Yeah.
On it,
I mean, that's usually the case, right? Is that it's probably not formalized, but you generally know that in certain courtrooms, like in Texas, you can wear Western style boots, but you got to wear a suit.
Yeah.
Maybe you may look a little out of place in California with those same boots, but I mean, every time I ever went into court in California, it was either with a skirt suit or a pantsuit. And I mean, I've come to think of it, I probably saw a woman wearing a dress with a blazer, but I mean, that was only ever for hearings. I never saw that. I'd be interested to hear Emily D. Baker get her take on that outfit,
Yeah,
given
it would
her
be.
experience with so much trial.
Yeah, and it again, it would be. Hold on, just a second. Guys have been dealing with a potential. Who is calling me? Stop calling me.
It's always when you're on live streams.
Yeah, but I have no idea
It's
who
Fox
that is.
News again. They're trying to get in contact with you. You're ignoring
Yeah,
them.
probably. Okay. I have to step away for just a second, but I'll be right back.
Oh
This is
man,
pertaining to that problem that I've been dealing with. So I apologize, but I'll be right back.
All right. So, yeah, now it's my live stream again. How's it going, guys? How's it going again? But yeah, that's something that the wardrobe, it feels ticky-tacky to bring up, but it is something that that can be something that can be distracting for the jury, kind of like what Nick was saying. So, because I mean, number one, the idea of wearing a dress with a blazer. Number two, having a very floral print can also be on its own somewhat distracting. So, yeah. Anyhow, I know there was a comment in the chat about surprising that I have any thoughts on anything that I would be wearing anything other than what I'm wearing now, because I wear a lot of similar clothing on a lot of these live streams. But when it comes to showing up in court, I am very formal. I'm super formal, super simple. So pretty much always wearing basically the same thing. So not the same thing as now, but the same sort of like formula: skirt suit, pantsuit, shell, basics. But anyhow, I think that it's going to be interesting to see what the experts are going to be talking about in this, because as Nick was saying, this seems like a case that should take 3 days. Oh, you're back.
Yep. I just had to step away for a second. I won't get into it. There was a potential I might have to like leave the stream for an extended period of time, but circumstances made that not work. I still haven't answered the phone. I don't know who that is.
Oh, okay.
But I'm not going to answer the phone.
Is the emergent situation getting fixed otherwise, or
sort of?
Oh no.
It'll get resolved, just not as fast as would be ideal. But that's like I said, it's not a problem. Okay. 68 SPC says the safety argument would only be valid if they use the taser versus the gun, since the action of moving the safety would not make a difference if it fires or not. She wouldn't have any kind of movement for this to happen. And I think Branca talked about this the other day, or was it not Branca? I think it was Branca, but it's like she could make the move for the safety and still like on the gun and still not even think about it, right? Like you could, it's just a little switch that goes up. So you activate it with your thumb.
Flick your finger thinking that you're doing it and go through the motions anyhow. I mean, it was a very fast encounter.
Yeah, it is. I mean, they're making out. She's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5 seconds. And it's like, yeah, 5.5 seconds seems really long when you're sitting in a courtroom and you're not under stress and there's not someone struggling and your two officer buddies aren't, fighting with this person. You're not in the middle of a street. 5 seconds is a long time when you're sitting listening to someone talk, but it's not so long when you're out, doing any sort of activity at all. So that was she could have done it, or the thing is, she might have just not, because she might have just grabbed the thing, and in her hand it feels like the gun, right? And she doesn't have to flick the switch. It doesn't mean she's consciously aware that it's a gun. It just means that she grabs the thing and does what she's supposed to do. Maybe if she would have grabbed the taser, she wouldn't have flicked the switch. I mean, who knows? But it's when people make those sort of mistakes, and this is what I think that expert is going to testify to. When people make those sort of mistakes, their body takes over. For me, I make a mistake like this a lot of times when I'm driving somewhere and I'm talking to my kids or whatever, and my brain will take me where on the path where I used to drive to my office. Right. So I'm going into town, and I'll not be going to where my office was, but that's where I'll start to drive to, because I
you go
used
on
to drive
autopilot.
there. Right. And so it's those little things. And it's like, it's not like I'm aware that I'm driving my car to my office until I finally realize it, until I get to a stop sign that I'm not supposed to be at, or until I'm even, it could be even a couple minutes later and I'm down the road
Yeah.
going, wait, this isn't where this thing is. So I think that's what they're going to testify to. And other places where you see this mistake, and I think these are different types of mistakes, but there are a lot of people who believe that these should be not prosecuted, is where a parent leaves a kid in a car. And there was one awful case where a dad didn't normally drive his kid somewhere, but things got changed up. He got on a phone call, a business call, on his way to work, and he short circuited. He didn't take the kid to daycare. So then he just drove to work. The kid fell asleep in the car, and he so he parks the car and goes inside of his office. Well, the kid woke up, and his car had an alarm system, and so his car alarm kept going off. And he could hear it in his office, and he just pick up the keys, like, what the heck? And, look out, nothing's there, and disarm the thing. And it's, this is a long-term mistake. And that short circuiting that happened in his brain was this big thing. So, these types of mistakes are pretty common. That's what they're going to be testifying to. Will it convince the jury? I don't know. But, but yeah, it's not so simple as, well, she meant to grab the taser. She grabs a gun. She should have known, because then she's got the gun, and anybody holding a gun would know.
Well, and also the prosecution is definitely going to be hammering quite a bit on the color of the taser, the weight of the taser, the fact that the taser is twice as heavy as it. But then the defense will likely come back in and say, yeah, okay, but remember, she's never shot her gun while out on duty before today. She's never used her taser while out on duty before today. So even if she knows that one is heavier than the other, she doesn't have as much experience drawing them on a daily basis when she's out and about. So, how much can she tell in the moment, in the heat of this moment?
Yep. That's going to be critical. Oh, all right. There we go. Never mind. Justin Orca fan says, justified shot, cry more, lefties. I don't think this is a left versus right issue personally. I mean, I know there's let me correct that. The state has prosecuted this case in the environment of making it a left versus right issue, because this case, I believe this officer is only even charged because of Floyd, and the wake of what was going on in 2020 at the time this happened. To me, I think that in 2017, this exact same incident happens, that she doesn't get charged. She may be fired. There may be a civil case. I don't think she catches a criminal charge. And those are the types of remedies that exist for rectifying honest mistakes. And those, it can be grave consequences, right?
Yeah.
Like it sucks. It sucks. A mistake case where my wife was on a jury was truck driver ran over a bicyclist, right?
Oh,
Ran over a bicyclist, killed the guy. It was awful. But you know, he didn't swerve into the bicyclist or anything. I think the bicyclist might have come over into the lane. Truck driver just didn't see him, and the guy I don't think he was wearing a vest. And they just said, you know, like, this guy died. Truck driver killed him. Truck driver didn't do it on purpose. There was no evidence that this was anything other than just a bad mistake that occurred. And so the trial that they had was actually just about failure to give enough distance passing a cyclist, right? And so it's a misdemeanor, or maybe even a civil. No, it was a misdemeanor that the guy was charged with. And I think they convicted him on that, because my wife is in the jury room like, I mean, he did fail to give him enough space, right? Like, he ran him over, but it wasn't like, this wasn't a manslaughter or vehicular homicide or anything like that, because at the end of the day, you know, that wasn't, they couldn't meet any of those elements.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
Billy Witch Doctor 99 says PowerPoints don't usually stick with me. Me either. I hate them. Oh, someone in the chat brought that up. There was no PowerPoint for the defense.
Yeah.
And that forces you to watch the lawyer.
Yeah.
Rather than watch a screen.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Although, I mean, I personally still prefer some kind of visual. But that's just me. That's just my personal preference. But, you know, it still was, I mean, he had other ways of drawing the attention of the jury. You know, using vocal modulations and banging on the podium. That's another way to do it. But
well, especially when you don't have that visual aid, you know, and they're focused on you, that gives more impact. If the state attorney with a PowerPoint would have been like pounding on the podium and getting really animated, then they're like, oh, what am I like? Am I looking at the PowerPoint? Am I looking back at her? It gets very confusing.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Cyrudin says, so the state is arguing that the training they provided was sufficient. That seems problematic. Doug Murray says, even scumbag criminals have constitutional rights. I'd rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the thin blue line. Artificial Raven says, been following your content ever since you joined a Medicare stream a few years ago. Hey, thank you, Artificial Raven. Very cool. Hopefully Papa Jim, you know, doesn't die anytime soon from his cancer aids. Arno09 says, I hope they bring up what's known as tunnel vision in high stress situations like this. Also, Virtra is a sim used to test cops in situations like this. Sadly, it's frequently optional or done out of the officer's pocket. Yeah, I think that's kind of what that what one of their experts is going to talk about. Tunnel vision, or just this, how mistakes are made, how these mistakes are not only made, but they're made frequently. Tall Skinny Geek says this defense guy's power level is over 9,000 volts. Mark Gee says, does Minnesota consider tasers as less lethal or non-lethal? Curious if that will come up in the use of force experts' part. I think they're considered less lethal. I don't know if it's going to come up. It's probably going to come up at part of it, but the question is she justified to use a taser? The secondary question would be, would she have been justified to use a gun? But that's what I think so far. We'll see, though. Okay. And the last one for now, Political Trucker says, I don't care what you say. Yeah, if he would have cooperated, none of this would be in question. But she was a cop for a long time. She needs to go to prison. She knew the difference between a gun and a taser. Cops are trained to be calm during interactions. And you were breathing.
That's a sorry.
No, it's okay.
I am always breathing.
I just want to make sure that if you're breathing, to say something.
Yeah. No, I think that's a fair point, and that's something that is going to be on the minds of the jury, right? Because we, at the same time, we do want to make sure that the police are held responsible, when it's necessary, because let's face it, we also give them a lot of public trust. So to say that they can make mistakes and not be held accountable, a lot of people are going to have a problem with that. A lot of people are going to have a hard time, saying, okay, but she also killed someone and she's a cop and she has all this experience and all of this training and whatnot. So, does she just get to say whoopsies and walk away? I don't know. I don't know how the jury's going to see that.
Yeah, and that's the big question is, will the jury be convinced by this? I think because Nate and I have talked about this with the whole mistake. I mean, that's a legal argument. Juries you're not really making legal arguments for juries because they're not lawyers. They're not judges. They're not supposed to be determining the law. They're told what the law is and they're supposed to apply the facts to it. But juries often apply a whole lot of other things than the facts to their decision. And one of them is, am I okay with a police mistake going unpunished when it results in the death of someone?
Yeah.
And that's why they're also talking about, why the defense will also try to characterize Daunte Wright in a negative way wherever they can try and work that in, is because they're going to say, you can be okay with this because even though this is a person, it's a bad guy. It's a bad guy. So not only it's not like a mistake that killed a toddler, right? This is a mistake that killed a guy who brought the circumstances for the mistake on himself. And not all mistakes are the same and not all losses are the same. And that sounds terrible, but that's kind of the narrative you're going to build. And
that's also why there's a difference between a criminal case and a civil case. It's a much easier argument to say that she should be held responsible in a civil case than it is in a criminal case. And that's just because the burden of proof is different. So,
right.
That's the other part, is that jurors need to keep that in mind too, is they have a very specific job here, and their job is not to enact the policy overall as to whether or not police officers are held accountable generally, because there are other ways of that sort of responsibility being held up aside from their job in this particular case. But like you said, that kind of stuff comes in sometimes.
I see someone in the chat saying his skirt was too short. Yeah, there's victim blaming, and then there's parts where some victims actually do create the circumstances. Now, you have an obligation, a legal obligation to comply with the lawful orders of a police officer. And that gets really fuzzy in some instances. In this one, it's not so fuzzy. In this one, he was lawfully stopped for valid reasons. Oh, people were asking, you can't have anything obstructing your vision by dangling from a rear view mirror in Minnesota. So if you have an air freshener dangling from a rear view mirror, one of those little pine trees or whatever, you can be pulled over just for that. Absolutely. But he's pulled over for that. He's got the expired tags on his license plate, and that's the first instance. Then they lawfully conduct a check on him. They run the warrant check, and they find out he's got a warrant. They go up. They have him step out of the car. They inform him that he's going to be arrested. They inform him exactly what for. If you remember with the Floyd detention, they didn't do any of that. He's like, Floyd's just sitting there yelling, "I'm not that kind of guy." But the officer doesn't say, "I'm arresting you for this thing," or I'm detaining you temporarily for this thing while we look in the car. He never does that. In this one, they actually do. They're following the proper procedure. We're going to arrest you. You've got an outstanding warrant. And then that's when things go south. This isn't a case of his skirt was too short, as it was so cutely put in the chat. This is the case where he has created this situation, and the officers are acting in the proper way. They're not there's nothing in this that shows that they're intentionally victimizing this guy. they're doing their job, and he has a legal obligation to comply with the orders that they're given. And I don't see any unlawful orders. I don't see any wrong actions other than the mistake of pulling the gun.
Right.
Julie S. HHCS LLC says, just popping in to say thanks. Your expert commentary really helps a layperson understand the nuances.
Nice.
Well, thank you. Thank you. I won't call myself an expert in any way, but just a guy, watching.
Just an
Of course,
expert grifter. I'm just
that
kidding.
that I could write the book on, but but no, it's, we're at the end of the day, people need to remember that as we're doing this, and this, I think this showed through in the Rittenhouse thing really, really well, is that we're giving our opinions and our takes on one, what we see, two, what we might think about, consider, or say or not say. But at the end of the day, we're just talking. Like we're just people with opinions. We've got a little bit of education and experience to help with those opinions.
Maybe a little bit of whiskey. Who
maybe.
knows?
Maybe a smidge, but the people who have who have their careers on the line, who have their paychecks on the line, are the people in the courtroom, and we saw that with Rittenhouse. We had lots of criticisms of Rittenhouse's team and some of the things that they did, some things that we said we wouldn't do or would do that they weren't doing, and yet at the end of the day, they won. And so, despite all of our various protestations, they won the case. So they did the job correctly. Like that's, they don't seem to have set him up for like some massive civil liability or anything like that. They won the case. So all of our stuff is just, this sort of background idea education for the audience's benefit.
And by the way, too, it's also, when you have a certain way of doing something, or you've been taught to do a certain to do something in a certain way, there's knowing how to do it, and then there's actually doing it. So, you can have all kinds of thoughts on like, this is what's supposed to happen, but then actually applying it, things can go wonky when you're trying to actually do an opening statement or a closing argument, or, a director across. All kinds of different weird things can happen that you in your personality may actually respond well to, or may not respond well to, and you're learning the whole time. So I also want to point that out too, that there is a difference between just being able to call it and call a strike, and being able to actually throw a strike.
We saw that in My Cousin Vinny, right? When Ralph Macchio's friend or cousin or whatever, he gets or his friend, he gets the public defender, right? Because he doesn't like Vinny at first.
Yes.
And the public defender says, oh, okay, this is pretty straightforward. This is all whatever. And then he gets up and he's like, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
That's right.
What's up, Nate? Welcome back.
Hey.
Oh, I can't hear you at all, buddy.
Yeah. Something wrong with your mic.
You must be muted on a different end, or maybe StreamYard isn't picking up the right mic. Nate, the mute is back. Oh my goodness.
No, we still can't hear you.
Nothing.
You might go out and come back in.
Yeah, I was thinking he'll probably get that fixed up. I am not a lip reading expert, but I think he said I'll be right back or something.
Yeah,
like
that's what it looked like. Yeah. I love using My Cousin Vinny for trial referennes. It's such a good, accurate movie.
It's one of the only thing that they don't, and you can't, they don't fully communicate just how slow court is.
Yeah.
But because
then it wouldn't be a good movie.
Right. The trial happens, in 30 minutes or whatever. But like really, these are long sessions in that thing. But everything they do, I mean, they go through the rules of evidence really well. They qualify witnesses.
Well.
They impeach.
Hey, I should.
There you go. Oh, you're echoed.
Whoa.
That shouldn't be echoing now, then.
Okay, there you go.
Nate has the
All right.
voice of God now.
What was that? What interface are you using? I want it.
I got this.
He's like, I am back
Cinco,
from
whatever.
Mount Sinai.
But my daughter likes the color, so next thing I know, she's over pressing buttons. I'm like, well, everything's all messed up here, so I gotta go fix that. It's all right, though.
Kids these days.
Welcome back, man.
Hey, thank you. I had to. Oh, both my kids got the half days today, so I gotta go pick them up. But I've been watching. I'm gonna
What are
say
your thoughts?
this is like a not guilty to me right now, to be honest with you. I'm these cops did everything seemed to be by the book. The only thing that went wrong is her pulling the wrong thing. I don't see
But
I
that's the
don't
big
see a guilty
question.
verdict.
Did you see me talking a little bit about the elements of manslaughter too?
Yes, I saw that.
Yeah, that was the interesting thing is, so it's gross negligence combined with recklessness gets to the culpable negligence for criminal liability, and that my problem with that, and let me know your thoughts are, I don't see how they get to the reckless element of it, because that recklessness requires basically creation of the risk and then a conscious disregard of the risk that you create, and that conscious disregard doesn't seem to be present.
Yes, because well, if you say it was an accident, or if they give up the fact that she grabbed the wrong weapon, then she's not consciously disregarding a risk because she doesn't know there's a risk, right? She's grabbed the wrong weapon. If she grabs the gun and waves it around and it accidentally goes off, you got her for the conscious disregard. But if you honestly think she grabbed the taser, then that element can't be fulfilled. Just legally it can't be fulfilled. So I don't know where the prosecution is going with this.
The thing that I'm going to be looking for is some other evidence that we just haven't seen any reference to yet, but that has to do with her knowing exactly where it is and having other experiences where she's used it, which is not the case according to the defense in that open, that she's never used it. She's never used a gun either while out on duty. But something about that she has the requisite muscle memory that she knows in that situation that she's supposed to be using that hand, using her left hand to aim and anyway. But
listen,
something there to make it conscious. I agree with you. I'm skeptical at this point, but I'm curious to see what the prosecution is going to try to do to check that box.
We have a
Joe.
time sensitive guest here.
Man on the
reporting
street.
live from New York City. Live from New York City. What's up, buddy?
MAGA country. That's where you at.
Oh, that's the name. I'm like looking at it. I was like, I can't come on this show. This is like too much racism. I don't know what's coming. They slapped this name on the only blackface to ever walk on this channel, and it's like, I'm like, I can't believe what's going on here. But yeah, now I see MAGA country. That actually took me a second to get that. So
all right. Yeah. From the Jesse Smollett. That's what the Nigerians were yelling. They were yelling, MAGA country, Jesse. MAGA country.
MAGA.
MAGA. Look
great.
at Joe. Joe, that's the first time I've actually seen Joe actually laugh. You gave me.
I always laugh.
No, I've seen some good laughs.
No, those are calculated laughs. I've been teaching him on how to grip.
I am a student under the Swami. Oh, Swami.
Yeah, you got to give us an update, man. What's going on?
Yes. Okay. So last night, Carolyn took the stand, and she was victim number 3. And while her initial story on direct was really good, on cross, they spent 4 hours, literally 4 hours, going through various testimonies, complaints that she filed against Jeffrey Epstein, and actions, things that she wrote when she was applying for the Victim Claim Fund in 2019, all of them, and one by one, just saying, you said you were 14, then you said you were 16, you said it was in May, you said you were 13, and it was just blow by blow to her credibility. And if you watch my stream and my update from last night, you saw that I was commenting about how the last 5 minutes on redirect were really riveting and gut wrenching, and how I found it to be really compelling. And I was terribly impressed by the redirect that Maureen Comey put forward. So still, in order to help protect her credibility, today we saw her boyfriend, Sean, Carolyn's boyfriend, Sean, take the stand, and he was doing a phenomenal job in corroborating everything that she was saying. And what comes out of it, I think, is pretty evident to the jury, is that, yeah, the woman is not Einstein, okay? She's far from it. Far from it. But even though her dates may be wrong, even though the year, she doesn't know what year it is, when she was asked on redirect last night, she was like, you know, were you touched by Epstein when you were 15? And she said, and she screams out, yes. And Comey says, what year was that? And she's like, I don't know. And then it's like, were you touched by him when you were 14? Yes. What year was that? I don't know. That this woman is so far below average intellect, either because her brain has been fried by drugs or by what she's endured throughout her life or whatever, that, yeah, you want to pin her down on a year, on a date when something happened, she's going to get that wrong. That doesn't mean that Epstein didn't thoroughly abuse her and destroy her life, and that Ghislaine Maxwell was a significant part of that. And the corroboration today from Sean was really strong evidence. He was spot on, and just the way he was testifying about when she went there, how long she was there, the money she would go. He drove her to the house when she would be servicing him and wait outside for like an hour, 10 minutes every time. And she would come out with $300 and, you know, $100 bills, and how he remembers those $100 bills.
Billionaires only paying $300 for this.
Yeah, well, that's actually an increase
for all the other ladies.
That's actually an increase. She went during the peak years. Jane, when she was testifying, said she got like $100, and Kate was getting like $100, but they went 2 years too early, I guess. Anyway,
for a 14-year-old, that's a lot of money, though. 14-year-old getting $100 for
That is.
It's that's true. Jane, actually, to be fair, Kate was actually over maturity. She was 17 when she started. They brought her in for other reasons, but
Also,
Jane was underage. Yeah. What was that, Leo?
I was gonna say also, like, these are a lot of these girls. It sounds like they were pulled out of poverty for these roles, so they were not exactly in a very strong bargaining position, and that amount of money probably looked like a lot to them, especially coming from their backgrounds.
To strengthen the point you just made, in Sean's testimony, he said, you know, he was asked, why do you remember it was $100 bills? He said, that's Palm Beach, where everyone is wealthy. I come from West Palm Beach. We had to break the change in Palm Beach because in West Palm Beach, nobody takes a $100 bill. So that underscores the poverty level that they were living in compared to, you know, the other side of the bridge. So his testimony was great. We're in the middle of direct testimony of the second pilot who flew for Epstein right now, and he actually made manifests on his own, took down locations where he's flying, who he was flying. Now, what was interesting is that Comey, in what some will say was a James Comey type move, redacted all of the names, not just the names of not just the names of victims, but all the names, and shared that with all of us. And during the break, she was chastised by the court, saying, why did you redact all of the names? You should have just taken out the other, you know, the names of the victims, fine. But why is it that there's a big black square over every name on every flight? And she said, well, we had to do it fast because we're under time. And she's like, well, I'm expecting that the redacted version will be modified considerably. And she gave them over the weekend, which we have an extended weekend, that next week we're going to be off on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday from the trial. But that basically by next Thursday, that those redactions will be modified, so we'll see exactly who was flying and where they were flying. And
the court wants those details. Okay.
I'm going to tell you, I'll show you one. I'll tell you one better. I actually spoke with Bobby Sternheim during the lunch break. She's lead counsel for Ghislaine Maxwell, and I gave her legal advice along those lines of getting those names out. And you ask yourself, why the heck would I give her legal advice? But I want those names out. And I gave her, and I explained it in a video I just dropped. I explained why it was strategic legal advice for the defense to actually make those names public and how it could potentially help their case. Now, do I think it will help their case? No, I think that the testimony last night, the corroboration today, is lethal. I don't know how they could possibly overcome it, especially with all the corroboration, but I really want those names out. And I said, you know, I said, it's going to help your client if you can give a list of every time and everywhere that Trump or Clinton flew. And this way it helps validate various parts of your claims. If you want to catch the rest of it, so then I suggest after Kim Potter trial, you check out the video I just dropped. But that was an actual conversation. She said back to me, she's like, "That's an interesting idea. I'm going to share it with my co-counsel." So
Nice.
I'll let you know whether or not, when I have my update later, I'll let you guys know whether or not it actually comes up on cross-examination. I got to get back upstairs. Kim Potter, this is a fun trial. Is it better now? I felt bad for you, Nick.
We're
Better during opening.
We're
than it
finally
was
in
during jury
opening
selection.
arguments.
Okay.
And
Statements.
the state's opening was started off kind of long and rambly, got kind of good in the middle, and then ended up a little disoriented, but not a bad opening. Kind of
Not
just
terrible. Not a
Yeah.
dumpster fire.
Do you guys have a
fun.
rooting interest for the defendants, or you want to see her get punished? What are you guys? What's your
I'm
stance on
honestly
it?
neutral going into it because I
I
can see
don't-
policy reasons both ways.
I don't care what happens to her, but I think that the prosecution is overreaching on it. I look at the elements of the crimes that they charged, and I don't currently see how they get there. They could convince me, but right now I
Right.
don't see it. And the defense opening statement was considerably better, in my opinion.
Interesting.
It was animated. He had a good persuasive style, and it was engaging. He opens up with the narrative story right at the beginning. He says, "This is what happened," and then he
Right.
stops and he says, "Now let me introduce myself. I'm Paul Eng. I'm gonna introduce you to everybody. This whole cast of characters that we're gonna talk about. I'm gonna tell you about who they are because they're people." And then he does, and then he says, "Then we're gonna talk about all the witnesses we're gonna call." And then he does exactly what he says. Then he tells you about the people, tells you about the witnesses they're going to call, and then wrapped it up. And it was well executed, and I think it was pretty persuasive. So
And he got he was very emotional in the beginning. Also, like it almost sounded like he was frustrated with Dante Wright for not choosing to stop, for not choosing to surrender, for choosing to try to he almost
It's a
sounded
great
frustrated with
strategy.
him over it.
That
Yeah.
tone is a great
Yeah.
strategy. It's a
Yeah.
great
Yeah, he-
strategy. It's like, look, no one wanted this to happen. It's frustrating for everyone involved with this that it did, and it's tragic that it did. I like that strategy. I like that approach.
And one
Mhm.
thing he also brought in the fact that she was protecting another officer who was halfway in the
Yes.
car.
Yes.
That I
Right.
thought was really great because
Yes.
he's right. If Dante drives off, then he's dragging an officer. So she's like, she's trying to save that guy's life too, which I
And
think
on-
was a masterstroke.
And
you
on
think
that,
they could prove that she knew that when she fired? That
Yeah.
Yeah, she could
Oh, yeah,
see
yeah.
him.
that was in her zone?
Yeah.
He's
Yeah, it's-
like
it's
when
clear
when
that
they
she
say
knows
he's
it.
in the car, like his upper body he's across the passenger side trying to restrain the gear shift on the car. So I
Uh-huh.
mean, we're talking about his whole upper torso is in the vehicle, legs dangling out, and he illustrated that that's stronger than where I was on it because from the video it's hard to see.
Right.
The other officers on the other side, and so I was making the argument that they are in danger just because they're in proximity to the car. But the second you have an officer in the car, when that thing starts moving, that's deadly force. I mean, that is
Right.
That's deadly force. Yeah.
And the
That's
other part
interesting.
that was
Defense of
really
others.
good that the defense did on that note was that he not only humanized Kim Potter by talking about her background and her kids and that kind of thing, he also talked about the other officers and humanizing them because it shows like it sort of helps the jury sort of put themselves in the shoes of Kim Potter and her concerns over this other human life that she's trying to protect as well.
Interesting. All right.
Yeah.
Well, I'll catch up with you guys later. All right. I gotta get back inside.
all right,
Thanks
brother.
for the update.
Later, bro.
Everybody
Yeah.
check out Good Logic's channel. It's linked in the description for all. People keep asking me, are you covering Ghislaine Maxwell? And I'm like, no, you got to go check out Joe. He's the guy there. He's doing the best coverage you can find on it.
Yes.
Go
And
check him out.
Go
on the
subscribe, hit the
flip side,
notification bell, like all the
on the flip
videos.
side, I met someone here who heard of Kim Potter, and I said you should check out Nick Recato. So
Really? Did that actually happen? Because that'd be ridiculous.
no.
Aw.
But if anyone here expresses any remote interest in Kim Potter over Ghislaine Maxwell, I will send them straight to you, my friend. I'm
What you
all
should
over it.
Also do then is question their life choices if they're more interested.
All right, great seeing you guys. Later, brother.
See you soon, man.
Yeah.
Peace. Oh my gosh. Wow. That trial, gosh, again, I wish it were televised. I wish it were broadcast. It's the stuff going on in that courtroom needs to be heard by America, to me. I mean, that's that one. Just what Joe was saying with the evidence. You've got people who participated potentially in the victimization of these girls. Now, look, if you got on an Epstein plane and went from New York to Vegas, maybe you didn't participate in it, right? But the guys who get on the Epstein plane and go
Vegas,
to
I think there's a higher likelihood of funny business.
okay, New York to
Let's say-
Bend, Oregon. Okay, I don't know. Not Epstein
Vermont.
Island, right? Not Lolita, not the Lolita Express to Epstein Island. That is we need to know who's on those planes because that's where most of the alleged activity is taking place. That's where the highest culpability or the potential culpability is or probability of that. And so we need to see who's on the manifest and where they were going. I think that's fair in a case where kids have been victimized routinely and repeatedly for years. That's the stuff that we should know, and not just for the purposes of trial, but it should be known for the people of the United States, because you've got two competing interests. You need to protect the integrity of the people who are involved, and the only way we can do that, because we've seen flight logs, right? Or we've seen names from flight logs. Where are they going? What are they doing? Can make a big difference on the integrity of that person, and it protects the defendant and upholds their rights by having transparency, and it tells us who we might need to prosecute further for on behalf of the victims.
What's the name that surprised you the most that you've heard of, Nick? If any have surprised you?
None in particular have surprised me. I thought it was funny that Alec Baldwin was on the flight logs, though.
Yeah, I thought that was funny too.
Just because he's
kind of
going
he just
through
keeps
a time
showing
right
up
now.
He's like everywhere.
He's
I
the
didn't
gift that
I didn't
keeps on
punch that
giving.
ticket. I didn't pack that bag. I didn't punch that ticket.
The world moved around me, and suddenly I was on the plane.
Yeah, I was on this wild plane. But isn't that don't you guys notice how all the trials that we've been watching, the ones with regular people, no problem. Put them on screen. Let everybody see everything. Jesse Smollett, he's got connections. He's got let's make sure this is behind closed doors. Maxine, all right, let's make sure no cameras in these courtrooms. But when it's somebody like a Kyle Rittenhouse or this person or Porter, we can all see it. So there's a little something. There's a little something going on here that I think needs to be addressed.
And the Smollett thing, especially, like the justification for Potter, because the judge originally said no cameras, and then the judge changed her mind. She said there's significant public interest in the case. This is a high profile case that's been talked about significantly in the public already. So here you go. That justification definitely exists for Smollett, right? Like it does. It's not a high profile crime, right? This isn't the sexiness of a murder trial, right? But it doesn't matter because of who it involved, the political nature of the accusations that came out in the environment that it did, made it this case of massive public concern, and it was engineered to be public concern by the defendant themselves.
Yes,
so that's where it's this definitely should be televised.
But the difference is which side of the political spectrum is the one that has an interest in seeing the trial.
Yeah,
that's true.
Let's be real.
Right, because which is funny about the Rittenhouse case, because what they should have done was not wanted anybody to ever see that trial if you'd paid attention to any of the facts from the start, and you're on the media, the sort of the mainstream media perspective that he was this guilty vigilante out to kill all of the harmless Antifas or whatever narrative they wanted to spin. And it's like, once these videos and facts come out of trial, you're going to see a different picture pretty obviously, unless we're all going to be blindsided by some new evidence. And of course there wasn't any, but yeah, with the Jussie case, I think they know how much of a stinker it is, right? Like,
yeah.
I'm surprised the jury's still deliberating.
The two things though. I'm thinking, I'm surprised the jury's still deliberating, but two things though with the Jussie Smollett. I think it goes up higher than we think it goes up, because Jussie Smollett was involved with a lot of big players, right? And look what happened with the with the DA there, who got reelected, mind you. But calls were made, hey, this. You saw all Hollywood, we're talking about the vice president. He's a personal friend of mine, and from what I'm hearing, I know the Obama's name was thrown out there about talking about the particular case or helping them out. So if you're talking, and that seat of power in Chicago for the newer Democratic Party, for the Obama, for the Obama coalition, which I'll call it, this is really hitting close to home. So I'm thinking that's kind of why Jesse Smollett is being kind of protected here, because let's not forget, this was thrown out after eventually. He paid 10 grand to get this go away, and it still came back. So I think that's the reason why this case is not being televised, because there's a lot on the Democratic side that I think really have to be concerned about.
And when you consider the throwing out of his case and how much backlash came back from the police officers, from the prosecutors bar of Illinois, I mean, these are police officers union is a powerful entity in most states. The prosecutors bar is a pretty powerful group of people when we're talking about criminal prosecutions, and for them to call one of the highest profile prosecutors in the entire state and to say what you did was improper and might actually be actionably unethical was a huge thing to do. That all of that resistance came out. That's how strong the case against Smollett was, and how much of a disservice the people who do good legal work actually seem to feel. And I think when you contextualize it in Chicago, right? Chicago has its reputation for corruption that has been around forever. It has been persistently around. I mean, heck, you got Rahm Emanuel was the mayor or whatever for a while. That guy's name is just an anagram for corruption. And there's a lot of publicity and public knowledge about that. So when you've got law enforcement and a prosecutor's office who are trying to change that reputation, to see what happened here was just, it was beyond any of the decency that they would hope to have the public see.
Hell yeah, it was insane, to be honest with you, because there's no way, after finding out what happened, the police force had done such a great job in tracking everything, like, hey, look, this didn't even happen. And I think for the prosecutor to kind of see that and to then kind of throw those cops under the bus, well, there's not really enough here for a crime. This. It was kind of like, what are we doing here at this point? This guy has said this, and he said this to lie to millions of people, right? Because he had a platform of millions of people. And now we know it's a lie. And instead of hammering him just as bad as the lie put out, right? The lie was pushed out there by people. We should be pushing out the truth. And that's where the no came in. But you got to thank God for those cops and for those other people at that city, because they said, no, we're not going to let this go. We're going to sue his ass criminally, right? He's going to pay for that overtime because this was all a lie. We can prove this is a lie. But I do think the politics I think this is going to run up against the politics, because Kim Porter's still there. She's still the DA, right? Well,
Kim Fox.
Kim Fox. Kim Fox is still there, and she's still the DA. So
if Kim Potter was the prosecutor, Jesse would have never made it to trial.
Yeah. Taser.
That's not a gun. Look, she reached for her taser and she grabbed a noose held by Nigerians.
It's funny. Held by Nigerians. With this case, with the Potter case, the one thing that keeps getting me is that generally the police, I'm trying to figure out who they're going to put in the stand, because this is unlike Chauvin. With Chauvin, you had all the whole department lockstep in tears, fry them. Here, you got the exact opposite. The police chief, the sergeant, everybody's lockstep and saying that this was an accident. She should be let go. So I don't know how they're going to, if the police department are backing her as they said they are, and the chief is backing her, I don't see,
And two really big tells on this is, one, it's exactly what you're saying. All these people are going to come in and testify, seem to be on the police side. The other one that's amazing is that they have no qualms raising her character. Like they specifically said her police chief is going to come in and testify about how good of an officer she was, about how trustworthy and reliable she was, and how this is a horrific mistake and it can happen to anybody type thing. But I mean, we saw that also, the state had actually objected to the defense raising the good character of the defendant, which is like normally
Yeah.
when you've got a criminal defendant as the state, I would think, and you speak a little bit more to this than me probably, but you would want them to raise that character so you can
handled.
go
You
after
should
it.
know that the firearm has been examined and will come into the courtroom unloaded and secured with a device that will be visible to you in the court. The firearm securing device will be such that it will be physically impossible to operate the firing mechanism of the firearm or put a bullet into the firearm. The firearm securing device will be locked and the key will be maintained by court staff. Is the state prepared to call its first witness?
Here we go.
We are, Your Honor. The state calls Katie Bryant.
Okay.
All right, so we will see. So trying to
Katie
call
Bryant?
me, I don't know. We'll find out, I
Ms.
suppose.
Bryant, will you please come forward and stand next to me in front of the witness chair?
Daphne says, I work in an ER and saw a naked man fighting with a cop.
Raise your right hand.
Cop
Do you
pulls
swear under
taser.
penalty of perjury
Naked
that
guy
you will
swats
truthfully
taser. It
testify
goes
in the
off.
question
Hit him in his
results?
exposed junk mid shaft and
Please
inner
have a
thigh.
seat.
Cop still shocked him
And you may
twice.
remove your
I later had
mask.
to do the X-ray.
All right, counsel, you may proceed.
All right, who's
Thank
this?
you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Could you state your name, please, and spell it for the record?
It's Katie, Katie, Ann, Ann, Bryant, Bryant.
Oh, this is a passenger, I think.
All right, Ms.
Oh.
Bryant, a couple of things to keep in mind when you're testifying. The court reporter that's seated in front of me is taking down everything that's being said. So you have to answer with a yes or a no instead of shaking your head. And please don't say uh-huh or uh-uh. If you don't understand a question, please
that's
let
his mom?
the lawyer
That's
know.
Dante Wright's mom?
If an objection is made,
I don't know.
please stop
I guess we'll
talking
find out.
immediately and don't answer the question unless I tell you to, all right? And only one person can talk at a time. So wait until the question's finished before you answer. all
Okay.
right?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Bryant, could you tell me how old you are, please?
I am 43,
And what city do you live in?
Minneapolis,
How far did you go in school?
12th grade.
And are you currently employed?
I am.
What do you do for work?
I'm a retail manager.
And are you married?
I am.
And who are you married to?
To Aubrey Wright.
And do you have any children together?
We do.
And what are those? Well, tell me about the children you have together. Who are those children?
Dante Wright, Diamond Wright, and Destiny Wright.
And could you tell me the ages of your children, please?
Diamond is 19 tomorrow, and Destiny is going to be 15 in January.
And your son Dante, right? Is he deceased?
Yes.
What was Dante's date of birth?
10/27/2000.
And that makes him your first child with Aubrey, is that right?
Yes,
Did he live with you up until the time of his death?
he did.
And who else lived with you?
Diamond and Destiny.
How old was your son Dante when he died?
He was 20.
And what about his physical condition? Was he in good health?
Yes.
No health issues around the time of his death?
No.
Do you also have some children from a previous relationship?
I do.
And who are they?
Damick Bryant and Dallas Bryant.
And then does your husband have children from a prior relationship as well?
He does.
So how many kids are there in total between you and your husband, Aubrey?
7.
I'm just going to ask you this to get out of the way. Ms. Bryant, do you have a felony conviction for second-degree controlled substance possession?
I do.
I'm going to ask you some more questions about your family, and I'm going to ask you some questions about your son, Dante, right? All right?
Okay.
Maybe you could tell the jury a little bit about Dante when he was a small child. Could you tell the jury about the kinds of things he liked to do for fun?
Yeah, Dante, he loved basketball. He actually started playing at a very young age, all the way through high school. He was funny. He was a jokester. He liked to make everybody laugh. He had a smile that would light up a room. He was amazing. He was my son.
As he grew up, did he get various jobs as well?
He did.
What kind of work did he do?
He was in retail, and then he also worked some fast food.
Was there a place he was working shortly before he died?
He was at Taco Bell and Famous Footwear.
And Famous Footwear, did he work there with his dad?
He did.
And shortly before his death, was he planning to go back to school?
Yes, he actually enrolled in Summit Academy about 2 months before he was killed.
Maybe you could tell the jury what Summit Academy.
It's a. I'm not 100% sure what Summit Academy is, but I know that they do like masonry. It's like a program where they train you to be in a career. Carpentry, masonry, and I know there's some other programs that they offer.
Was he planning to?
It's weird that she wouldn't know. She wouldn't know anything about that. That's kind of weird.
He talked about carpentry, but wasn't set on it.
Now, your son Dante, right? Does he have children? Are there children that he has of his own?
He does. He has a 1-year-old son.
Okay. And what's his son's name?
Dante Jr.
How old is Dante Jr.?
He just turned 2 in July.
He turned 2 in July. When was he born?
He was born July 12th
Okay.
of 2019.
And who is Junior's mother?
Her name is China Whitaker.
Your Honor, at this point, I would plan to offer some Spark of Life photographs. I understand that there's no objection to foundation, but we would offer exhibits 3 and 4 at this time.
Is there any objection to 3 and 4 other than? Okay. Exhibits 3 and 4 will be admitted over defense objections.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I would ask for permission to publish exhibit 3, please.
So they're going to show
May we
pictures
publish?
of him that
Yes,
are going,
Jimmy.
that the defense is arguing are prejudicial because they have nothing to do with anything, but they
Ms. Bryant, there should be an image that you can see on your screen.
have the right to give
And
life
now
to a
it's published for the
deceased
jury.
victim
And
and show that they're not just a
describe to
number
me
either.
What's pictured, describe for the jury what's pictured here.
This picture was last July, and it was Dante Jr.'s first birthday. We had a barbecue at China's house.
At China's house?
And is this a picture of your son Dante with his son Dante Jr.?
Yes.
Did anyone get COVID at China's house?
Did your son Dante have a close relationship with his son?
He did. Dante Jr. was at our house often, at least 3 or 4 times a week, if not more.
And if we could publish exhibit 4, please.
Is this his mother?
Yes, yes.
Exhibit 4 is
Yeah.
now on the screen. Could you describe for the jury the photo here, please?
This is when we took him out to eat at Teppanyaki Grill after Dante Jr. was born. When Dante Jr. was born, he was only 28 weeks. China was only 28 weeks along, and he was very premature. And he had to stay in the hospital for about 3 or 4 months. So that's when we took Dante out for dinner to congratulate him on his son.
And did your son Dante spend time at the hospital with Dante Jr. while he was there?
He did. The bracelet that's on his hand is actually the hospital band to be able to get into the ICU unit, to be able to see Dante Jr.
Whatever you think about the dead
You
kid,
said
man,
that
this
Dante
is
Jr.
still a
was in the
mom that
hospital
lost their
for
kid.
3 or 4
It's always
months.
tough to watch this
Was
stuff.
your son Dante regularly at the hospital during that time period?
He was. He actually was able to feed him his first time with a. You'd have to feed him with a Q-tip. You would dip it in milk. So he was able to do that for his first feeding, and he visited often.
After Dante Jr., was Dante Jr. eventually released from the hospital?
He was.
Did your son Dante continue his relationship with Dante Jr.?
He did.
Tell the jury about that relationship, how you would see him and what they would do together.
He was very proud to be a father. He was also a worried dad just because he was premature about him sleeping, and because he did sleep a lot as a premature baby, and he was really worried about that. He would play with him. He would do everything that a father needs to do for his child. He was an amazing dad.
So, Ms. Bryant, and take your time, please. But I'm going to ask you some questions about April 11th of this year. Okay. Could you tell the jury what you were doing that day?
No,
I had
is this a
Dante
character
Jr.
witness?
He
What
stayed
is
the
she here
night.
for? Does she know any facts about the case?
And it was just an average day. We woke up. He ate. He liked his favorite.
Yeah,
the
she's a
mini
fact
chocolate
witness
chip
because he called her
pancakes.
during the stop.
And he was eating breakfast, watching Coco Melon,
I had to think about it though.
and it was time for his nap.
Oh wait, was
That
watching
was
Coco
around
Melon?
12
No,
something that afternoon.
no, put him in
And
jail.
did you end up were you watching Dante Jr. By yourself for part of that day?
Yes.
And then did you end up seeing your son Dante?
Interesting that they're not showing her on camera.
Later on in the day.
The witness.
I did.
Could you describe that interaction for the jury, please?
They did
Dante
it
had
first.
came home in the afternoon, and I was laying Dante Jr. down at the time. He knocked on the bedroom door, and he asked for $50 because he wanted to go get a car wash, and he said he needed gas. And I told him to be really quiet, take it out of my purse.
All that was staged.
So he
You
took
see
it
how
out of
she's
the
checking
purse.
him
He
off
leaned
when
over
she's
the bed
saying
and
it?
gave Dante Jr. a kiss goodbye. And I yelled at him again and told him, please don't wake him up. Like, I just got him to sleep. And then he left. I told him to
Well, I
make
don't
sure
know
he
that
locks the
means
door
it's
on his way
staged.
out.
Well, not staged, but she's checking it off.
So you
I
indicated
expect
that
you if you
your
prepped
son
the witness,
Dante Wright
but
was on his way to get a
it's
car
weird to
wash
watch
and
you
had
check
gotten some
him off as
money
she says it.
from you for
Yeah.
that.
Some
What
little
was the
less than
car
dick.
that your son Dante
At least
Wright
she's
was driving?
less obvious than
A
Krause
white
was.
2011 Buick LaCrosse.
And was that Dante's car?
Yes.
And how
The
did
Fox
that
coverage
come to be?
has the camera on the mom.
It
the
was
entire
one
time.
of our older vehicles. It was in my other son's name. But we ended up giving it to him as his
This
first
is gonna
car
be tough for a mom
2
losing a
weeks
kid
before
like
he
this
was
in this
killed.
way too. You know.
Yeah.
Sucks.
And when you say giving it to him, was he the only one who was driving the car in that 2-week period?
Yeah, he was the only one that had access, that he had a key to the car. It was his.
But was the car still registered to your other son?
It was still registered to my son Dallas. Yes, it was still registered to Dallas.
And what about the insurance on that car?
Is that the guys
We
in the
did not
crossing?
transfer over insurance yet. So we were going to add it to our current insurance policy.
But that hadn't been done yet?
No.
On April 11th, did you go into that car, have any interaction with Dante in that car?
No, I did not.
And had you been in that car or driven that car, used that car in that 2-week period prior?
No, I have not.
So getting back to April 11th.
Yeah, people are pointing out in the chat
after
that she is
Dante,
wearing it. In fact, she is in
your
fact
son
wearing a
Dante Wright
pantsuit.
took
So it's
money
just
to
a
get
blouse
car
that she
wash.
was wearing that's very
What
moral.
happened after that?
Interesting. It's still an interesting choice, I think.
He called
Noted.
a little, probably
Thanks,
about
guys.
10 minutes after he left the house, and he asked me what car wash we usually
no
go
one still
to, because we have a
wants to get
specific
fired
car wash that
tagged.
we go to in Fridley off of University. And I told him that, and he was like, well, you know, isn't there one in Brooklyn Park? And I said, well, yeah, I think it's Mr. Car Wash. And he said he was going to go to that car wash. And I said, okay, don't call
Car
back
washes
again,
are
because
notoriously
I
hard
was
to find
really
in metro
adamant about
areas.
Junior not waking up.
It was Junior. Is Junior what you call Dante's son, Dante Jr.?
Yes, Dante Jr.
And was your concern just not waking up Junior?
Yes, not waking Junior up.
So after that call where you discussed which car wash to go to, was there a second call after that?
There was.
And about how much later was that?
Oh my gosh, maybe 10, 15 minutes later.
And what was the nature of that second call?
He called me to tell me that he has been pulled over. And I asked him, I said, for what? And he said that the police officer said that he had an air freshener hanging from his rearview mirror. So at that time I told him, I said, well, you should take it down. And he said he already did. And then he said that they were also asking about insurance information. And I told him to, when the police officer gets back to the window, to please hand him the phone so I could explain the insurance and give him my insurance policy that we haven't added it yet.
When you talked to your son, Dante, how did he sound to you during that call?
He sounded nervous, scared. He asked, you know, if he was in trouble. I said, no, you hadn't done anything wrong. And he just sounded really nervous. But I reassured him that it would be okay.
Yeah, when there's a pause, guys, I'll set up like a picture-in-picture or something.
Take your time.
Between the two, but if I do it now, we'll lose the audio.
When he placed these calls to you, how were you receiving these calls? Was it through a cell phone network or some other way?
It was through Facebook Messenger. It was voice calls. He didn't have phone service at the time, so he was calling through Facebook Messenger.
And so after you had this initial conversation with your son, Dante, about wanting to talk to the officers, what happened after that?
I heard the police officer come back up to the window and he asked Dante to step out of the vehicle. And Dante asked, for what? Am I in trouble? And I heard the officer say, I need you to just put the phone down, step out of the vehicle, and I'll let you know as soon as you step out of the vehicle. And then at that time, I heard the phone either being placed on an object, whether it was, you know, dropped on the floor or placed on the dash, I'm not sure, but I could hear the phone being put down. And then I heard the officer telling Dante, no. And I heard Dante say, no, I'm not. Don't. It sounded like he said, don't run. Dante said, no, I'm not. And then I heard them say, somebody tell somebody to hang up the phone. And then that's all I heard.
Did the phone disconnect?
It did.
After the phone disconnected and you heard what you described, what happened next?
I was panicked. I called back. It seemed like 100 times, but I believe it was probably maybe 4 or 5 times. And I kept calling. So finally I FaceTimed. I would say I don't know how much time lapsed, maybe a minute or two. And then a female answered the phone because it was FaceTime. She was screaming. And I was like, what's wrong? And she said,
11's watching
they
our
shot
coverage.
him.
Who is?
Care 11, notice what they've done now
And
with
she
the
faced
layout?
the phone towards the driver's seat. son was laying there. He was unresponsive and he looked dead. And then I heard somebody say, hang up the phone again. And it disconnected again.
So after that phone call disconnected, or you said it was a video call at that point, so you got to see your son Dante. What did you do after that video call?
I grabbed my grandson and I called my husband because he wasn't home. I said, they just shot Dante. And he said, what? And he said that they just shot him. And I said they just shot him. The police officer just shot Dante. They have no clue where they are. And I hung up with him. And then I called 911 because I needed to find out where my son was.
And did you, in fact, make that call to 911?
I did.
What did you learn when you made that call?
They transferred me to a few different police stations. I said, my son was just shot by a police officer and I need to know where he is. And they transferred me to, I think it was Brooklyn Park or Brooklyn Center. I don't remember which police station or which 911 operator answered, but they gave me an address of 63rd and Catherine. And I put it in my GPS and I grabbed my grandson and I got into my vehicle and my neighbors heard me screaming because I like fell to the ground because I didn't know what to do. So she helped me up. She put us into the vehicle and then she drove us to 63rd and Catherine in Brooklyn Center.
A neighbor who drove you and Dante Jr.?
Yes.
And about how long did it take for you to get to that location?
Oh, it seemed like forever. I felt like we weren't getting there fast enough, but probably 7-8 minutes, maybe a little bit longer.
And is that where you went to that location at 63rd and Catherine?
Yes.
And what did you see when you got there?
So we were driving down Brooklyn Boulevard, coming up to 63rd, and there was a lot of traffic, a lot. So I got out of the car because I could see when we were waiting to turn, I could see all the police lights probably about 6 blocks down. And I got out of the car and I started running towards Catherine because the traffic wasn't moving fast enough. And then the car that I was in ended up catching up with me, and I got back in for another 2 blocks. And then I got out again and ran the last 2 blocks to where all the yellow tape was. And then I went under the yellow tape because I seen
people are
a
confused.
car crash, and I noticed it was my son's car. And then in the front of his car is where he was laying.
People are confused about how he answered calls without
Did you
having
see
cell
your son's
service.
body on the ground?
I believe where he was, there's citywide Wi-Fi.
So what did you do when you got to that
You
area?
took messenger calls.
I was so distraught. I didn't know what was happening. I just got off the phone and they said he shot him, but I seen a car crash. I was asking questions. I didn't want to believe that was my son laying there on the ground, but I could tell it was him because of his tennis shoes.
And when you say you could tell it was him because of his tennis shoes, was it only part of his body that was visible to you?
They had a white sheet over him.
But you recognized his shoes?
Yeah.
Your Honor, at this time I would offer Exhibit 6. Again, I understand that there's no foundational objection to that exhibit.
And what is Exhibit 6?
It's a video of Ms. Bryant arriving on scene.
Okay. Is there no objection? Exhibit 6 will be admitted into evidence and you may publish, counsel.
Okay.
Well, first time they pull up a video, it's
There we
the
go.
chances of
Oh,
there
there
being
it is.
video audio issues.
Please. Who's up at 20? I don't know what's going on. I know what's going on. What happened? They FaceTime live. Ma'am, I'm going to get you somebody to talk to. I'm going to get you someone to talk to. Okay? But I just can't have you going over there right now, okay?
Ma'am, my name is Mark. My name is Mark. What is your name? Can I have you sit on the ledge here?
I mean, there is a little bit of audacity with, we just shot your son, but we're going to get you someone to talk to. Like, when you think about it, like, I don't want to hear whoever you have for me.
Yeah.
No! Where's the girl that was in the car with him?
This would be
You guys made her hang up Facebook Live so you can kill my son. That's pretty pathetic. What is your name? What is your name? My name is Katie Bryant. My son's name is Dante Wright. You guys already know that. I don't. Katie Bryant. It was a high-speed chase? Bryant? How? And then what's your son's name? Dante Wright. It was not a high-speed chase. You guys shot him in a pullover traffic. I didn't do anything, ma'am. Yeah, you did. He was laying in his front seat dead. His girlfriend Facebooked me. How did his car get smashed? What's his name again? Dante Wright. Right? Is it W-R-I-G-H-T? W-I-G-H-T. Okay. Is it Katie? Yeah. Bryant. Yeah. All right. Just wait a second here, ma'am.
You just sit down, please.
Ma'am.
You sit down. Okay, so I wasn't here. You said there was a traffic stop and they shot
They
him?
pulled him over, and he said, Mom, do you have a warrant? I said, I don't know. They asked him to get out of the car. He got out of the car, and they said, wait, stop. They said, stop. And then she goes, and then they shot him, and he fell back in the seat. And he was in the driver's seat. And she said, they shot him. And I said, what do you mean they shot him? She said, yeah. And then they told her to hang up, and that was it. I don't know nothing else. So I had to call you guys to find out where this happened.
I really don't know more because I just came because I heard there was trouble.
Why is my car smashed up?
I don't know. I don't know. This deputy here wasn't. We weren't here, but.
I'm Is he alive? I do not know the condition. I don't
Are you
know
guys serious? What are you talking to me for then?
I'm gonna find out.
We're gonna find out, but we have to wait and find out who's involved and who's in charge, and get you in contact with the people that know what's going on.
So I can tell them who I'm talking to.
I'm gonna start exchanging.
We are also trying to figure out what's going on.
Stop. Thank you. Ms. Bryant, I know that was tough to watch. Can you just describe for the jury what you were feeling when you arrived on scene?
I was praying that it wasn't him laying on the ground, that it was the person in the other car, and that he was in the back of a cop car. I was so confused, angry, scared.
Now, one thing, this is, I think,
I
a
was
good
just-
attorney would know, they can object to
It was
relevance
the
because
worst
none of
day
what she's
of
saying now is
my
relevant.
life.
But you
And
don't
I-
because it makes you look like an asshole.
Yep.
You got to be real
You
careful
let
with the
this
grieving
in.
mom.
Yes.
You said that you were praying that it wasn't him.
Because then it
That
also
your
looks
heart,
like
having
I don't want the
recognized
jury
those
to see
shoes,
how emotional,
did you
like
feel
the emotional impact of this on her.
like you knew?
I knew,
It's a great tactic
I
to get
knew.
it in because you know you can't
but I
object.
didn't want to know.
But a huge part of the strategy here is that
Fighting the
Paul
insides of
Engstead,
my cheeks, they still have
Kim Potter
scars
has
from the insides
regretted
of my cheeks,
this
'cause I thought
every
it was a
single day,
dream. If I
and she
bit
feels
the
deep
insides of my
remorse.
cheeks,
If you feel deep remorse, you
that I would
can't
wake
can't
up.
then say the other person doesn't. The person who lost
But
the
I
kid
didn't wake up.
doesn't get to feel the emotions. They want
Yes.
Right.
in some way. They want this. It fits
You know, in
into
the video
defense
you
narrative.
described that you were there and that you watched it. What did you mean by that?
That when I FaceTimed back while I was on the phone prior, so I heard the conversation between the officer and Dante before he had to get out of the car, and that after when I FaceTimed the female that was in the car, I could see what happened, and she said what happened, that she was shot by the police officer that was there at the time.
That he was shot, your son Dante?
My son Dante was shot, yes.
And you had mentioned, I think, Facebook Live, but is that video call, the FaceTime or video messenger call that you are describing?
Yes, Messenger Live.
About how long did you stay in that area after this?
Hours, 8 to 9 hours. I felt like I couldn't leave until because I begged them to take his body off the ground. I didn't want to leave until he left.
No, Mom,
At some point, did your husband join you as well?
He did.
And did someone come to pick up Dante Jr., your grandson who was with you?
Yes, China ended up coming to get him.
You said that you waited on scene until they removed your son Dante's body. Were you ever given an opportunity to approach or see him close up on that day?
No, I wasn't.
Excuse me, I have Jack in
What obstructions in the rule? You may answer.
No, I wasn't able to approach him at all.
And what was going through your head while you were waiting for all those hours?
That I wanted to go comfort my baby. I wanted to hold him. And I wanted to protect him because that's what mothers do. You protect your children. You make sure that they're safe.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further. May we have a brief sidebar?
Yes.
That's a good answer to end it on.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Strong finish
hey,
on this.
Nate,
on this.
unmute for just a second. I gotta adjust
Yeah.
your. I'm bringing us back
Well,
up because
test,
somehow.
test.
Yeah, we're better.
Test.
The Streamlabs or StreamYard like rebalanced audio. I don't know. They're weird, man. They're weird with audio because we were good and then we were low. All of us.
I think it was
boosted
because
us back
you
up.
changed to a new stream or something, maybe.
Oh, that could be.
Yeah.
That could be. Yeah, so interesting stuff. Someone asked, why was this shown about the video? And I do think they have an argument for relevance here because one of the interesting things on the part of the state, and I don't know if they're going to bring this in their close, but they seem to indicate maybe a little bit of this in their open, is that the officers on scene don't even know what happened. They don't seem to know who this woman is. They don't seem to know who Dante Wright is. They're saying, we don't know. Like the one guy says it was a high-speed chase, which does not appear to be true at all. So the reason that becomes relevant is what they said in opening. Kim Potter didn't even tell anybody that she had shot this guy, right? And so now it goes to that, is there negligence here? Does she... What state of mind is she in? Was she being reckless with this? That's, I think, what they're trying to get
Good
out
afternoon,
of that video.
Mrs. Bryant.
Now he's
I
got
have
to
a
tread
few
very
questions.
carefully on this cross-examination.
Oh, this guy's
Because
old school. You can
she's-
tell. This guy's
She's a
old
very
school.
sympathetic witness. So
Yeah,
yeah,
this
I
guy was
think-
taking meticulous notes too. He was like, right. What did you say? What did you say?
This guy
With
took the bar
respect to
exam in
the
83
automobile, the
BC.
Buick, it was in Dallas's name, is that right?
Yes.
And how long had it been in Dallas's name?
For a few years since we've owned it.
Now, I remember how many years we owned it. Would that be you?
Well, yes, my son, I drove it in the beginning, like years ago when we purchased it.
Okay.
But my son ended up putting it in his name after that.
And how old is Dallas?
Dallas is 24.
All right, so he'd be 3-4 years older than your son.
Yes.
And you testified that you're close to your son. Is that right?
I'm close to all my children, yes.
Okay, but you also testified that you're close to your son, correct?
Yes.
All right. And at that time, did you have car insurance on this Buick?
We did not.
All right. And with respect to your son, Dante, did you know whether or not he had a driver's license?
I did know that he did not have a driver's license.
You knew he didn't have one, correct?
This is beautiful how you break down.
And you knew his license was suspended, correct?
Facts.
I did not know that.
Well, did he ever have a driver's license?
No.
This is how you
So he's
break
20
down
years
the
old with
sympathetic
no driver's
witness.
license. Fair statement.
Yep.
And
Never had a driver's
were you
license.
also aware of his marijuana
Gave the keys
usage?
to the car.
I was not.
Did you ever go inside
Bought on
the
a
Buick
character.
while he had it
Tearing
parked
that character
at your
down.
house?
I did not.
Were you aware that he had a warrant? Watch.
And did you know that he had a warrant for
Oh!
his arrest?
I did not.
The next question.
How did you know when you ran up to the police that he had a warrant? You said, my son was shot for a warrant.
Because that's what somebody on the side of the street said when I was running up to them.
You know who said that?
I don't know. There's a lot of people out there that day.
The question is, does the jury believe that someone on the side of the street knew that he had a warrant better
And
than his own
you
mom?
testified that
When the cops seem to know nothing
Dante
about
was
the
staying at
incident.
your house
He was.
the 2 weeks prior to his death. Was he staying there every night?
Not every night.
And how many nights of the 2 weeks before that did he actually stay at your house?
If I had to give an estimate, probably 4 or 5 nights out of the week.
And with respect to his girlfriend, how long was he dating her? Did you know?
Only for a few weeks.
A
This
week?
is how you break down
A
a
few
sympathetic
weeks.
witness. Look at how her
2
tone
weeks?
has changed.
A few weeks.
To give an
No more
estimate, a
tears,
few.
right?
I'm
It's
not
all
sure.
business right now.
Did you ever
He
meet
just
her?
broke it down. All that.
I
he
did
forgot
not
about everything
personally
else he
meet
said.
her, no.
And when he arrived at your house that day, he wanted $50 for gas and a car wash, correct?
Correct.
And she did not come into the house with him, correct?
She did not.
Gas and a car wash, huh? That's what Earl's saying. $50 for gas and a car wash.
You gave a statement to law enforcement on April 15th, 2021. Do you remember that?
I do.
And have you reviewed that statement before you came to testify today?
I did.
And it is true, is it not, that when you went to that statement, you had 3 lawyers, or 2 lawyers at least, actually 3 lawyers that represented you at the time. Is that correct?
Your Honor. Outside scope and relevant.
Okay. Sidebar, please.
Ooh. She's about to get into her lawyer stuff. She ready to
Yep.
sue. Bet you they got a lawsuit they're about to bring up. This is
Yep,
how you
a
break
civil
down
lawsuit.
a sympathetic witness. You show all those tears, all that stuff. Well, all right, let's go back to who Dante really was and just start hitting you with the facts. Fact. Did you know he had a warrant? Did you know the car wasn't insured? Matter of fact, did he
Did
ever
you know
have a
he
license?
he didn't have a license? Did he ever have a license? No. But that's that's absolutely correct, Nate. It's you don't do it by bullying them or hitting them over the head. You just ask questions about facts and let the facts speak for themselves.
Listen, we are watching a
and the
master
jury will connect the
class.
dots.
We are watching a master class in how to have a sympathetic crying mother turn into the best witness for you. Because
Which,
all
by the-
that stuff nobody knew until he just, all right, let's give them some real information. Did he ever have a license?
Yeah. Which, by the way, I saw in the chat there were a lot of people saying that those tears were fake. I would very much disagree with that. I think those tears were very real. And
Yeah.
yes, there was no mascara in the tissues. That's because there's such a thing as waterproof mascara. If you are a mother coming into trial testifying about the death of her son, you are going in wearing
Yes,
waterproof
yes.
mascara and wearing
Yeah.
false lashes that have not water-based glue. Trust me, I know. I've been to a number of funerals where I knew I was about to cry.
The other really interesting thing he's done. So her testimony is that it was his car, right? It was his car, but you owned this Buick for a while. In fact, it was in one of your other kids' name, Dallas, who's 4 years older. He doesn't have a license. What's he doing with this car? Why'd you give him this car? Wait, well, you were gonna switch the insurance.
Okay,
you were gonna
any
do this.
objection
You've
is
owned this-
overruled.
You've owned this car.
Oh,
for
we could bring it up.
On April 15th, 2021, Ms.
Going
Bryant,
right back to it.
you were
Straight back to
interviewed by
business.
law enforcement. and you had an attorney named Jeff Storms representing you, correct?
Correct.
And you had an attorney named Adam Marceline with the Ben Crump law firm. Is that right?
Ooh.
Oh, Ben Crump
Yes.
makes an appearance.
And you had another attorney, Christopher Scott, with Newmark and Storms. Is that right?
Yes.
And those are the three lawyers that were representing you back then?
Yes.
Yeah, and you were contemplating a civil lawsuit?
Yes.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ooh. Okay.
But she got the down right there on the stage.
And keep it fast. Keep it pithy.
Boo, boo, boo,
don't
boo,
don't
boo,
get
boo,
into
boo.
don't get into anything that she's gonna fight over.
Look at the prosecution.
How do we?
They're like, yo,
do we have
a redirect?
Do we have a redirect? Like, do we
Yeah,
even
there
have
should-
a redirect? What are
There
we gonna
there
do?
should be. There should be something to get her back to talking about the emotions.
Thank you. You
Nope.
may step down.
No.
No redirect.
Oh, they shut her down cold. How do you come back from that? He gunned it down. Boom,
They should have done something.
Ben Crump,
to put
get
that-
off the stand.
Get that woman crying
State call
again.
its next
What are you
witness.
doing?
Thank you. I would call. State would call Officer.
Yo, he just gunned it down. No more tears. She wasn't crying. She ain't need no napkins walking off there. She walked off there hardcore like, damn. I shouldn't have hired Crump.
Yeah. Eventually, people are going to have to realize that the potential liability of hiring a Crump, right? Like, and what that can bring to a criminal trial. You might want to wait.
And then no redirect. You got to rehabilitate her a little bit.
I know something.
Right? There was no rehabilitation. Now you got to walk on the stand looking for money and not really knowing who the hell Dante was. you know he's
Yeah.
driving without a license.
Not you knew he was driving without a license. You gave him money to go buy car wash and gas. You gave him money, you gave him permission, you gave him this car, no license, no insurance, nothing. You totally didn't know about the warrant out for his arrest though, right? Like you definitely didn't know about that. You heard it from a person on the street, on the side of the road.
Yeah.
who-
That was a detail that was a little bit that makes it seem like she's trying to cover for her son, which I understand is the inclination to do so, but it does
can't.
make her seem a little bit less credible
If you want justice
in a trial, of course.
If you want justice, and I don't mean like the highfalutin esoteric justice. If you want
Please come
retribution for the killing of your
and
son,
stand
you
behind
cannot
the
leave
witness
things on the
chair.
table like that.
Yeah.
Because you got to know, like, and that's up to the state. The state's got to say, look, the warrant's going to come out.
Truthfully
Yeah.
respond to questions.
I do.
Please have a seat. And officer, you may remove your mask. And
I
state
love
your full
that
name
direct
and
across
spell
was
it.
short and sweet.
Yep. First name will be.
I know it was
Anthony
going to be
Troiwaki.
old school. As soon as I saw him taking notes, I was like, he's probably going to be on the cross. He's going to be
Middle
old
name
school. Don't worry, I
Troy.
got this. I know how to take
Last
this.
name
A
Luckey.
sympathetic witness on the stand.
Just a couple reminders.
So this is
Only
Kim's
one person can
trainee.
talk at a time.
Officer Lucky, not
I'll
so
wait
lucky.
until the question's finished before you answer.
Like, this is my first
If
day
an
of the
objection
job.
is made, stop talking immediately and don't answer the question unless I tell you to. Okay, if you don't understand the question, ask for clarification. All right?
Yes.
And yes or no answers, please, instead of shaking your head.
There is a poll going. Poll
Counsel?
is up if people want to check it out.
Good afternoon, officer. The cautions the judge just gave you, if you catch me trying to correct you, that's just why. So we can get all your testimony down, okay?
Should I ask you to spell your full name?
Yes, you did.
Okay.
Oh man, the judges had a Biden moment.
Thank you, Your Honor. Obviously, you're dressed in uniform today. Can you tell the jurors what you do for a living?
So for a living, I am a police officer with the Brooklyn Center Police Department, and I've been employed there since February 2021.
He's a new guy.
Was it your first job as a police officer?
My first employment as a police officer, it will be technically my third employment as a police officer.
So how long have you worked as a police officer altogether?
Altogether, it would be about a total of 3 years.
And we'll come back to that and cover that a little bit more, but I want to back up a little bit. How old are you today?
I am 31 years old.
And can you tell the jurors, just not address,
3
but the
years?
town where you grew up?
I grew up in
officers?
Brooklyn Park,
He's been
Minnesota.
once a year. He
Now
changes
we're at
department.
Brooklyn Center, correct?
Brooklyn Park,
Yeah.
Brooklyn Center,
That's a
both the same
question.
areas. So yeah,
The cities share a border even, right?
correct.
And where did you go to high school at?
I attended Park Center Senior High School.
And is that kind of a shared with Brooklyn Park and Brooklyn Center?
There is a Brooklyn Center High School, and there is a Brooklyn Park High School. So some people who did live in Brooklyn Center also attended Park Center High School as well.
He seems very
When
jittery.
did you first start thinking about
Very
becoming
nervous.
a police officer?
Well, I think
I
he's
thought about
actually
becoming a police
sympathetic
officer
to
when I
Potter.
was about 7, 8 years old, living in the city of Brooklyn Park.
And why?
I wonder how
Did
many
you start
times he's
thinking about it?
testified before.
For me, it was
Probably
just
not many. 'Cause he's been there for 3 years.
living in the community, seeing how crime was going on in Brooklyn Park, seeing how officers for the Brooklyn Park Police Department responded to calls and helped the community. So for me, it was always a calling, wanting to help other people, wanted to do good in the world.
And you could do that by being a police officer.
Yes.
And so what was your first experience working with the police department?
My first experience would have been with a smaller agency up north in Mille Lacs County, Band of Ojibwe Police Department. Very fast paced, good agency. Fortunately for me, I moved on.
Let me back you up just a little bit because I was going to go even farther back than that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Because you didn't work for the law enforcement agency, but like volunteered, right? You were an explorer.
Oh, correct. Yes.
Okay.
Going backwards. Yes. Growing up when I was 15, I started as a police explorer with the Brooklyn Center Police Department. And I continued to do that until I was 18 in 2008.
And so when you were
This
an
police
explorer,
explorer program, like Kyle
kinds of things did
Rittenhouse,
you do?
Ken Poole,
So as an
like
explorer,
everybody's in this
it's
program.
kind of like a youth program where it is a youth program where you learn the basic ways of being in law enforcement. So you
It's
learn
a law enforcement
what it
grooming
is like
chain.
doing the
That's
job.
what it is.
You compete in competitions such as crime scene investigations, traffic stops, and so on. So every year you would do a competition. Back in the day, it was Breezy Point Resort up north in Minnesota, and you would compete against other agencies as well.
Breezy Point's nice.
Did you
by the
enjoy
way.
it?
I
Nice
did,
resort
yes.
area.
Did it make you want to be a police officer more or less?
Yes, it gave me the wanting to drive to continue my career and to continue becoming a police officer.
While you were an explorer for the Brooklyn Center Police Department, did you get to know Kim Potter?
Yes, I did.
How so?
I did see Officer Potter around in the building when we would have monthly meetings. There were times that I would see her coming into our meetings every now and then. I would see her in passing while we're doing trainings and stuff like that.
So you knew who she was.
Yes.
And were there ever, did you have much involvement with her or was it just seeing her around?
It was obviously, getting to know the officers in the agency. A lot of the officers, commanders, chiefs that are currently there were present when I was an explorer. So coming and passing and, saying hi, a lot of them would come and introduce themselves. Even some would help out with police explorers as well, being role players.
And did you recall whether Officer Potter at the time did that?
I don't recall specifically with Officer Potter, but I do just recall seeing her a lot around at the agency.
So that's while you were a teenager, correct?
Correct, yes.
So then I assume at some point you graduated from high school, correct?
Yes, 2008.
And tell us then, what was your next step in education to be a police officer?
So my next step was to go to college, which I did. I attended Alexandria Technical College for a year, which was up north I decided to move back down to the cities where I continued classes at North Hennepin Technical College. And then I transferred over to Rasmussen College where I completed my degree in law enforcement and also did classes for a 4-year degree as well.
And so you have to help us here. Do you end up with a 2-year degree or a 4-year degree? How does that work?
I did complete my 2-year degree.
Okay. And
What
that's
year?
all that's required, at least by Brooklyn Center at the time, correct?
Yes.
And so that's what you needed to do for your education to be a police officer?
Yes.
And also a skills program that you have to do to be a peace officer?
Yes. So when you do your 2-year degree or your 4, there is a skills program that you do go through. And that is more of the, not necessarily the book work, but it's the hands-on work. So firearms training, use of force, crime scene investigations, the more of the fun stuff. You go to driving school, etc. So.
And so then the next, I think you started telling us earlier, the first job you got in law enforcement was where?
So the first job I was ever hired with was Mille Lacs Tribal Police Department, Band of Ojibwe, and that was up north in Minnesota.
And how long did you work there?
I was employed there for a total of 3 months.
And did you do a field training officer program there?
Yes, I did have a field training program there as well.
Since you're the first officer to take the stand in the case, could you just explain for the jurors basically what a field training officer program is?
Yes. So a field training program, initially when you are hired with the police department in the state of Minnesota, you go through a program of working with a officer. Typically, there's 4 phases. Your first phase is basically learning on a ride-along, learning how they do, traffic stops, how they handle calls, how they deal with people, sort of getting a feel for the geography and the basics of starting on the road. It's basically getting you ready to be able to work in that city's environment, if that makes sense. Gradually down the road, moving on through these phases, you get switched different field training officers that will give you an understanding of how they do things differently and their experiences as well. And with that moving on through the field training phases, you are expected to be able to show and prove that you can do the job on your own.
And so at some point you left the Mille Lacs Tribal Police Department, correct?
Yes.
And why was that?
Due to an issue with my training with geography, I was let go.
Okay. So and by geography, you mean learning the jurisdiction?
Correct. Yes.
When you get a call to a place, you got to know where to go.
Correct. Yes. Which is important.
Yep. And so then where did you work after that?
So after that, I was hired with the city of Gaylord in Sibley County, July of 2019, where I went through the same field training program and stayed there until February of 2021.
And how big is the city of Gaylord when you were working there?
The city of Gaylord is about 3,500 people.
And
small town, used to
with
drive
the
through it
Gaylord
a lot.
Police Department, did you go through a field training officer program there as well?
Yes.
And did you complete that program there?
Yes.
And then you mentioned in February of this year, you changed jobs, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And so where did you go in February of this year?
February of this year, 2021, I applied for the Brooklyn Center Police Department, which was the agency where I've always wanted to work. I went through the hiring process, background process, psych evaluation, and a physical agility test, and got hired with Brooklyn Center Police Department, I believe February 16th of 2021.
Why did you want to apply at the Brooklyn Center Police Department?
For me, it's personal. The reason why with Brooklyn Center Police Department and the city itself is just because I grew up there all my life. I know the type of, the community, the people that live in that community, the streets of Brooklyn Center, Brooklyn Park. It's basically being home.
Did you think you could?
There's a
succeed as
Popeyes in
police
Brooklyn
officer
Center. That's all I care
Yes.
about.
there? And you're still currently employed there, correct?
Yes, I am currently employed.
There aren't many
You are
Popeyes in the Twin
licensed
Cities.
as
That's
a
why it
police
matters.
officer in Minnesota?
Yes.
And
Popeyes is good.
He's a
and
proud
since you're
officer,
kind of
though.
the
That's a
first
proud
police officer,
Brooklyn City
can you just
officer.
Describe,
Mhm.
well, what is the licensing authority for police officers?
You mean the Minnesota Post Board? Is that what you're
Correct. Yeah,
referring to?
Yep. Who do you get your license from?
Yep. When you are licensed as a police officer, you are licensed with the Minnesota Police Boards Association, which is the Minnesota Post Board.
Most people don't know
Which
you
is our
gotta get a
licensing
license to be a
center,
peace
or our
officer.
licensing
You have to get a license.
issuers, basically in the state of Minnesota.
And so HOST, I think, means Peace Officer Standards and Training, right?
Correct.
And so that's it. You have to apply there to get your license, meet certain requirements before they can give you a license, correct?
Yes.
And when did you first obtain your police officer license in Minnesota?
My first obtaining of a license was January of 2018.
And you've kept that license ever since?
No, the license did go inactive. So every time you move an agency, my license was activated the January of 2018. Moved over to transferred to Gaylord Police Department, where it was then reactivated, and then I was having my license held through that agency.
So
What
when
did-
you, all the time you've been
What
working
did you
as
do
a
for
police
like the
officer,
7 years
you've had an active
between
post
college and
Yes.
being a cop? That's what I want to know.
And when you worked at the Gaylord Police Department, did they provide training to you?
Yes.
And did you carry a taser there?
Yes.
And did you get certified to carry the taser before carrying it?
Yes.
And do you recall what model taser you used when you were at Gaylord?
At the city of Gaylord Police Department, it was, I believe, the X26P.
And when you went to the Brooklyn Center Police Department, did you get a taser to carry there when you started?
Yes.
And at some point, did the Brooklyn Center Police Department change models of taser?
Yes, at one point they did. When I started, it was X26P.
And what did they change to?
And then we transitioned to the TASER 7.
And when you were at Brooklyn Center, did you have to do some training for the TASER 7?
Yes.
Do you recall when that training was?
Not the exact date. I do want to say it was the first week of May. I believe probably May 3rd or May 7th.
Okay. Do you think it was March?
Sorry, yeah, March. Sorry, yeah, March.
Yeah.
March 3rd would be actually the exact date.
Okay. And did you also get training like on the use of force with Gaylord
Yes.
and the use of force with Brooklyn Center as well?
Yes.
And did that training, through that training, were you taught about different ways to, or places to wear the taser?
Yes.
When you came to Brooklyn Center, was there already a policy in place about where to carry your taser?
Yes.
And what was that policy?
The policy was opposite side of your duty firearm.
So if you have your duty firearm on your right side, you had to carry your taser on the left side.
Yes.
Why was that there was a rule about that?
For TASER's policy and our policy, it's so that way officers do not get their firearms confused with their tasers.
And when you were wearing your taser for the Brooklyn Center Police Department, you wore it on the other side, correct?
Yes.
Did you use a straight draw or cross draw? Do you know what I mean?
When I first started, I used a cross draw.
And what does that mean? Can you describe that for the jurors, please?
Yes. So a cross draw is I'm a right-handed person. I carry my Glock 17 on my right side. So when I go for my taser, to grab my taser, I reach across my waist on the other side of my belt, and I am able to grab my taser with my right hand, which would be my dominant hand.
And so if you were to grab it with the other hand, what kind of draw is that called?
And if I use the opposite hand, it would be a reaction side straight draw.
And are you still wearing it that way?
I currently am wearing a straight draw with my reaction side.
So you've switched.
Well, yeah, yes, with my reaction side
I
hand.
saw how effective it was for
why
Kim
did you
Potter, and I switched.
For me, that's just how I train with, is to just use my taser with my left hand only instead of my dominant hand.
So for some time you wore it as a cross draw, right?
Yes,
And then at some point you switched to a straight draw.
correct.
And why did you, I'm not sure I'm clear about why you switched at that point to a straight draw.
Yeah, so initially when I did start at Brooklyn Center Police Department, I do believe there was a straight draw holster offered to me. Down the road, I didn't prefer to have a cross draw, so I requested it to obtain a straight draw holster, but it was not available. So when we transitioned to the TASER 7, I made sure to stick with using a cross draw holster instead on my left side.
When you went to the TASER 7, you requested a straight draw or a cross draw?
Straight draw holster, yes.
So that's where the switch occurred.
Yes.
All right. Sorry if they beat that, but wanted to make sure I understood. And when you were working at Gaylord Police Department, did you ever have to draw your taser?
Yes.
And what about at Brooklyn Center? Did you ever draw your taser while you were working at Brooklyn Center?
Yes.
And have you ever actually fired a taser?
No.
You've been fired, though.
No, I
When
think
you
he said he
were
left
working
all of
both
them.
at
Like he left
Gaylord
you.
and
No, the
Brooklyn
first
Center,
one he was fired
part
for
of the
failing his
training that you
geography
went through
test.
on your taser,
Oh.
did you have
Aw.
to perform draws?
Geography's fun though.
Yes.
Can you describe that for the jurors, please?
This is not everyone's
The
strong
use of
suit.
force training that we do with Brooklyn Center Police Department is when we go through the taser training, we go through a PowerPoint for like a period or amount of time, and then we do hands-on training with the tasers that we carry on duty. So with that being said, we do get some targets. We practice deploying cartridges at these targets, aiming for the target areas. Sometimes, or not sometimes, when I first initially started, it was, doing a little bit of running, jumping, getting the blood pumping, and then deploying this taser at the target.
What's the point of making you run and jump and get the blood flowing?
Just to get the body used to and trained with being under stress while taking out your taser and deploying it.
And you did that training, did you say at Brooklyn Center?
Yes.
So when you came to Brooklyn Center, you started a field training program there, correct?
Yes.
Did you also have to do some training separate from the other officers because you were new?
Yes, and that would have been pre-service training.
And is that where you did this type of taser training?
Yes.
And do you understand now as a Brooklyn Center police officer that that type of training where they get you to think under pressure is something that all officers go through?
That is something that all officers should go through and do, yes.
And was that true when you were at Gaylord as well?
We did do the same type of taser training. I do not believe we did any agility, running or jumping.
I want to turn specifically to now April 11th of 2021. Were you working that day?
Yes.
Oh,
And
finally at the day.
What was your shift that day?
So my shift on April 11th was a day shift. I was still on in my field training program, and I was working with Officer Potter at the time.
And you recall what your shift was?
My shift was the day shift, which I was working a 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Do you recall what day of the week that was?
That would have been a Sunday.
And so you were working, well, let me ask you this way. Were you still in the FTO program with Brooklyn Center at the time?
Yes.
You talked earlier about some phases of the FTO program.
Yes.
Do you recall on April 11th where in that process you were?
I was in phase 2, which would have been the second month.
So is it phase 2 of how many?
Typically, it's 14 shifts. On that day, I believe it was either my 4th or 5th shift on my second phase.
Okay, so how many phases though are there?
There are 4 total.
Okay.
You can get extended, but there's 4.
So you were early part of the second of 4 phases.
Yes.
And so at that point in the process, what are your responsibilities as the trainee, versus the trainer? Explain that for the jury, what that relationship is supposed to be at that stage.
Mm-hmm. So second phase is typically you're progressed from the first phase. So it's percentage wise, I mean, I'd have to say you're not necessarily doing 50% of the work, but you're doing about 30% of the work. You are involving yourself with talking to people on these calls that you're going to, doing some of the paperwork that you're assigned to do on the calls. So.
And what's the role of the FTO then at that time, the trainer?
Yep, and the role of the field training officer at the time is typically the same as it always is, which is to instruct you, read over your work, monitor you, make sure they're grading pretty much your errors and your the things that you do well in. So.
And you indicated that Kim Potter was your FTO that day?
Yes.
Had you worked with her as an FTO before that day?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how many times?
I would say about 4 times. I believe it would have been my 5th shift. I don't recall, but it could have been 4 shifts prior.
And so then they're with you that entire day, correct?
Yes.
And then at the end of the day, they write up a report on how it went that day, correct?
Yes.
And at some point, that feedback gets to a supervisor who's overlooking your FTO program, correct?
Yes.
And so all those shifts are 12-hour shifts?
Yes.
Makes for a long day, doesn't it? And when you're in that FTO program, is there something you refer to as a book or some goals you have to meet?
Yes. So trainees that are on the field training program have a book, binder, some might call it the Bible, and there are a set of training tasks in there that you are expected to have completed on each phase. First phase could be as simple as writing a traffic citation, writing a report, and then the second phase is more into investigations possibly. So
prior to that day, in your work at Gaylord and at Brooklyn Center, had you made stops of vehicles before?
Yes.
Had you made arrests before?
Yes.
Had you taken people into custody who had warrants before?
Yes.
And had you done that at Brooklyn Center during the FTO process? Those things?
Yes.
And so this day, that's what you set out to do with Mr. Wright, correct? To arrest him?
Yes.
So this wasn't the first time that you had arrested somebody, certainly?
No.
And at some point, as I mentioned, you did stop a vehicle being driven by a person you later identified as Dante Wright, correct?
Yes.
And did you know Mr. Wright?
No.
Did you know anybody he was related to or any family members, anything like that?
No.
All right. So if you could just tell the jurors, when you first encountered this vehicle, what drew your attention?
Mhm. Yep. So when I first encountered this vehicle, myself and Officer Potter were traveling
I like how you repeats the
southbound
question exactly.
on Zane Avenue, coming up to the intersection of 63rd Avenue North. I was approaching the intersection, which was a stoplight, and it was a red light. In front of me was a white Buick that had its right blinker on in the left turning lane. For a brief second, stopped, waited, and then it went. It turned eastbound on 63rd Avenue North.
So if I could just interrupt for just a second, it's in the left turn lane with the right blinker on. And you said just for a second, or what happened?
Yes, for a brief moment, it was a hesitation with making the left turn.
But did it then make the left turn?
Yes.
And what did you do?
After that, I
Right
continued following the
turning
vehicle,
blinker.
immediately ran the registration of the license plate, which brings back the owner's information, the registered owner's information. I also, when I ran the plate, I could see that the vehicle had expired registration tabs on the plate as well, which I believe came back from January of 2021.
So just a quick tutorial on this. As you're following it, you're able to enter the license plate in a computer and get more information on that plate.
Yes, I used my computer, which is in our squad cars. I was able to use a program that is connected through the state, where I am able to run that license plate and get that information from the.
This is the reason why
owner,
he wears a uniform. He sounds very credible.
Information that's
Like he's like
related
look
to
like
that
he can
vehicle.
take what he's saying to the bank.
And when you ran the registration, what did you find out about the plate?
The plate was had expired registration.
And did you learn the vehicle owner's name?
Yes, it came back to a Dallas.
Do you remember the last name?
I don't recall. I do remember there was a Bryant in there. I don't know if that was the last name or the middle name.
And after this incident, did you write a report about it?
Yes, I did.
And if that report contained the name that you learned from that, would it refresh your recollection to look briefly at your report?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? I'm not sure how we're going to do this, but for the purpose of refreshing his recollection.
Yes.
So one of the interesting things, big difference here between this and the Kyle Rittenhouse trial is in Kyle Rittenhouse, we saw a lot more leading of witnesses, I felt, on direct. The questioning here is very good. It's consistent. Both attorneys, they were not leading the witnesses. They were, or both state attorneys on cross, you get to lead, but they were not doing that. They're asking their questions properly. They're asking pretty good questions. It's really boring right now.
So
but
Officer Lucky, having reviewed your
But they're doing
report, does
their
that
job
refresh your
well.
recollection about the owner's name that you learned at that time?
Yes.
And what was it?
Dallas D'Amico Bryant.
So Bryant was the last name.
Yes.
Then while you were doing this, where were you in the squad car?
I was the officer driving.
That's not the first time we heard that name, Dallas Bryant.
While
Remember?
Officer Potter
Right.
was in the front passenger seat.
Mama Bryant was talking about him.
So as you're running that information,
the car.
she's there.
Yeah, he owned the car.
Yes.
Except she said that
And
they transferred ownership over to Dante.
but they didn't.
so then
A
did
lot
you
of
continue to
suspect
follow
stuff
the
is going
vehicle?
on.
Yes, eastbound on 63rd Avenue.
Did you observe anything else significant to you at that time as a police officer about the vehicle?
Yes, I did observe that there was a air freshener hanging from the rearview mirror as well.
And why is that significant to a police officer? Is that really a violation of the law?
Technically, yes, it is.
A fairly common violation of the law to have things hanging from a rearview mirror?
It's a common violation of the law, yes.
I suspect there's a lot of people right now thinking, I didn't know that was against the law, right?
Maybe.
Very common to see.
It's, yes.
this guy's not my business. They know it's a violation of the law.
So then what did you decide to do?
So after running the license plates, observing the expired registration tabs, knowing the information that I seen with the left turn with the right blinker on, I decided to radio over to the Hennepin County Dispatch, which notifies them that I am going to initiate a traffic stop of that vehicle, which at that time I turned on my emergency traffic lights on my squad car, which signals the individual driving around me or in front of me, behind me, that they are emergency lights, which are red and blue.
And that's what you do to make a formal stop.
This is all by the book, it
Yes.
sounds like. By
And so
everything's
you
by the
said
book.
You notified
We
Hennepin
checked it out. We
Dispatch.
called
Can
it
you
out.
just
This is
explain
why we
a
stopped
Brooklyn
them.
Center police officer calls Hennepin
State
County.
doesn't want it to be by the book
Uh,
either.
in Hennepin
They want
County,
them to
we
create
do
a
have,
negligence situation.
dispatchers,
This guy
that
said, nah, he was driving.
Well,
making a
specifically,
mess.
they want
relay
Potter to create a
information
negligent
to,
situation.
And they relay information back to us. So when we make traffic stops, there's possibilities that things can go wrong, and it's important that dispatch knows what's going on and that they're aware that we're
His engagement with the
having
jury is good.
contact with people. On
I wonder
traffic
if
stops or on
they're
the street.
meeting his eye contact.
So that's your main dispatcher with Hennepin County.
Yes.
And did you also use a separate means to notify other Brooklyn Center officers?
Yes, I did. I also turned to our second channel, which is a
I think
channel
what they're
that
going to
Brooklyn
get
Center
to
Police
is
Department uses,
they want him to
which
say
is
he
an
felt
ops-
apprehension when she had the gun
channel.
fired by his
Only
face.
us officers for Brooklyn Center Police Department can monitor that channel. So after I made my initial contact with the Hennepin County Dispatch over Channel 1, I switched over to Channel 2 and requested that another officer come to assist me on my traffic stop.
But the stop wasn't just over the thing on the windshield. It was over the plates. 'Cause
Given
that's really like
just what I knew from what I observed and my intuition, I just decided to have an officer assist me on the traffic stop.
When you're working as an officer, and you are conducting a traffic stop, or you hear another officer conducting a traffic stop, is it common to just swing by anyway or offer backup anyway?
Yes, I do. Generally, if someone's making a traffic stop, I generally try to, I may not necessarily go to their traffic stop, but I do float that way, which is drive to their area in case anything does happen.
But here you specifically requested it, correct?
Yes.
At the time, did you know how many occupants there were in the vehicle?
Yes, I can only see that there were two occupants in the vehicle, one in the driver's seat and one in the front passenger seat.
When you send that request out, do you get any response? Anybody tell you they were going to respond?
Yes, when I sent the response out over Channel 2, Sergeant Johnson responded back on the radio stating that he was en route.
Now you mentioned Sergeant Johnson. Is he? Does he have some supervisory role for you that day?
Yes, he was the sergeant on shift that day.
So you're working with FTO, but there's also a sergeant working that day.
Yes.
Right? So is Sergeant Johnson, in that sense, a supervisor for you?
Yes, he is a supervisor.
He responded that he was going to back you up.
Yes.
Did he indicate when that would be?
I don't recall. I just know that he said that he would be en route.
Okay. And did the vehicle then in fact stop?
Yep. So when I initiated my traffic lights, I observed the vehicle slowly stopping in front. Well, it actually made a complete stop in front of a driveway to a church on 63rd Avenue North. At that time, I got on my PA, which is a microphone. Basically, you speak through it, and people can hear you outside the vehicle. I gave a command over the PA to move forward due to the fact that there was a vehicle trying to exit that parking driveway where he stopped at.
Yeah, at this time, I'm going to offer Exhibit 1, which is an overhead photograph of the scene. I understand the defense is not going to have an objection, but we will.
Exhibit 1 will be admitted into evidence, and you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I'm going to put Exhibit 1. Well, my trusty coworker is going to put Exhibit 1 up here.
The
on
judge
screen
sounded
for
like
you.
an AI bot
See
just
that in front
then.
of you?
Yes.
has
And do you
been.
recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
And what area is that?
This is the area of 63rd and Orchard Lane or Orchard Avenue where the incident took place.
Now, obviously, this photograph was not taken on April 11th because there are actually leaves on the trees and green grass, right?
Yes.
But otherwise, this depicts the layout of that area, the roads, the streets in that area.
Yes.
Now, there should be right in front of you, I hope, one of these little styluses.
Styli,
And if it would
please.
help explain to the jury, you can use the stylus to actually write on the screen as you're explaining. But if you could please,
Well,
for
that's
the
a
jury,
cool system.
point out which
They don't have
street
that
here
in our
is 63rd.
courtrooms out in Podunk,
Yes.
Minnesota.
So the street will be 63rd Avenue North.
And what directions does that street run?
Travels east and west.
And is that kind of a busy street in the area?
Yes, it is.
And why is that?
It's a main road. 63rd will take you east pretty much through Brooklyn Center, half of Brooklyn Center, and then it'll travel all the way west, going to Crystal, pretty much to 81.
And so there is on here well, you drew a line on here. Can you just describe for the jurors which direction is east and which is west?
Correct. So east.
His handwriting is shit.
No.
So you were traveling east behind this vehicle.
He's trying to fix it. He's trying to rehabilitate that E.
And if you could, for the jurors, indicate where the vehicle first pulled up and had this problem of blocking the driver.
Someone in the chat points out there is
So
a
the
compass
initial
rose on the
stop
picture
of
down in the bottom
white
right
Buick
corner.
would have been the entrance right there. And eventually I got on my PA and he made his second stop.
Like I said, geography is not
So you
everybody's strong
directed him
suit.
to move up, and he in fact did that.
Yes.
And once you stopped
That
behind
must have
him,
been one hell of
that
being
location,
pulled over, knowing you got no
notice on
license
here, just above
and a
your
car
road,
with no
next to
insurance.
the blue box with an X in it. Is that the approximate location of the final stop?
Yes.
Okay. So then once the vehicles came to a stop, what did you do?
Vehicle came to a complete stop. At this time, I exited the vehicle or exited my squad car and approached the vehicle on the driver's side door.
And where was Officer Potter while you were doing that?
I believe Officer Potter was still stationed inside the squad car.
And did you then have a conversation with the driver?
Yes.
And was the window open? Did the driver open the window?
Yes.
And when you approached, what happened next?
When I approached the window, I requested a driver's license and proof of insurance from the driver who I identified as Dante Wright. Also, while speaking with him, immediately I observed, well, first, before that even got to that point, I explained to him the reason for the stop, which was for the air freshener. And then I also began asking him about the expired tabs.
And what did he indicate to you about the expired tabs?
He stated that the vehicle belonged to his brother and that he just bought the vehicle from his brother, I believe.
Did he give you his brother's name?
What was that?
Did he tell you his brother's name?
Yes.
What was the name?
Eventually, he said it was Dallas D'Amico Bryant.
So it matched with what you had learned by running the plate.
Yes.
Okay. When you approached the vehicle, did you see then how many people were in the car?
Yes.
How many people were in the car?
2.
So we know you're talking with a male driver. That person subsequently, you got identified as Dante Wright, correct?
Yes.
Who else was in the car? Or if you just describe that person.
There was also a female in the front passenger seat, and I have no idea what her name was from that stop or during that traffic stop.
And did she communicate with you at all?
No, she did not communicate. However, she did have comments in the car when I was having contact with Dante. Later.
Okay. But initially, when you're talking with Dante, she didn't speak to you at all.
No.
Okay. And when you were speaking with Mr. Wright, did you notice anything else that concerned you?
Yes. So I did notice a odor of marijuana smell coming from the vehicle, emitting from the window.
I was wondering when you were going to start.
Also, in the vehicle, in the middle console, I observed marijuana residue, which was pretty much scattered around on the middle console.
Minnesota does not
residue,
allow
what
medical leafy marijuana. You only get it in
Marijuana
cartridges.
residue. If I had to explain it, it's shake. It's basically marijuana residue, leaves scattered around.
Not like a bag of marijuana.
No, it wasn't a bag. No.
And so you asked the driver, Mr. Wright, for some information, correct?
Well, you got
Yes.
smell and you
And
got
did he
residue.
give you his full name
Yes, he did.
and his date of birth?
Yes.
And did he give you his address?
Yes.
When he gave you the address, were you familiar with that address?
No. I know where the address was, but I wasn't familiar with that particular address.
And where was that address roughly? Obviously you're telling us, I don't know exactly.
Where was that
Is it
address
in
gently?
Brooklyn Center? Is it in that area?
Yes, it is in Brooklyn Center. I do not recall the actual house number. I just know that it was on North Bay Drive.
And that would be in Brooklyn Center.
Yes.
And did you also ask him for a phone number?
Yes, I did.
And did he give you that?
Yes.
And and I think you may have already told us you asked him for a driver's license.
Yes, I did.
And what did he say?
He stated that he did not have a driver's license.
And what else did you ask him for?
I also asked him for proof of insurance, and he stated that he just bought the vehicle and he did not, or I believe I don't recall, I believe said he was looking for the insurance.
And as to the expired tabs, did he tell you anything about that?
Yes, that was about the same time when he also explained that the vehicle was used to be his brother's car and that he bought it from his brother, Dallas.
So did you say he was working on getting the tabs or trying to get them?
Yes.
There's a lot going on here.
And at some point, did he give you an
Expired
insurance card?
tags, no license.
Yes, he did.
Smell of
Did you look
weed.
at it?
Yes.
Did it convince you that there was insurance on that vehicle at the time?
No.
Why?
I did look at the insurance card that was handed to me by Dante, and I observed the name on the insurance card to be, I believe,
Well, you don't have to give us the name.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't.
Oh,
Mr.
that's
Bryant's
interesting.
name.
No.
Why don't they
Either
want the
Mr.
name?
Bryant's name, right?
No.
And it appeared to be outdated.
Yes.
And so, what did you do then after he gave you that?
Wonder
At
if
the time,
defense is gonna follow up on that.
I handed him
Yeah.
back the insurance card and just advised him that I don't believe that was the correct insurance. Basically told him to continue to look for the insurance, and that would be back with them. And then I went back to my squad car.
Okay. And why did you go back to your squad car at that time?
At that time was to run the information that he gave me, making sure he is who he says he is. If he basically running through our system, the Hennepin County, like I said, on the computer, knowing that he wasn't the registered owner, at that point, move forward, figure out who he is operating the vehicle.
So, at that point, during that interaction with him, was he respectful to you?
Yes.
Was he threaten you in any way, though?
No.
And he didn't indicate that he had a weapon or give you any reason to believe he had a weapon at that point?
No.
So then the female passenger during that interaction, did she talk at all to you during that before you went back to the squad car?
Not that I recall, no.
Did she appear appear to be in any distress at all or anything like that?
Not that I recall, no.
So when you went back to the squad car to run his name and address, name and date of birth, let's see if that checks out. That was the point of doing that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, did you believe the information that he gave you was the truth, that he was telling you the truth?
Yes.
Why?
The information that came back with his date of birth that he gave me.
Because it would have been stupid of him to admit everything.
His name on our system when I ran it through our computer in our squad car.
Kind of, it all checked out what he gave you.
Yes.
So when you ran them in the computer, you know, as you sit in the squad car and do that, correct?
Yes.
And different, I don't want to get too deep into the technical details, but there are different ways that you can do that, correct?
Yes.
And did Officer Potter give you some instruction on how to do that?
Yes.
He's asking a lot of
Describe
leading
that for the
questions now, though.
The instruction was,
I wonder if it's going to draw an objection soon.
for starters, we just discussed okaying myself, which is code 4ing myself with Hennepin County Dispatch. It's a button that we can tap on our computer to let the Hennepin County Dispatch know that we're okay. The fact that I did not run his information yet, she just corrected me to say, don't okay yourself until we know who we are actually dealing with. After that, I began running Mr. Wright's information through a state website, which is the MyBCA, which will pull up any Minnesota state ID.
And did his name come up in that system?
Yes, it did.
And did your FTO, Officer Potter, at that point in time point out why she had given you that advice then?
Yes, because if you've basically it was the date of birth that I was entering into the system as well. If you don't enter the date of birth, it just gives the program more room to think with, I guess you can say. If you gave me the wrong date of birth, it'll at least pop up the name and someone who, a date of birth at least is close to that. And at that point, that's when I took the driver's license OLN number from my BCA and placed that into another program that we use, which is our TriTech program.
So because you had his name and date of birth, you were able to get more information about him.
Correct, yes.
And when you did run that in this other program, what did you find out?
When I ran his information, basically anything that's a hot file is going to either make a ding noise. It speaks to us. It'll say wanted person. Could be a warrant, could be a protection order. When I ran the information, his information came up as a gross misdemeanor weapons charge. And under that was also a protection order for a female that I also observed on the screen.
And a protection order, as you're sitting there that day, tells you what about him?
That basically there is a order for protection. It was a female. I do not recall the exact name on that protection order. Basically, it explains and it tells me that he is, for one, not to have any contacts with this individual who's on the protection order.
But it does not tell you why, right? It just tells you there's no contact.
Correct. Yes, and it explains the rules of no contact. Could be no calling, no texting, no going within a certain amount of feet of their home, place of employment, etc.
Pretty sure it's related to his warrant.
We need to take a break. Is this an okay time to break? All right, members of the jury, we're going to take a 20-minute break. Okay.
My son just brought me this sweet tea that I sent him a message for like 2 hours ago. Oh, I'm so happy. This is a very slow moving
Very slow moving.
examination.
You know what? But I think we learned a lot. We're learning a lot because it's so interesting to see kind of just how the way people can build particular narratives based around the same story, and they seem totally different. Like when the mom, her first on direct examination, it was just like I would have gotten none of this context from that, right? He was in the car, he was driving, he was just going. I gave him $50 to go take the car for a car wash. It was one of those great days, right? You know, he was, father of the year, that type of thing. Then you kind of heard the cross-examination of her just being, just totally like, here are the facts. Did you know any of this stuff? And now with this cop, the reasons why, a lot of people were always saying that the reason why he was pulled over because he had the tree on his rear view mirror. But that wasn't the only reason, right? Before they even saw that, they saw the expired tags. He was in a left turn only lane with a right signal on.
Well, that was the signal was the initial thing that tipped them off, and that's what made them run the plates. And so then they got more information. They said, "Oh, this is some interesting stuff that we should maybe follow him and see if there's anything else going on here."
Then you get into the car. He's got no license. You can't got no insurance. You smell weed. It's like, I don't understand why the prosecution's trying to make this out to be some type of bad stop. I think you can clearly see this is a good stop. If in all of the occasions, this would be a good stop.
Yeah. Yeah, that's got to be a frustration point by the state here. So for what it's worth, I'm pretty sure that this guy is a favorable witness. I mean, he's being called by the state because it's like Robbie McInnes in the Rittenhouse trial. They need to establish the reckless nature of Kim Potter's actions. And we saw in their complaint that the recklessness that they're trying to establish has to do with where she had the gun when she fired. It was near this guy's face and near this guy's arm. So the recklessness isn't actually towards Dante Wright. It's towards her fellow officers, maybe the passenger in the car. So the state has called this guy because he's kind of in Wisconsin, they called him a complaining witness. But I don't think he's actually a complaining witness. I mean, this is a guy who was trying to effect arrest. It wasn't working because the person resisted. People are saying he also didn't properly restrain him, which may be true. He could have gotten run over by this car. He's in the same scenario that Kim Potter is. And, I don't know. I'm not getting an impression that he's out for the blood of Kim Potter right now, but maybe we're in for a switcheroo.
Yeah. I think it was interesting. I want to know whose name was on that insurance card now, because that was very interesting for the state to go, we don't need to know her or the person's name, his or her name.
Yeah.
And that made me go, "Ooh, what is that person's name? Now I really want to know. Why don't you want me to know it?"
Maybe just a privacy in general. The person's not part of the case in any way, but it is weird.
Yeah, that could be it.
But the thing is that's also a possibility that the jury is now thinking that too, like that the state is keeping certain pieces of evidence away from the jury. And anytime they start feeling like you're withholding something from them, well, they typically don't like that from what I understand in my experiences.
Yeah. And it'll depend. It'll be interesting if the defense wants to delve into it, right? They'll either come out and they might do it just to highlight that the state didn't want them to, even if it's completely irrelevant. But
it's interesting. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying one thing. I like what I've seen here, but it's not going well for the state because this guy makes it seem like it was very, very by the book. And even the kind of advice that she was giving him about the whole, hold on, we shouldn't say we're okay until we find out at least who we're dealing with. Right. And then he said, "Oh, yeah, that makes sense." That she went. So it seems like everything is going reasonable. Everything is by the book. He is a trainee. So you'd think you're going to see some mistakes, like, for instance, him maybe not restraining him early enough. But, I don't see the state. This witness isn't really helping the state's case from what I'm seeing. It's just kind of giving us an example of why I think legitimately this kid was stopped. This kid was this is who you want cops to stop. No license, no insurance.
weird,
bad
weird,
tags.
right? They haven't come out and said it because they never got around to it, but potentially operating the vehicle under the influence of a drug. You've got a right
Yeah.
turn signal in a left-hand lane. All these things that the cops going, this whole picture is wrong. I have 2 infractions that I can identify, but this, this other thing makes it a little more. And Frank was trying to get him. He's like, well, yeah, a lot of people probably drive around with a Christmas tree or whatever hanging from the air freshener, right?
Yeah.
It's like, well, yeah, they might, but do a lot of people doing that also make a left-hand turn with a right turn signal on while also having expired tabs? And then we end up finding that they don't have a license. The car isn't registered to them. They don't have insurance. I mean,
It's a snowball effect.
Right. And it is this by the book sort of thing. And we see some, because the state would much rather have him just pull over this kid for just the tree, right? And nothing else, and have no further justifications.
And I wonder if the reason why we're in recess right now is because the judge maybe noticed that the jury was falling asleep or was not paying attention, because this has been very boring.
Yeah, typically we wouldn't be in recess on the other days for another 5 minutes or so. About 3:20 has been the recess time, and she called it a little early in the middle of their examination. But
and that's the thing, especially, is doing it in the middle of their of the direct examination, as opposed to, I mean, I know a lot of judges would just say, nope, finish your direct, and then we'll take a break afterwards.
And there's still a significant amount of testimony coming out of this guy, because we've not even gotten to the critical 22 seconds of the incident yet.
Yeah.
But it seems like we're right there at the door, because I'm thinking the state wants to get out in front of these bad facts. They pulled over because of the tags, the no insurance, no license, because the mother, that ending for the mother wasn't really that great for them. That was really, really bad, because the mother, just the emotional switch, for under the prosecution, she was teared up, emotional, wrecked, almost, I'm surprised they didn't pause it. Well, in the defense, it was a real switch of yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no.
I mean,
not even a sniffle.
I can still see that, though, because, like, I mean, in the video that they showed during the direct examination of the mom, she was very combative with the police officers that she was interacting with, for obvious reasons, right? Like, she was like literally just reacting to the death of her son, and so it's she obviously understands, and everyone in that courtroom understands, that the defense attorneys are in opposition to her interests. And she did say that at the very end of her direct examination, that it's every mother's job to protect their kids. And so I can still see that even without her crying on the cross examination and her being all business, yes, no, that still fits with what she said. It's not like, it doesn't seem to me, it still doesn't come across as somebody who was crying off a drop of a hat, and then switched flipped a switch, and then all of a sudden she's absolutely no emotions and cold.
I didn't think I didn't think the no tears on her was any indication of her. I think it was an indication of how effective the questioning of Earl Grey was.
Exactly, that's exactly what I was going to go to.
Yeah.
But I stole it.
I know I was trying to jump in there too. I'm like, before I can get in there. But
but I just wanted to get in there and point that out, though.
I totally agree. And my issue is, I don't want to be cold and say I believe her tears were fake, because absolutely not. I believe she lost her son, and you're reliving the moment right there.
Yeah.
But I do think, as a tactic, the defense attorney got up there and he was monotone, right? Question after question after question after question, not giving her that emotional response, right? You got this, and she knew some of those questions were coming, like the question about, was she filing a lawsuit? We knew that question was coming. She knew that question was coming. But what happens? She just walked her down that line to expect it and to say yes to it, because we already knew what the answer was going to be. So the tactic, I think, was good, and the tactic was good enough because you have to ask the right type of questions to keep her from getting emotional, to keep those tears from coming. So I don't think, I'm not really casting any doubt on whether her emotions were real, but I do think the attorney's cross-examination was tactically was a masterpiece, because he
Yeah.
turned that very sympathetic witness, he turned her right into a robot and said exactly what he wanted her to say.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. I completely agree with that as well. And I think that the thing that played the best for the defense with her was the fact that the state did not do a redirect to get her landing on an emotional note, because that's what I mean, at least that's what I would have wanted to have if I were the state, because now talk a lot about primacy and recency effect, right? So the very last thing that she said was that she agreed that she was contemplating filing a civil lawsuit. So that's the last thing that people remember.
But how do you, the problem is, how do you rehabilitate her? Because don't forget, she's just said, I know my son didn't have a license. I know the car wasn't insured, right? I know that, I've been talking to Ben Crump and I'm going to be, filing a lawsuit, right? How do you rehabilitate that? What question could you ask to help that?
I mean, you could say, you could go back up and say, they're talking about filing a civil lawsuit. Is there any money in the world that could possibly replace your son?
I would object to that. Object cause specific, right? Object cause.
I mean, like, or if I don't know, if you would rather, like, would you rather have money from a civil lawsuit from his death, or would you rather have your son?
But that's true. Maybe
I don't know.
like that would work, because
Like
I'm objecting to anything
basically to
like
say,
that.
like it's not about the money. It's about the fact that she lost her son, and that's the only way that she could possibly get any sort of, recompense for that, if you could call it that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
S Cyber Taz says, I got a couple of these chats I want to hit. Notice a pattern with all her children's names starting with the same letter. She was all about the D. Oh, you better stop. You better stop that. Kyle Surface says, MAGA country. Catherine Smith says, was Brooklyn Center Police Department on 12-hour shifts? Canceled days off during this time? Most were during the Floyd trial. Seems like that could impair judgment. He did seem to indicate that he was on long shifts. I think in his training or in his testimony. So very possible that they were. Jim Bobbington says, assuming the answer is no, should the defense ask if the training includes targets that, while under stress, require the officer to choose between their taser and their firearm? Seems training is going to be a big issue for the prosecution. We'll just have to see. I don't know enough about police training to know what's going to be asked. I am curious about those experts, because I think they could. That's one of the places where the state can build their case. Is, again, did she seriously deviate from training? Was her deviation reasonable, or completely unreasonable? Was it reckless? Does it rise to that level? Mark Gee says, ASMR judge, I'm sorry, I'm having trouble connecting to the internet. Please ask your question later or check your router. Caligula says, I'm a bit behind, stupid work, watching at 1.5x speed. Regardless of what I think, that crying mom was damn tough to watch. Appreciate you and the LawTube crew, though, heart. And then Rhino says, why would the state introduce character evidence of Dante Wright as a super good boy when in reality he's garbage? For all of Binger's incompetence, he knew not to introduce character evidence. Well, I think in this one, they don't have much of a choice, because the character of Dante Wright, or at least his prior acts, which is the warrant, that is in the knowledge of the defendant at the time of the incident, because they just looked it up. She's got an order for protection, an outstanding warrant for a gun crime. And I believe that order for protection is probably related to that gun crime, or it's related to the woman he allegedly choked.
Sorry. That was an interesting detail about the protection order that I wanted to mention, is that it was interesting that the prosecution was getting at, well, you didn't know why the protection order was out there. All you knew was that it was not to contact another person whom we shall not she who shall not be named. We shall not. Yeah, she who shall not be named. And then it says, the rules of going about it or not contacting her or whatever. So what they're trying to get at, of course, is that this protection order would not have actually impacted their state of mind as to, influencing anything about him being a violent person or something. But I'm wondering if on cross, the defense is going to come up and say, well, you know what this is about. You can connect the dots for this
Ooh.
kind of a protection order.
But well, you know what?
I wonder.
Maybe, but that'll be because don't forget that may be what's it called, propensity, right? He's acted in conformity with a past event. So I don't know. It might be tough.
That would go to state of mind.
Because he was, because this
how this kind of a protection order would cue them to how to regard this particular person at a traffic stop.
Because he would have to have some evidence. He would have to have known that, and that's what I think the prosecutor was trying to get at. In other words, even though there's a protection order, maybe even for violence, and maybe this protection order is because he was violent with this person, but he's trying to make it seem like since you didn't know that, you can't now say that you took these acts because this is one of the pieces of evidence that led to that. So
So if the defense wants to get into this, what they need to do is say, when I don't know how they specifically word it, but when you pull up a background check, you see a gun crime along with an order for protection, right? Oh, my battery's exhausted.
No!
That's okay. I got the replacement. But you see a gun crime and an order for protection. What are you thinking about what this does that change the way you look at this traffic stop or approach?
No, but you look at it through the totality of the circumstances. You got bad tags, no license, no insurance. He's going to be scared anyway.
Yeah,
coming from that, right? He's going to be scared to death. He's like, oh my God. Even just driving without a license. These guys just literally caught me driving without a license.
You're talking about Dante Wright would be scared, but what would be at issue is the officers approaching it.
But that's what I'm saying. I think I'm thinking you have to look at it from both perspectives, right? First, the officers. They're going to a situation knowing this guy's not going home, right? We're arresting him for blah, 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 blah. But then you're also thinking, well, what does this guy know we know? Well, he's got to know for sure. We just pulled him over with no license, no registry, and the tags are bad, right? So is he dumb enough to believe that he's just walking away from that? I mean, if you right now are caught without your license, no insurance, and you telling the cop who I am, you have no ID, then it's kind of like, people usually don't go home from situations like that. So that's what I'm saying. On his end, he's already had to be nervous. And then it comes the hammer. Well, also you have a warrant.
Yeah, and he probably knows he has a warrant. I'm just guessing.
So I'm just guessing about this. What as an officer, because even if you were an officer, you know this, all this stuff, and on top of that, he has a warrant. Is it going to be more likely or less likely that you're thinking this guy might lose control, right? That this person might be a problem with all these things kind of piling up. I think it's reasonable for an officer to be a little more heightened, right? This isn't your cat in a tree. This is something like, okay, we got to take this guy into custody, and this guy's got a lot of issues. An order of protection, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's definitely within their state of mind. And again, it goes to they have a couple different questions to answer, but one of the main ones they have is, was she justified in drawing a taser in the first place? And the state is trying to attack that. That's what their expert is going to say. Now they did not say that she wouldn't be justified. They said that it would be a bad idea for her to draw the taser. They want to get to this idea that her drawing the taser is not the correct action here. And the reason they do that is because if they get rid of the justification for drawing the taser, then they could potentially have the first-degree manslaughter. That's where they're committing the assaultive act. If there's justification for drawing the taser, justification for a use of force, then they have to go the negligence route. And
I think you got justification for pulling a taser in spades, though.
I do too.
Like how can you not, right? She's literally jumped back into the car. The other guy's in the car. It's like how do you not end the don't shoot someone? You're supposed to point center mass, but you're not trying to hit anybody's heart or anything, but in certain situations, yeah, the prongs may hit you in the chest, may hit you in a bad spot, but it's not like you're trying to do that. And it's like the audacity of the whole, you're supposed to try to shoot him in the back. Sometimes that's just not available to you, right? The person's back isn't available to you. So here, I understand what the state's trying to do, say that she wasn't justified to pull out the taser at all anyway. But that's watching this trial and watching what happened. That's a hard thing to sell. But let's see how they do it though.
Yeah, that's going to be the trick. I'm trying to find more about to see if we have a copy of that protective order anywhere that's obvious and easy to find. I could probably. Oh, Dante Wright was remembered as an outgoing man. Okay, that's not a helpful article.
but one thing, but I do think after the first direct, I did think the prosecutor got, especially with that last question, I think they did a wonderful job with the mother, even just putting everybody in that state of mind. Oh, this is just a good father. He was trying to do the right thing. He was taking the car to get washed. And next thing we know, we go all hell breaks loose. And the video and everything. So I think the prosecutors did a really good job on that emotional front.
Yeah.
But I also think they lost a lot of points on the factual front, and that's the one thing you don't want to do. And I also think it was a mistake not to try to rehabilitate that poor woman some way.
Yeah.
Because you left that just left the bad taste in everybody's mouth.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Agreed.
Do we have it? Do we have this? Yeah. Okay. So here we go. So Dante Demetrius Wright has, this is his charging document. Count 1, aggravated robbery in the first degree. So let's see. The Dante Wright acting alone or intentionally aiding, advising, hiring, counseling. Oh. Blah, blah,
And
blah.
we're back.
Attempted to
1
take
minute late,
property
Your
of the
Honor.
victim. Witness left for a short time to get $820 cash in order to pay victim for rent. Let's see.
And this seems to be a very no-nonsense witness too. Yes, no. We were going southbound on 68th Street. It's like this guy's just like the typical rookie cop.
He seems like he's gotten a little more comfortable on the stand too.
Yeah, so defendant
No
Wright
longer
turned
jittery.
around and blocked the door, preventing victim from leaving. Defendant Wright then pulled a black handgun with silver trim out from either his right waistband or his right coat pocket and pointed at victim and demanded the rent money. Victim said, "Are you serious?" Defendant Wright replied, "Give me the effing money. I know you have it."
All right, please be seated. Mr. Frank, you may
Victim was a
continue.
woman in this case. So I'm guessing that's who the protective order is for while he has this pending
Thank you, Your Honor.
charge.
Officer Lucky, I think when we left off, we were just talking about the time that you were in the squad car running the information.
I wonder if that was a woman in the car.
And at some point,
No,
while you
I
were
don't
there in the squad
think
car doing that,
well,
did
could
another
be, I
officer arrive?
suppose.
Yes.
And who was that?
Sergeant Johnson.
And had you known Sergeant Johnson before that day?
Yes, when I first started.
First started at Brooklyn Center?
Yes.
Okay. So you recognized him when he showed up, in other words.
Yes.
And when he arrived, what did you tell him?
So I pretty much advised Sergeant Johnson of the reason for the stop. I informed him of the gross misdemeanor weapons charge that I learned about, and also the protection order that was also on my computer screen.
And so what did you do then?
So at this point, I advised Sergeant Johnson what my plan was, and that was to basically make contact with Dante again at the vehicle and also get the female passenger identified.
And did you have a decision in your mind about what you were going to do with Mr. Wright?
Yes.
What was that?
I advised Sergeant Johnson and Officer Potter at the time that we would be taking him out of the vehicle, placing him under arrest for the warrant.
And so what did you do then?
I exited my squad car and I reapproached the driver's side of the vehicle that Dante was driving. And at that time, I realized he was on the phone with someone who I believe he did say that it was his mother. And there was more communication going on. I don't know if I asked him again about the insurance, but I do know at one point I just asked him to step out of the vehicle so I can talk to him.
Did he tell you whether he was still looking for that insurance paper?
Yes, and I did see a bunch of papers on his lap as if he was still looking for the insurance.
And when you saw that he was on the phone, did you tell him to do something with regard to the phone?
Not until I asked him to step out of the vehicle.
So tell the jurors what you did then in that regard.
So when I requested Dante to step out of the vehicle, I did request that he place the cell phone on the dashboard, which he did.
And what happened then after that?
After he placed the cell phone and moved the papers from his lap, he exited the vehicle. And at this time, I immediately requested that he put his hands behind his back. But before that happened, when I requested that he exit the vehicle, the female passenger did make eye contact with Dante, and I believe she told him to just do it or just go.
And did he in fact then get out of the car?
Yes, with hesitation, yes.
And what do you mean by hesitation?
What was that?
What do you mean by hesitation?
He was very hesitant, not wanting to get out of the car. Eventually, it was the opening the car door slow.
Driving a car with no license, no insurance,
thinking about it.
I wouldn't want to get out the
You're
car
assuming
either.
he did not want to get out of the car because of the slow speed with which he did that, I assume.
Yes, I don't know what was going through his mind at the time, but it was that way, yes.
So he did eventually open the door. Did you help open the door?
Yes, I did.
And where did he go?
So immediately the door opens up. He exits the vehicle, and I immediately advise him to turn around. At this time, I grabbed his hands behind his back. Immediately, Sergeant Johnson advised Dante he was under arrest. I immediately said the same thing, and then Officer Potter said the same thing. So it was kind of all simultaneously. We told him that he was under arrest for a warrant.
Three-part harmony.
Incidentally, when you told him to put down the phone, what did he do with the phone?
I believe he put the phone down on the dashboard.
Mama, I'm going to jail.
You get him out of the car. Where is he standing?
Right between the front door and the back passenger door.
Was the front door open at that point?
Yes.
And when you asked him to put his hands behind his back, did he do that?
Yes, he did do that.
And that area where you were stopped on 63rd, how many lanes of travel are there on 63rd there?
2.
So
it would be eastbound and then a lane going westbound.
Is there any shoulder or bike path or anything like that?
Yes, and there would be a north and south shoulder lane.
But at this point, are you standing on the shoulder or in the street? Do you know what I mean?
Both.
Yeah. Okay. Because where you're standing with him outside the car, are you in the lane of travel or off the lane of travel?
In the lane of travel with my squad car blocking.
Behind you.
Behind you. Or behind me, yes, correct.
And at that point, did you see where Sergeant Johnson's squad car was?
Yes, it would have been behind my squad car.
And so why did you tell him that he had a warrant, he was getting arrested?
Why did I tell him that?
Yeah.
In the state of Minnesota, at least when we do place people under arrest, it's smart to advise people that they're under arrest if they decide to run. And it also gives people the understanding of why they're being placed in handcuffs and why they're being detained.
He had not, let me say that again. You had not been able to put handcuffs on him at the point when you told him about that.
Correct, yes.
And Sergeant Johnson actually spoke first about the warrant.
Yes.
And so then as he puts his arms behind his back, what happens then?
I immediately grabbed his fingers, began lifting his sleeves upward. I do that before taking my handcuffs out of my handcuff case to have control of them. Immediately after I'm able to grab control of his hands behind his back, get his sleeves pushed up with the shirt that was underneath, I was able to get my handcuffs out. And immediately when I placed the left handcuff on his wrist, he jerked his arm back.
So at this point in time, where is Officer Potter?
She would be at the back of the vehicle, of Dante's vehicle.
And Sergeant Johnson, where was he?
And he would be on the passenger, front passenger side of the vehicle.
So then when Mr. Wright pulled his arm away, what happened next?
So immediately, right when he starts to tense up, I basically just told him, I said, "Don't do it, bro." And at that time, I believe that's when he just looked to the right. I also believe that's when Officer Potter also approached him, attempted to grab his right arm. But right when that happened, he yanked his right arm upward and was able to get back into the vehicle.
And when you say get back into the vehicle, how much back into the vehicle?
At one point, it was half of his body. Initially, when he first attempted to get back into the vehicle, I was able to grab his head, neck, and I attempted to put him in a modified head grab against the car to stop him from getting into the vehicle. Pretty much, I placed his head against the panel of the door.
At some point, was he able to put himself into the driver's seat?
Yes, and then
Like
so
modified
while I
head
was
grove.
trying to
Modified head grab.
gain control of him to get him back out of the vehicle, he was able to grab the steering wheel and pull himself back into the driver's seat.
And what was Officer Potter doing at this time?
At this time, Officer Potter then ran over to the left side of me, where she tried to assist me with getting him out of the car.
And so what did you do trying to get him out of the car at that point?
At this point, it was me basically holding on to his jacket, grabbing his hand, trying to pull him out. However, he kept holding on to the steering wheel.
And were you able to see where his feet were at the time?
Yes, they were
Attached
kind
to
of
his
all over the
legs.
place at one point on
Say
the
it.
floor, maybe hitting the brake at one point.
During this time, were you able to see what Sergeant Johnson was doing?
I cannot recall. I just know that he was doing something with the vehicle and also possibly trying to push him out of the vehicle. I can't recall exactly what he was doing, though.
Okay. Were you able to see him from your vantage point? Sergeant Johnson, I mean?
Yes, I was able to see him.
How much of it?
All of them.
Okay. And so were you able to tell what he was trying to do from the other side of the car?
Yes, I just seen, I think it was at one point he might have even put his hand on the shift gear, but I think that was pretty much all I can see. I just know that he was reaching over the front passenger, and I honestly can't recall what he was doing.
And when you're trying to get physical control of Mr. Wright, did you see him doing anything to try and operate the vehicle?
Yes.
What was that?
I believe he was, I don't know if he was trying to start the car. I don't know if he was trying to, well, he was obviously trying to put the car and drive. I'm assuming to drive away.
And so that was your mindset at the time, is he was trying to drive away.
Yes.
And you were trying to stop him from doing that.
Yes.
And you had hands on him at the time? You had a hold of him?
Yes.
And Did you make other attempts to stop the vehicle from moving at that point in time?
Yes.
What did you do?
There was at one point, I was able to see his hands. I believed he kept trying to grab upward towards the steering column. I believed that's probably where the key was, or the shift gear. So I also grabbed where he grabbed to try to undo whatever he did, which was the key or the shift gear that he went for.
Did you use your left hand to do that?
It would have been my left hand, yes, because I was still grabbing on the right with my right hand, yes.
So you had your right hand on him, and with your left, you reached in to try and undo what he was.
With your left hand,
Yes.
you have
Is that
sex?
him
Is
included
what
trying to
it
turn the
said.
key?
Yes.
Oh, no.
Do that?
No.
These captions are great.
So then, at this point in time, did you know where FCO Potter was at the time?
Yes, she would have been inside the door on the left side of me. So it would have been me a little bit outside the front passenger door, and then it would have
funny
been
to see the
her
chat catch up.
basically to the left side of me.
You said front passenger door. Do you mean?
Sorry, the front driver door.
Okay, driver's side door, right?
Yes, driver's side door.
And then did you hear something from Miss Potter at the time?
Yes.
What did you hear?
I heard Officer Potter say, "I'm going to tase you."
And what did you do after hearing that?
At that point, I was still trying to gain control of Dante.
And were you able to?
Not completely, no.
Okay. You still had a hold of him, in other words.
Yes.
And what did you hear next?
I heard her say, "I'm going to tase you." Again, I believe a second time. And then I believe that is when I heard taser, taser.
And what happened next?
At that same time, when she yelled that, that's when I was reaching into the vehicle, trying to grab what I believed was the stick shift when Dante grabbed in that area of the steering column. I just tried to undo whatever he did. And then that's when I just heard a bang.
And did you recognize what that bang was?
Yes.
What was it?
It was a firearm.
And did you see anything when that happened?
Yes.
What did you see?
I just seen just a flash, smoke, and at the same time, I suppose a firearm. It was a gun.
And when you heard Ms. Potter say taser, taser, what should you have done when she deployed her taser?
That's when you yell taser, taser. It's to notify officers that are around you to basically back away, so that way you don't get hit with the taser as well.
And when you heard this bang and you saw a flash and a firearm, did you know who it was? Whose gun it was, I guess would be the question.
No, I did not at the time. I just knew that it wasn't Dante's because I was able to see his hands.
And did you get hit by anything when this bang went off?
I believe I did get hit in the face with a projectile, yes.
You were using what was your duty weapon at the time?
Glock 17.
Wadding
9mm.
maybe or something?
And is that Brooklyn Center's standard issue firearm?
I don't know.
Yes, or it is a Glock 19.
And you've trained before that day on a Glock 17 or 19?
What was that?
You've trained before with that firearm?
Yes, only the one that I
could be
carry
the
for work
casing
is the one I use.
projecting
Yes.
out.
And you're
Would have
familiar
ejected
with
to the
how
right.
it discharges or in which
That makes
direction it discharges a casing?
Yes,
Which direction does it discharge?
to the right.
Okay.
And were you to the right of Officer Potter or to the left?
I was to the right.
Yeah, hit with some brass.
After the shot, did you let go of Mr. Wright?
Yes.
Why?
That's when I realized that she yelled taser, taser. So it was pretty much simultaneously when it happened. When she yelled taser, taser, that's when I went back into the vehicle, realized that she said taser, taser. And right when I pulled back, that's when the round went off. So it was about the same time.
And did you hear
Round went off,
Mr.
just
Wright
like
say
in Alec
anything?
Baldwin's gun.
I did not hear anything after that, the round going off for a brief moment.
Okay. Did you hear him say anything subsequent to the round going off at all?
No.
Do you recall him saying that he had been shot?
I did not hear him when that happened, but with the review of the video once or twice, is yes, I believe he does say that, but
Okay.
I wasn't able to hear at that time when that happened.
And any idea why you were not able to hear it at that time?
Just from the gun going off at a close range.
At the moment that you heard the shot go off, did you see where Sergeant Johnson was?
No.
And after the shot went off, did you back out of the vehicle?
Yes.
Well, I guess it's kind of a bad way to phrase the question. Were you even in the vehicle at the time?
I was partially in the vehicle. Yes. I would say my duty belt and up was probably in the vehicle when the shot went off. Yes.
And you had a hold of Mr. Wright at that point in time?
Only with the right hand, I didn't.
And so after the shot, then what did you see the vehicle do?
At that point, I jumped back, and I do believe that's when I was able to see Dante put the car in drive, and the car just took off eastbound.
And did you see where it went?
Yes.
And I'm going to put Exhibit 1 back up on the screen for you, if you could, please. And you see Exhibit 1 on the screen again?
Yes.
And can you take the stylus again and show us what you saw of the vehicle, where it went?
Yes, I do believe from this spot, traveled eastbound till about this median, airborne over the median, made contact with another vehicle, and I believe that's when the vehicle crashed into a fence, which would lead to where the other X is.
Okay. And you were able to see that back at the stop location?
Yes.
Okay. And what did Officer Potter do after the vehicle left?
Immediately, right when the vehicle takes off, I turned back. First looked at Sergeant Johnson, then I looked at Officer Potter, and I realized what had happened. And immediately, I seen Potter, I believe, having her hand or firearm or a taser. I don't know if they were both out at the same time, but that's all I seen. And immediately, she became hysterical and stated that she shot him.
Did you see her place her firearm back in her holster?
Yes.
And when you were there, so I want to talk like the stop scene where you stopped Mr. Wright's vehicle and the crash scene. So if we call them those two different names, you'll understand what I mean, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes. And so when you're back at the stop scene, what do you do, immediately after the vehicle drove off towards the crash scene? What do you do?
I immediately got on my radio. I notified over the radio 2 officers and dispatched that shots were fired.
And did you provide any other information about what had happened in the incident?
Over the radio, I do not recall, no.
And at some point, did you become aware that other officers had responded to the other scene?
Wonder if we're going to even get to the defense's cross today.
And immediately, oh, sorry.
Well, that's okay. And so at that point, did you remain at the stop scene?
Yes.
And we'll come back to that in a little bit. And when you were working that day, did your squad car have a dash camera?
Yes.
And were you also wearing body cameras?
Yes.
And is that true every day you worked as a Brooklyn Center police officer, that you had a body camera and a dash camera?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to review both the dash camera and your body worn camera video from the incident?
Yes.
And have you also had an opportunity to review the body worn camera from Officer Potter's body worn camera from the incident?
Yes.
Before court, did you have a chance to look at pieces of those videos that we intend to show you today in court?
Yes.
And did you recognize those as being accurate recordings of what happened that day?
Yes.
Before we start with those, the first dash camera that we have, there's no audio for a period of 30 seconds. Do you know why that is?
Yes.
Why is that?
When you initially activate your lights on your in your squad car, the dash cam and the body cam has a delay of 30 seconds with audio because it records everything that is happening 30 seconds before you, to the time you hit the record button, either by initiating your traffic lights, hitting the button on your body cam, or manually hitting the record button on the arbitrator, which is the record button on the actual dash cam.
So you end up with 30 seconds of video with no audio, essentially, correct?
Yes.
And so turning on your lights activates the camera and eventually the audio.
Yes.
That's, yeah.
And
what he
so
said.
I'm going to show you now Exhibit 10.
Oh, this is painful.
This is long.
And,
it feels very long.
This is a composite video, 2 videos of both your body worn camera and your squad camera. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Your Honor, we would offer Exhibit 10.
Exhibit 10 will be admitted into evidence and you may publish.
I feel like she needs like a xylophone chime before and after she talks.
Doom, doom, doom. Exhibit 10 will be admitted into evidence. I mean, I'm not sure what, I mean, my thoughts on this.
Earlier, you testified about what some of what was going on here. And so I just want to kind of ask you a few questions about that. This is following the vehicle and the stop, correct?
Yes.
All right.
I think they're trying to get recklessness from him. I can't see any other reason to bring him up and just
let's go ahead and play
lay out a whole lot of good reasons for pretty much everything that happened. He even said that
Now, while we
he's
have
in
no
the
audio,
car.
this in the bottom right corner is your dash camera, correct?
Yes.
And the upper left corner is your body worn camera, correct?
Yes.
Can you just show the jurors generally where you were wearing that on body worn camera?
On that day, my body cam was placed in the middle of my chest. For a Union Boy yellow. It'll be on 63rd and Orchard Lane.
Really?
Move forward.
He stops right in front of the car.
You're going to stop right here.
Hey, can I get a second car over here, please?
pause it there really quickly.
Thanks.
Just have a couple of quick questions. There was a female voice there we heard saying, "Really?" Do you recall that?
Yes.
Can you tell us whose voice that is?
Officer Potter.
Okay. And then there was a time when you said, "Get a second car here, please." Do you recall hearing that?
Yes.
And is that when you're calling on the Brooklyn Center radio to get another car?
Yes.
All right. And okay, let's continue playing then. Thank you.
Hey, what's going on, man? You got a driver's license and proof of insurance for me at all? You don't have a driver's license? Okay. What's your name? You're Dante? Okay, gotcha. Well, there's a couple things reason why I stopped you. The air freshener hanging down there. Yeah, give me that. And then our other question is your tabs.
Yeah, there's fine. I'm getting them at the moment, but due to Corona stuff, it's been taking it slow. I have to set up an appointment.
Okay. Do you have any, who's the car registered to? What's his name? Okay. All right. Do you have insurance for the vehicle then? You got any type of identification at all? Yeah. Yeah, just keep looking for the insurance, and then I'm gonna write your name and date of birth down. All right. So.
This car is completely dirty. No license, no
What's your
insurance.
first name? How do you
He
spell
got
it?
to write his name down. He can't even get an ID. Dirty.
U-N-T? Okay. T-E? Okay. What's your middle name? R-I-U-S? Okay. What's your last name? Okay. And what's your date of birth? Okay. Sounds good. All right, just keep looking for that. Oh, you don't have a driver's license, you said. So, where do you stay at? Okay. Okay, I got you, man. What's an address for you? You said 2814 Northway Drive. What's the phone number for you? Okay. 3360. Okay. All right. So I'm assuming there's just no insurance in there then, or? That looks like it. So this is definitely not it. It expired in 2017. So does your brother have a valid driver's license? Okay. Dallas, okay. Let me see that again. The insurance there. You said so. It should be registered now, right? Okay. So this name insured is Taylor R. Pagel.
Taylor
So
R.
it's
Pagel.
Corvette and Buick. Okay. Okay. It came back as Dallas, yeah. So I'm gonna make sure. Okay. All right. Well, just send it right back, man. Just keep looking for the insurance, okay?
Must have been the dude that sold Dallas the car.
I wanted to say he was lying, but I think he's honestly telling the truth. So.
This is just left with the blue matrix 058 Union Victor. Adam was heading on the frontage road towards
Dante.
It's the boyfriend of the mother from 4 years ago, is what dude in the basement in the chat says.
1938. I see your code 4. Do you want me to continue?
Yeah, if you want to just keep coming.
Yeah, don't go for yourself. Did you go for yourself?
Yeah, I did.
05 to 19. Not sure where you are, but I'm about 30 blocks out.
Yeah, don't go for yourself until you know who you got.
67.
Okay.
Then I'll continue until
Right? Because somebody's had once.
Okay. Okay.
Just don't run him that way. You might not come up with the right one if you gave the wrong name, right? Just run him as Dante Wright. No, just run him like you were in DBS.
Yeah.
Just don't put all that other information in it.
Oh, okay.
See what it gives you.
said his brother is Dallas.
Your incident has been updated.
Oh, thank you.
Or Darius.
Status suspended. Mail. State records hit.
See? You don't want to code for yourself.
State records hit. Oh, jeez.
Sorry, that's the car. Queries. Keep going.
It's got a gross.
Dante, right?
Weapons violation.
And it smells like marijuana in the car, so second one we got. Affirmative.
You're gonna want to find out who the female is because there's no OFP.
Yep.
There's a harassment on her.
He's got a gross misdemeanor warrant, and there's an OFP for a female, so I need to ID her. There's also residue, like weed on the middle console, so probably search the car. Apparently the car is his brother's.
You want to tell him what the warrant's for?
Warrant is for the
Very
weapons
interesting.
violation.
Did you hear that? How she said that? Want to tell him what the warrant's for?
Deontay Wright.
She's heightened.
Dante.
You need to let this
Dante
other
Wright.
officer know.
Right, brother?
Yeah.
Not the ones that fly, but the other one?
Hey, so I'm just gonna get him out and cuff him up. I mean, he's got a warrant, so I'm just gonna get him cuffed up. Okay.
Man,
So does that depict then the time between following them, stopping the vehicle, the first approach, and then just right towards when you next approach the vehicle?
Yes.
And
He
the
described
officer that
exactly how
appears
it
off
was.
To the right,
Like,
outside
he
the car.
described that to the T.
Who is that?
Yep.
Sergeant Johnson.
Someone said in the chat some marijuana air freshener.
Don't buy those. Legal advice. Don't buy those.
Going to show
Yeah,
you
that
then
that
the
sounds
next,
like a terrible
Your
idea.
Honor, at this time we would offer Exhibit 11.
Any objection to Exhibit 11? Exhibit 11 will be admitted into evidence and
I don't think they're going to start
This is something
cross
you were
on
also
this
able
guy
to
today.
watch before court, so you recognize this as an accurate depiction of what happened.
Yes.
And so 11, this exhibit includes the video of the second approach through the shooting, correct?
Yes.
Now let's play Exhibit 11.
Hey Dante, all right, man. Here, do me a favor. Just step out of the car, and I'll explain what's going on. You can just put your phone on the dashboard there, okay? And then the paper. I'll explain all that in a second, okay? Just turn around, put your hands on your back.
Then he should have closed the door.
Yeah.
This is where bad tactics.
Okay, so you are going to be under arrest, okay? You do have a warrant, so. Don't. You're tense enough, bro. Don't do it. Don't do it. Bring it back. Wait. Don't.
You see what bad tactics lead to? Open door. Now you're wrestling with him in the door.
Why'd they cut away from the video?
Jim, sit down.
What happened with the girlfriend? I'm still confused where she is right now.
She's in the car.
She was in the car with him. Was she not in the front seat?
She was in the front seat.
I noticed at some point there that
Then I was confused about
your video drastically
Officer
changed.
Johnson
Did
going
your
in there.
body camera fall off at that point?
Yes, it did.
And at some point, did you pick it back up and put it on?
Afterwards, yes.
Again, you got both male officers still in the car when he's starting to drive and she takes a shot.
I'm next going to show you Exhibit 13. Do you recognize that?
And he had gotten a car in the
body-worn
drive
camera
too,
video
because that's why I just
of
drove
Potter at the
off.
time.
Right.
Yep.
That depicts the encounter there from her body camera.
Yes.
You offer Exhibit 13.
Exhibit 13 will be admitted into evidence and you may publish.
And again, to me, that's such a big part of this. She's probably justified in taking an actual shot with the gun. The only issue that she has is she said taser and drew the taser, but
yeah.
Sam, step on out.
All right, man. Here, do me a favor. Just step out of the car.
yeah. The interesting thing to me is the girlfriend's position in the car because she's like coming across the center console there. It was weird.
Because I didn't even see her in the video, and I didn't even realize that he had anybody with him until they mentioned that the girlfriend was with him.
You'll probably see her in a sec.
You got a warrant.
You have a warrant. Don't.
I'm not doing nothing.
Don't. It's up, bro.
I'm not
Don't do
touching
it.
nothing.
Don't do it. Bring it back. Hey, don't.
I'll tease you! I'll tease you! Taser!
Ah, he shot me.
Oh my shit! I just shot him. Yes! I grabbed the wrong fucking gun! I shot him! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Okay, yeah,
That's a bad dead at office.
Lucky,
yeah.
In trying to provide as best a perspective of this whole incident that we can through these, we're also able to view a composite video like this of your squad car and Officer Potter's body-worn camera during that time period. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, we would offer Exhibit 12.
Any objection to Exhibit 12? Okay, Exhibit 12 will be admitted and you may publish that exhibit.
Okay, so you already been arrested.
You got a warrant.
You have a warrant. Don't.
I'm not doing nothing.
Don't. It's up, bro.
I'm not
Don't do
touching
it.
nothing.
Don't do it. Bring it back. Hey,
I'll tease you! I'll tease you! Taser!
Ah, he shot me.
Oh my shit! I just shot him. Yes! I grabbed the wrong fucking gun! I shot him! Oh my god! Oh my god!
PI access 63rd Captain Drive, flight from 38 stop, start north on the red.
Starting north on the red, and you repeat your first part, please.
Right at the end of that video, there's a small black item or object in the street in front of you. Did you see that?
Yes.
Do you know what that was?
Yes.
What was that?
My body camera.
Okay. And did you at that point go pick it up?
Yes.
And in the moments after this video stops, does Ms. Potter continue to make statements about what happened?
Yes.
And so we would at this time offer Exhibit 14, which is a composite of the body-worn camera videos occurring after. Okay.
Any objection to Exhibit 14? Exhibit 14 will be admitted into evidence and you may publish.
You can play Exhibit 14, please.
The interesting thing
shot him. Yes! I grabbed the wrong fucking gun! I shot him!
This is like a tragic accident. I'm just gonna be honest with you.
What was that?
I said this looks like a real tragic accident. This is what I'm feeling like to me, man.
Are you okay? Just breathe. Just breathe.
And a woman who knows she made a mistake.
Just breathe. No, you're not. No, you're not.
Oh my God! Kim, that guy was trying to take off with me in the car.
I don't know why
Okay.
the state is introducing this.
That I'm going to prison line. That's what,
Maybe.
which doesn't legally irrelevant, but
He's
that's
still-
what I
Right.
want.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, yeah. This is like not guilty for me. There's like no way I'm gonna get jury. And I'm watching this video and say she's guilty. She made a mistake. They should pay, but
Kim, take a breath. Okay? Kim, take a breath. All right.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Driver, stop breathing.
No, just go. Just go.
Loud.
Uh-huh.
This is a mess with part of the prosecution's opening argument too.
We can get the road
Yes,
shut down.
the whole point about her
Well,
afterwards that she didn't alert people about it.
on 63rd.
Yeah, they're already on scene.
Officer Lucky, during that video, there's a point when Ms. Potter is on the ground and she says something about prison and you said, no, you're not. Do you recall what she had said about prison?
Yeah.
I do not recall exactly what she said about prison.
Okay. Did you hear it on the video today?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said, I'm going to prison.
And then you said, no, you're not. Right.
Yes.
So you had heard her at the time.
Yes.
And at the end of that video there's some talk about blocking traffic and moving a squad car. Can you explain, just for the jury, basically what you did then to help secure that stop scene?
Yes. So what I did, there was, I got on my radio, other squads that were en route to the scene. I knew that we needed to leave our cars there. And I wanted to at least have the west side of the street on 63rd Avenue of Orchard Avenue shut off so cars can't come through.
And were you able to do that?
Yes.
How did you do that?
At that point, I was directed by Sergeant Johnson to take his squad, and that is when I jumped in his squad car and parked it in the middle of the road to block off traffic.
And did you then remain at the scene of the stop there for some period of time?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how long you were there?
I would say approximately about 2:44 p.m.
Is when you left the scene?
Yes.
And, I think I never even asked you at the beginning about what time it was that you initiated the stop. Do you recall?
Yes, the initial stop, I believe, would have been 1:54 p.m.
And so you were still there at the scene at 2:44. How did you leave the scene?
I left. I was partnered with a officer from an outside agency who accompanied me. I sat inside of her squad car and until one of my sergeants arrived and had further directions for me.
So because an officer was involved in this situation, there are certain procedures that get followed, correct?
Yes.
And so you weren't involved in any further investigation of the incident, either at the stop scene or at the crash scene?
No.
And you were eventually driven from that scene back to the police department?
Yes.
Can't have much more, can you, State? I mean,
Yeah, but I still don't understand how this helps them though.
they want that. A couple people in the chat have brought up that the prison line is her saying that she knows she committed a crime, which is not actually true.
Yeah, that's not true.
No further questions at this time.
Thank you. But and again, someone's opinion on what might happen to them legally is not indicative of what's actually legally true. So that's, I think they really wanted that statement, and I don't think that was worth it, because how do you look at that and say anything other than huge accident?
Yeah,
Once
yeah.
before,
Yes. Good afternoon.
on that last video that we just saw, there's a voice that appears and says, Kim, that guy was trying to take off with me in the car.
Justification.
Hearing that?
Yes.
Whose voice was that?
Sergeant Johnson's voice.
And that was said, that statement was said right after she said, I'm going to prison. And he says, no, you weren't.
Oh, I object, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, you rely on your own memory as to what you saw on the video, okay?
What caused him, what was the sentence before he said, Kim, that guy was trying to take off with me in the car? Do you remember?
I don't recall at this very second what he said.
Play the video again.
Play the video.
Is this
You do
refresh-
remember
refresh your
Johnson saying
recollection?
that?
Yes.
Well, let me start with your comment that you had an intuition when you were following initially the white car, but you were not asked about what the intuition was. So what was your intuition at that moment when you saw the car and you had one?
You mean when I was initially at the intersection of 63rd and Zane Avenue?
Correct.
Okay. Initially, my intuition was the fact that it is a high crime area. That area is known for a lot of shootings. For me, it was the behavior of the vehicle. It's the hesitation from the beginning that the right blinker was on following the left turn lane.
Is this a high crime area for guns as well
Yes.
and for drugs?
Yes.
And your intuition is formulated by a number of things, but among them is that you've been in this area all your life
Yes.
and know the streets as well as anybody.
Yes.
And you rely on that kind of hunch, do you not, on your daily task of being a police officer?
Yes.
It's kind of gut instinct, isn't it?
Yes.
And that was one of the reasons your gut instinct or intuition.
It's only
was one of the
saying
reasons
yes,
You were
yes,
following the
yes.
car, right?
Yes. One of the reasons.
And you ran the plates.
And gut instinct and
found
intuition
that,
is supported by the
tabs were
Supreme
stale,
Court.
And then you had a reason to stop the car. Is that right?
Yes.
So you wanted to find out what was going on
Yes.
because you had an intuition that something else was going on besides the tabs.
Yes.
You didn't quite know, but you were curious.
Yes.
And
Only
there
thing
was,
saying is yes, people.
nothing wrong with you stopping the car for the reasons you said you stopped it, right?
Correct. No.
Now you're with former Officer Potter, and she's your FTO, but you're making the decision to stop the car, are you not?
Correct.
And
Yes.
the way this works is that she
This is classic
supervises
cross.
you,
All the information is coming from the attorney. He's just saying yes or no.
but you
Yep.
Can
The
make
way
your
it's
own
supposed to be on cross.
independent evaluation of what to do, and then she kind of coaches you through it after the fact. That's kind of how it works, right?
Yes.
And you've been on several shifts with her before, you mentioned, right?
Yes.
And you weren't exactly a novice police officer. You spent some time in Gaylord and up in the reservation, so you've done a lot of stops, haven't you?
Yes.
Yes, yes, yes.
So,
Read.
The minute you walk up to the car, you want to find out who this person is.
Say something other than yes.
Yes.
Oh.
And he tells you, Mr. Wright tells you he doesn't have a driver's license, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So as a matter of law, you know, as a police officer, he had no business even driving the car.
Yes.
Yes.
He can't drive a car without a license, right?
Yes.
Yes.
He didn't offer you one, didn't offer you a permit, nothing, right?
Correct.
Let's
Yes.
focus. How
So
many
at
ways
that
can you
point,
say
you
he
weren't
did
gonna
bad
let him
things in
go
a row
away
in different
anyway. You
ways?
were never going to let him drive away.
No.
So that's fairly standard when you walk up to a doorway and say, "Can I see your license?" That's just police work 101, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
It's standard to ask for insurance, right?
Yes.
Okay, because by law, and you're
Minnesota, you
entitled
have to have
to
insurance.
enforce the law. You're
And he
required to
didn't have.
enforce the
He
law.
told you he
that,
didn't have
everyone
insurance.
has to have insurance
And
on
then he
their
didn't
car,
have it.
right?
Then he gave you someone else's
And
insurance.
if you don't have insurance on the car, you can't drive the car, right?
Yes.
So until you found out that they had insurance or insurance was covering this car, the car would never be going anywhere either, right?
Yes.
It would
This
have
is like
to
that
be in
Jim
the end
Carrey
towed
movie.
away,
You can only say yes.
correct?
Yes. As long as it's not blocking traffic. Yes.
And he gave you this insurance card with some guy's name named Pagel on it from 2017, right?
That's the original
Yes.
insurance
And you
card.
weren't very convinced by that, right?
Pig launcher.
Correct.
In
No.
fact, your intuition was that there was no insurance whatsoever.
Yes. Correct.
Yes, yes, yes.
When you had the odor of marijuana, was it an odor or was it smoke or what was it?
It was just the odor of marijuana. I did not see any smoke.
You saw the shake around the car, right?
Correct. On the middle console.
And it's illegal to have marijuana inside a car, is it not?
Yes.
And it's illegal to be impaired by marijuana, although you couldn't tell at the time, but that's another infraction that could be in play here, right?
Correct.
So you had a number of concerns about him, right?
Yes.
And your intuition that something was amiss was validated almost immediately.
Yes.
But you were required to do more. And what you're
Yes.
required to do is check for warrants.
You guys
Right.
are watching a
Yes.
master
I mean, this is
class on
police
how to
work
cross
101
examine
as
a
well,
witness
right?
right now.
Yep.
This is a master
Yes.
I
class.
mean, it's nothing unique to Dante Wright, what you were doing, right?
Yes.
He's 1,000-yard stare
So
right now.
You check the database and he comes up with a
Just say
warrant,
what I
right?
want you to
He,
say.
he,
Yes.
he would go
And it's for a gun.
anywhere this attorney will
Yes.
lead him.
And that causes your concern to rise.
He's not going to
does it
fight him
not?
on anything.
Yes.
Because you know, as you've told us, there are lots of guns in the area, right?
Yes.
And you know from your experience
Every time I say right, you
that
say
it's
yes.
possible now that he has a gun.
right.
Yes.
You were thinking that way, weren't you?
Yes. I believe. And for my safety, there's a gun in every vehicle that you
Not for my
stop.
safety.
There you
In
go.
fact, you found over
Gun in every
your
vehicle you
time in
stop.
Brooklyn Center that a substantial percentage of cars have guns in them. Have you not?
Yes.
You know,
He's
roughly
even
2
nodding
and
yes
5,
now.
although
Yes.
that's an estimate,
Yes.
isn't it right?
He's already
No, he
said
just
yes.
laid the foundation.
He answered the question.
You
The
can just
objection
move
is
on.
overruled.
Yeah, you can't object to
And
that.
the
He
rules
laid
are
the
fine.
foundation. You stop these cars. It's your
Yes. If
estimation.
you
That's
wanted to be proactive, you could probably find 2 and 5 in a shift. Yes.
So you
In
thought,
Brooklyn Center.
Nice.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. I'm sorry. So you thought, or you had an intuition based upon your experience growing up in the area that not only might he have a gun, but it might be on his person, right?
Yes.
And if it's not on his person, the gun could be in the car, right?
Yes.
And one of the places that the gun is often placed in a car that you stop is in the console, right?
Yes. Sometimes. Yes.
Or it could be in the left driver's door, for that matter, as well.
Yes.
It could be accessible to him, right?
Yes.
So your safety concerns have accelerated here while you sit there. Is that right?
No,
Yes.
no. Oh,
Because
yeah.
you know that one of the most dangerous things you do in your work is a traffic stop.
Yes.
Yes.
It's unpredictable.
Correct.
You don't know what the driver's going to do, right?
Yes.
Then you get the harassment order, right? Does that come up on the same computer page that
All right, here we go.
the bench warrant has?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And the harassment order indicates that someone has filed a restraining order against him, right?
Yes.
And it's
Called
a
it a
female,
harassment
you know that.
Yes.
We're not going to mention any names here, but to get a harassment order, you know that they went to court. Whoever went to court, convinced the court or a judge to issue it, right?
Yes.
And
you know from your time as a police officer that you got to find out who that person is, obviously, right?
Yes.
You also know that sometimes the same person of the in the harassment order reconciles, even though they're not supposed to, and continues to see the person, right?
Yes.
Now, the bench warrant for the gun left you little discretion as to what you should do, right?
Yes.
You couldn't let him go.
No.
The court has ordered you to arrest him, right?
Correct. Yes.
Particularly for a gun charge.
Yes.
Yes, yes, yes. Is
So
your
you
name
made
Bill
the-
Cosby?
You made
Yes.
the decision to arrest, but former Officer Potter didn't take issue with that whatsoever, right?
No.
And Sergeant Johnson was there by then, right?
Yes.
The reason you asked for backup was this intuition that you've told us about, correct?
Yes.
It would be helpful from your point of view to have 2 police officers there in case something happens.
Yes.
You can do
Because something
anything.
could, right?
Yes.
And something did.
Yes.
So the plan is to make an arrest, and Officer Johnson places himself at the passenger side. Is that right?
Yes.
He's providing what is called in your profession cover, right?
Yes.
He's called the cover officer.
Correct.
He's going to take care of the young woman on the passenger side, so nothing happens from her end. Is that right?
Yes.
Standard operating procedure. And you're pleased that he's there.
Yes, guys, these are leading questions.
Yes.
This is cross-exam. This is how you do it. This is exactly how you do cross.
Yeah.
Yes.
The approach
You don't
It's
give
hard
them
to
any
find
room
a-
to give extra
tell him to get out of
details.
the car, which is
Hard to find a
standard
better example.
procedure.
Yeah.
This
Yes.
is cross-examination 101.
He resists or at least stalls a little bit, according to you.
Yes.
You've seen a lot of people get out of cars.
Yes.
It's usually faster, right?
Yes.
And after you tried to cuff him as the seconds wore on, did he ever stop resisting you?
No.
When you said, "Don't do it, bro," I believe that's your sentence.
Yes.
He was tensing up, but we can't see how he was tensing up on the video. Would you describe that for us?
Basically, it was right when I placed the handcuff on his left hand. He just attempted to pull away from my grip from his fingers. That's what he did. It was an immediate jerk, and I was able to still hold on.
So when he, if I may interrupt you, when he felt the steel
You got to interrupt
on
him. You're
his skin,
talking
he
too
pulled
much.
it right away.
You got to get
Yes.
back to
He
yes or
wasn't going to
no.
let you do it.
Right.
You see?
I don't
Yes,
know, but
yes,
he
yes.
didn't.
I'll testify for you.
Yeah, don't worry. Just
And when you said, "Don't do it,
yes or
bro,"
no.
you were warning him to not only comply, right?
Yes.
But you're also warning him not to do anything else, right?
Yes.
And did he follow your advice?
No.
It appeared from your point of perspective that he knew what you were saying, right?
Yes.
He could understand you.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, the objection is overruled. You may answer.
He just
He can
objected to
understand
break
you.
the flow. It's like, we
Yes.
got to break the flow.
Mhm.
Something.
He's killing our case right now.
Now, his car is not moving.
No.
It's not in
We've
gear.
established that
That I
this
can
is a
recall, no.
You don't know
guy
if it's
breaking
even
like
on or off,
18
right?
laws by
No.
now.
But you know you can't let him go.
Yes.
You can't let him drive away.
Can't
Correct.
leave. Can't drive.
Because if he drives away, that's another felony. Being a police officer.
In a motor vehicle, yes.
Oh, and a motor vehicle, yeah.
And you also know that if he takes flight in a motor vehicle, it's going to be fast.
Yes.
But you've seen that before.
Yes.
And in your view, the fleeing a police officer in a motor vehicle is a dangerous felony.
Yes. It's
Yes,
a
it
felony
is.
for fleeing in
In
a motor
your
vehicle.
view,
Involves danger
fleeing a
involving a
dangerous.
car.
Yes.
Yes,
This is
in
a
my
this is
So at this
classic.
point, Officer
They can
Potter
teach
says,
this
"I'll
in law
tase
school.
you." You
This is
remember
classic.
that?
Yeah.
Which is
This one
another
and
warning
Store
to
Office's
him,
cross
isn't
of,
it?
of
Is that
Cage
correct?
Grosskowitz.
Yes.
Yeah.
It warns him that he should
You got me
stop,
saying yes. See, legal advice
or
from the great
else he'll be
attorney. You got the
tased,
panel saying
right?
yes.
Yes.
And when she says that, does he stop at all?
No.
He continues on with his struggle.
Yes.
He's going to grab the steering wheel.
Yes.
She says, "I'll tase you a second time." Does he stop?
No.
And then the final seconds go by. He's still resisting.
Yes.
You're still partially in the car.
Yes.
Right? Johnson is in the car, as far as you know.
Yes.
He's in a vulnerable position if he drives away, right?
Yes.
You're in a vulnerable position if he drives away.
Yes.
If he takes off,
Yes.
you could be seriously injured
Yes.
or die.
Yes.
Johnson could be as well.
Yes.
Oh,
Or
this
die.
is so great. This is
Yes.
great. If you guys ever get in trouble, this is the way you want your
Potter,
attorney to work.
Officer Potter yells, "Taser, taser, taser."
Call up Gray and Ing,
That's
man.
easily heard, isn't that right?
Yes.
That's consistent with the training you have received.
This became
for
their
tasers,
witness. This became
Yes.
his
It tells everybody what's going to happen.
Rittenhouse 2.0.
Right?
Yes.
And when she says taser, 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 does he stop?
No.
He just keeps going.
Yes.
This is the silent.
And then the shot is fired.
Yes.
He made the shot sound justified.
You know, given
You
your
could have been
taser training, would you have used a taser if you could have?
Ooh.
With that situation, yes.
So tell us.
Wow.
Just because at the
Surprisingly, you didn't object to
moment he was not in
speculation.
control of the vehicle, under
because
control
he's in the
of
moment,
the
and he's
vehicle,
trained.
and in our policy
Yeah.
it is
So he's trained.
if
Yeah, yeah. that's
Would
as long as
you
they don't
have
have
used
control
the
of the
taser?
vehicle, it
Yes.
would be
Boom.
feasible.
That kills your first degree manslaughter,
And
right
did he
there.
have control of the vehicle when she
That's
shouted?
your first degree
"Taser,
manslaughter goes
taser,
right there.
taser"?
In my
wouldn't-
opinion, no.
Case closed. Let's go home.
Then what happens is a shot is fired and you back up. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's standard protocol too, is it not?
Yes.
Because if you're touching the person who's being tased, you could be subject to a charge as well.
Possibly, if you have contact with the
He's tired of
the
just
darts
saying yes.
and
He
the
wants to add in a
wires
few
on
words.
the taser.
Nothing in your training for tasers requires you to step back 7 feet away in this kind of situation, does it?
No. Sometimes you have to have control. Sometimes you can have control of the person that is being tased. You can still physically grab onto them.
You can shoot from a very short range, in other words.
Yes.
And you're trained accordingly
Yes.
that you can do that.
Yes.
Got him saying yes. He would have tased him.
Yes.
Just cast some serious doubt
So
on
what you were
opening
trying to
statements
do
of
is
the
stop him
prosecutors.
Yes.
from fleeing
Yes.
and arrest him, right?
Yes.
And there was a, you knew if he drove away, he'd go pretty fast, or that was your intuition, right?
Yes.
And in fact, what happens here is that the taser said the shot is fired and he leaves quickly. Isn't that right?
Yes.
It looks to us on the video, I want you to tell me if my observation is right, is he puts the pedal to the metal and he's gone.
Yes.
Which is a dangerous act too. Driving a
Danger,
car that
danger,
fast.
danger.
Dangerous.
Yes.
Dangerous. Pedal to the metal.
Just keep saying that word, danger.
And you
fact,
save lives.
within
right?
moments,
Lives
he's
are
in
saved.
another accident, right?
And he's in another
Yes.
accident.
Within
seconds,
moments,
really.
he's in
Yes.
another accident as he's dying from a gunshot wound through his heart.
Wow.
Very reckless driving he was doing there.
In your view, before the taser was said and the shot was fired, did Dante Wright have control of that car?
Objection has to answer.
I'll let you answer me.
No.
Didn't have control of the car.
Can I have just a moment?
Yes.
I mean, so
Thanks a lot. Appreciate you answering my questions.
so they did something really crafty here.
Redirect.
Yes, sir.
What state's gonna go?
Ooh, redirect. They're gonna do a redirect here. Okay.
I don't know what you get out of this. Let's see.
Really
That's
crafty dual reality here. He didn't have control of the car, but he was
Officer
in
Lucky,
enough control of the car to be
Mr.
dangerous
Eng did
to
a
the people
nice
around.
job of
Yeah.
leading you through a whole series of questions. His questions much longer than your answers. And I think
okay.
towards the end, your last answers were that Mr. Wright really put the pedal to the metal after that, right?
He stepped on the gas pedal pretty hard.
So the whole point of using a
Don't wanna say yes.
taser is neuromuscular incapacitation, right?
Yes.
You're familiar with that from your training.
Yes.
And when somebody gets tased and they're subject to neuromuscular incapacitation,
But he wasn't tased.
they don't have control over necessarily over their muscles and their body control.
Yes.
And that's why you don't tase people who
Objection
are in a
leading.
position to operate a vehicle, right?
Yes.
Because if you
Okay.
tase somebody and neuromuscularly incapacitate them, the vehicle becomes an unguided hazard.
Yep.
Yes.
And here in this case, you're not really blaming Dante Wright for crashing his car when he had been even more than hit with a taser.
Objection
and
leading.
a Glock hollow point bullet put through his chest.
Correct. No.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, the objection is sustained, counsel.
Oh, Nick. Oh, put it out there.
I mean, he kind of already said no, though.
Mr.
So the answer's
Eng
already
asked you-
in.
They should have
In fact, he
objected
really
two
put the
questions
pedal
ago,
to the
in my
metal, right?
opinion.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
He's
you
still
said yes to
leading.
that. You really think that you knew he put the pedal to the
Yeah,
metal?
I would.
No. What I believed what he meant by that when he asked me that was basically he stepped on the gas pedal. I mean, even watching that video, you turn the volume up, you can hear the engine going.
Well, he had been just shot, correct?
Correct. Yes.
All right. And so the crash that happens, Mr. Eng asked you to agree was, showing his bad driving conduct. Did you know his physical condition when he was in that car crash a couple blocks away?
It wasn't crash the car. It wasn't that car crash.
So your answers, were they based on the suppositions that Mr. Eng was feeding to you or what you actually knew about it?
Objection argumentative.
Argumentative.
Okay.
Yeah.
Counsel, do
did
you
it.
want to rephrase the question?
Sure.
Can't do this
Did you
shit.
know
cross is
Mr.
brutal.
Wright's medical condition
That cross is
at any
brutal.
point after the vehicle drove away from where Officer Potter shot him in the chest?
No.
That cross was brutal. We got a lot to work on. Yeah.
Frank seems off put by the cross examination.
Did you feel like that day when you were acting on a hunch, you were doing good police work?
Yes.
And that was important to your career as a police officer?
Yes, that's what I signed up
Now
for.
we'll start with the leading. Oh, this is
And,
straight leading.
Which the first one or two
You
in a
did
new
not ever
area
see,
can be.
well, I guess I have to be
Rephrase the
careful.
question. Yeah.
Did you ever see a gun
Well,
in
it's
Mr.
still
Wright's car?
leading.
No.
Did you ever see him make a move that you believed was him?
This would
reaching
I'll
for
be
a gun?
objecting to.
No.
Yeah.
During your entire interaction
like
with
cross
him,
now.
the
Yeah.
second time, the time period during which he was shot, you were able to see his hands and where they were you not?
Yes.
And did Mr. Wright
Yeah.
ever
Yes or no
physically
questions are
strike
leading.
you?
No.
Did the passenger ever make any threatening moves towards you?
No.
You can ask
But you knew
limited
at the
yes or no
time-
questions, but it should be to
Did you
get
know
to
at
a
the time
broader
that
question.
Sergeant Johnson was
Exactly,
was
but he's not
restraining
doing that
actually
here.
restraining Mr.
He's
Wright?
had like
This is-
5 in a
this is
row
straight
now.
cross. Yeah, this is straight cross
Yes.
examination.
And did you know at the time that Well, were you holding on to Mr. Wright physically with your right hand?
At the same time?
Yes.
I believe so. I think at one point when I was Sergeant Johnson had his right hand on the gear shift, and I think he was also grabbing Mr. Wright with his left hand. But I can't recall what he was doing.
But that's what you thought was happening at the time.
Yes, when I was glancing over, yeah.
And this, and at this moment, you were making efforts to shut the car off yourself.
At one point, yes.
Because you thought Mr. Wright, did you think Mr. Wright was trying to to put the car in gear and drive away?
Yes.
And so the decision you made at that time was to stay hands-on with him and try to stop him from driving the car that way.
Yes.
There were, how many squad cars were parked behind Mr. Wright's car at the time?
This is just straight
There would
cross-examination.
have been 2 mine.
I mean,
plus,
I don't think the
Sergeant
defense
Johnson's.
really cares
How
about
many
most of these
police
questions,
officers were
but
there at the scene with Mr. Wright at the time of the second confrontation?
3.
Could still object just to fluster him.
The other 2 officers were both, how many years of experience did each of those officers have, do you think?
Beyond the scope
The
of
objection is
cross-examination.
sustained.
So
The defense is
you
hitting
were,
the objections hard.
Judge just sounded surprised that she sustained it. The objection is sustained.
I just had to throw them off a little bit now. Papers are flipping hard now. Ah!
You know what? Actually, she just reminded me of. She reminds me of one of the bots from Westworld.
I never watched it.
No.
No.
Nate, have you seen it?
I haven't checked out Westworld.
Mr. Ng
Well,
asked you if you
should.
had
It's
to
a really
arrest
good
him
show.
because of the warrant. And I think you said you did. I don't dispute that. But as a police officer, do you have discretion over the amount of force you use to accomplish an arrest?
Yes.
And the amount of force that you chose to use was placing your hands on Mr. Wright and trying to pull him out of the vehicle and shut the car off.
Yes.
And did you know at the time that that too was the same amount of force that Sergeant Johnson was using?
Yes.
They might
And
recross this and
when
say,
you heard
but you said
Officer
you'd
Potter,
use a taser, didn't you?
First say she
Yeah,
was going
that's
to
what I
use a
did know with
taser, you didn't pull yourself out of the vehicle at that time.
No.
In fact, you did not. Well, did you take yourself out of that vehicle anytime before the actual shot?
At one point I did, yes, and I do believe I went back into the vehicle.
Okay. So you weren't. So the concern that you expressed to Mr. Ng about potentially being dragged by the vehicle, you didn't have at the time you went back in the vehicle to try and disable it.
Sorry, ask that question again?
Sure.
Ask a question this time instead of making a
told
statement with
counsel
inflection.
on cross-examination that there was a concern that you could have been dragged and hurt by the car. But when you reached into the vehicle, put yourself into that vehicle, you must not have been concerned about that at that point, right?
Yes, but it's a possibility that it could have happened.
Always a possibility it could happen, right?
Yes.
That's not a question.
Right, question.
You stand.
This defense team is no joke, though.
Do you hear how pissed Frank is? He says, right, question mark. he actually said question mark.
You did you ever see Mr. Wright turn on the ignition to the vehicle?
No.
So what happened in
ever
this
see
poor
him
attorney's mind is that this
any of your
became a
interactions with him
hostile witness
see him turn off the
between the two examinations,
No.
and now he's thinking cross. I have to cross this guy because he's not friendly. And he's not only not friendly, he's provided them everything they've wanted out of this and me not anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God, Abby.
So he's probably just trying to bury the cross-examination with a bunch of meaningless questions here, so that in the hopes that the jury just forgets about what happened on cross.
Yeah, but you get the scope of redirect, and the scope of redirect here is really just he just said everything
Yeah.
again.
It's within the cross examination. That's true. So he's limited, but that's why he's kind of struggling a little bit.
If Mr. Wright had driven away without being shot by taser or by gun,
Objection calls for speculation.
you could have followed him at regular traffic speeds. Could you have?
Objection calls for. Oh, I would have objected.
Speculation,
to that.
yeah.
You have no idea how fast he's going to
Yes.
drive.
Yeah, he could have sped off.
I think you indicated that marijuana is a felony, isn't actually a small amount of marijuana, a petty misdemeanor, right?
Right.
Like a payable ticket.
Right. Yes.
Yeah, but
What does
they're
that have
not
to do with anything.
They're still justified in searching for a
So,
small amount of marijuana.
Right.
You had
That's why decriminalizing versus
counsel that's
legalizing is way different.
high crime area.
Yeah.
But he's actually impeaching his own witness stuff. You don't know.
You estimated 2 out of 5
He's literally
cars
impeaching his
have
witness.
a gun
Yep.
in it.
Not an exact
The
number.
old Binger playbook.
But just my experience working with guys on the street, it's yes.
That's
The
the
only
problem
gun you
with
saw that day
political
was the one that
prosecutions.
Officer Potter drew and shot Mr. Wright.
And
The objection is sustained.
Yeah, he's been leading all day though. But that's
Yeah.
because
Did you
he's been
see
leading all
any
day.
other gun than
Yeah.
the one that Officer Potter used to shoot Mr. Wright?
Same objection. This is beyond the scope of crossing.
The objection is overruled. You may answer.
Oh, okay.
No.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Is there any recross?
No recross.
No.
Yeah,
Thank
you don't
you.
need recross.
Thank
Okay.
goodness.
Thank you.
They got
You
everything
may
they wanted
step
from him.
down,
Yeah.
officer.
Yeah. It would only ruin things.
Well, they got the man. They got man one off. As soon as he said, I would have tased him too.
Oh yeah.
Man one is gone.
Jury,
Which that could have
I'm
been a
going to
risk if they didn't
excuse
already
you for the
know.
day, and we'll start
If they-
up this time promptly at 9 o'clock. Okay, so have a wonderful evening.
Just so
Thanks,
everybody
Judge
understands,
Westworld.
just so everybody understands, the man one was about her using excessive force. It's the Floyd charge, right? That's what Floyd really got killed with. Her using excessive force, and they were saying, and remember the prosecution's opening statement was that you cannot use a taser on a fleeing felon, right? Because they're fleeing. But now, since you have the other officers who were at the scene, they said their lives were in danger, right? The car could have been, it was dangerous, right? Serious physical injury. And on top of that, I would like to have used my taser too. That kills that first degree manslaughter. So now the best that they can hope for, based on that witness's testimony, is really the involuntary manslaughter. And that was even hurt here a lot. That involuntary manslaughter is not even looking good now after this cross.
Yeah, the question is their action reckless? You've got a guy with an order for protection. You've got a guy, you've got a driver. They didn't really focus in on this, but if he's under the influence of marijuana and he's about to drive away from them, he's dangerous. He's driving without a license. He's dangerous. This is part of this analysis that the cop is going through. Can I let this person get behind the wheel and leave this scene and have everybody around me be safe? And so when they start to use force to effect the arrest, was their force unreasonable? Does it exceed the bounds? And then was the force subsequently reckless? That's the whole aspect of that manslaughter too. They have to say that what they did was create a situation where they underwent, or they took on a duty of care, then they breached that duty with not only gross negligence but also recklessness alongside it. And that's a high bar with these facts. You're muted, Nate.
Oh yeah, you're muted.
I'm saying you don't have that here. You just don't have that here.
Yeah.
Not without something else that we haven't seen.
Another thing that is so good for the defense here is that this witness was not fighting anybody. He just was like, you asked me, I'm going to answer. It doesn't matter. I'm not playing for any side here. And it was just the facts are the facts. So, it's the jury is going to find, I think, likely to find this witness very credible and very sincere and believable. So yeah, I would say today was a good day for team defense.
One thing though about that cross-examination, both cross-examinations, were, if you noticed, they went straight to the let's get them comfortable. Here's a little something, and then it was straight yes, and then the questions start coming faster. Yes, because you want to get that witness comfortable with just saying yes. If you were drowning, I threw your life preserver. Would you grab it? Yes. Okay. Just yes, and then that's why even at the end though, or direct, he was like, well, you were saying yes to everything. Right? You said yes to this. You didn't really mean to, right? You were saying yes to this.
When you said this,
when you said yes, I killed her, you were really meant to say this, man.
when you said yes, you would give them $100. What did you really mean by that?
You were enthralled, completely enthralled, and he was completely enthralled.
And that's why, do you remember right before you say that? Do you remember when he first started? He was like, he asked you a lot of questions and didn't give you a lot of time to speak.
Yeah,
right when you get a redirect.
He's like, I'm about to do the same thing.
Or his questions were longer than your answers.
Yeah, he's like, I'm about to ask you a bunch of really long questions to get some very short answers from you too.
The interesting thing about it though was, like you said, he didn't fight. The witness wasn't fighting anybody here. He actually sat through an extremely tedious direct examination. And again, you have to wonder what the state's purpose was going through this meticulous look at this guy's background, because what they did effectively is qualify him for all of the answers that he's going to give. They qualified him for the answers he's going to give on cross about deploying a taser, about how he's making the stop. It's like, oh, you've worked for 3 different police departments. You've been part of this extensive training program so you can improve yourself. Like you're going through all of these things to let this guy say everything he's going to say. And you have to know, like they've interviewed this guy. They have to know that this guy is not hostile to Kim Potter. Like their theory of the case involves him being in some sort of danger from her firing the gun. But does he perceive the danger? Did they even elicit that from him in any way? I don't know that they did.
What the defense attorney did, which was, I think, was classic, was make it seem like that shot was reasonable, right? Because that's what you're saying. Your life is in danger. The other guy's life is in danger. And he shot. She virtually saved you guys' lives, and I think that was like the master stroke of that cross examination. Take
that was at the very least. It was to him. He would have used his taser. They didn't. Now, keep in mind, they didn't ask, "Would you have used your firearm? Would you have used your Glock?" So that's a different question, but that still cuts against the prosecution's theory, which is that they're like, it was unsafe for her to use a firearm. It was unsafe for her to use a taser. And the fact that she used a taser or that she used a firearm instead of a taser is even worse. But even if she had successfully reached for the taser, that would have been unlawful. But that cuts against that because he's saying, no, I would have used my taser.
Well, one thing Nick brought it up earlier, which I was fighting against, but now I definitely understand it. Remember earlier, Nick, when you were saying, you asked the question, maybe like a couple of weeks ago, you said, would it have been reasonable for her to use deadly physical force in the situation? And I was like, I'm not too sure. That cross-examination made it very clear that deadly physical force was necessary, right? One cop is hanging halfway in there. He could have been seriously physical. And he asked him, you could have been seriously hurt. Now, deadly physical force, you can meet with deadly physical force. So the inference is she used the gun, even though she didn't mean to use the gun. But if she did, she would have been justified based on what this guy saw.
Which that's what the defense is arguing for as well from their opening statement.
Yeah.
And it's the difference, because when we were talking about it a little while back, we're talking about this from a very legal argument perspective, and they would still have trouble making that legal argument in an appeal document or something like that she's legally justified for that the legal justification for deadly force would transfer to her erroneously using the taser. That's a tenuous position. However, for a jury, though, you just make it she could have used the gun. I mean, and the jury isn't so concerned with the legal reality of, well, could she? I mean, she could have used a gun, but she used a taser or she chose to use a taser and accidentally used a gun. Does that negate her legal justification? They're not thinking that way. They're thinking, oh man, she she could have used this gun. She could have taken that shot. It really was a deadly situation. She did. Maybe this is a good thing. Those cops would have been seriously harmed, maybe even killed if he had driven off a second earlier. And and that he worked that in very, very well. That was an excellent cross-examination.
Yep,
Both of them were really.
Yeah.
The first one was, I think, the first one was almost a miracle cross, because at first when he started, I was like, he's just going in right in cold and dry, but he just wore her straight down. Boom, 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 and on top of that, you suing, right? That's
Yeah, because
it was quick.
Yes, which
Let's
is
not waste your
necessary. I think for any good cross-examination, get in, get out, you're done. I think that's usually the best, because otherwise the jury starts to lose your point. But I think that
so you do the commando raids. That's what I call the commando raids. You get it, and get out.
I love it.
Unless you're Paul Eng writing an entire movie script through cross-examination, then I guess you can do it. Because
well, so but the thing about the cross-examination of the mom, what was so good about the fact that he stayed stuck with the facts was, number one, it didn't make it look like he was beating her up. He was just doing what he had to do, right? And number two, if she started to fight against that, it would make her look bad. So, if she started to like show some kind of weird attitude or something, granted, at any rate, she would be a grieving mother, et cetera, but it would make her look bad to be fighting against him if he's just going straight for the facts.
We're back to our man in the street. What's up, Joe?
Hey, Joe.
Oh, whoops! I butt dialed you guys. How you doing?
We're
Look,
good.
if you're gonna butt dial, we got to see it.
No.
Yeah, I think my
How's,
reception probably sucks here.
It's terrible. Where are you? Are you in?
Yeah,
Just
so day 8 is in the
Subway,
books. I'm in Penn Station, actually.
Oh, okay.
So, yes, basically day 8 is in the books. They did not take my advice. They did not mention any big names at all. And honestly, the cross-examination ended up blowing up in their face. Can you hear me or no?
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you.
Tell us more. How did
All
it
right.
blow up in their
What
face?
happened?
Well, it blew up in their face because one of the things when Comey finished her direct examination of the second pilot here, so the key elements that they're looking for 2 of these convictions, I believe, is crossing state lines with the minor purposes of engaging in interstate sex commerce. So you sort of got to get that crossing state lines, and that's where we come to this manifest. Well, the first pilot was not really very helpful in that regard because the woman we identify as Jane. So there was a person who flew on November 11, 1996 from Palm Beach, Florida to New Jersey. And then again.
Oh, no.
Oh, they got him.
No.
They got him.
No.
We got it back. I'm coming back. Right.
Okay,
So
okay.
anyway, there was a woman who's listed in this guy's flight logs and he only listed a first name, no last name. There's a first name matching Jane's real first name. So, and apparently she doesn't have, a first name as common as Jane. So the defense has been promoting a theory that, hey, there's another woman out there who is a personal assistant to Jeffrey Epstein, who had the exact same name, same spelling as our abused victim, Jane. So perhaps when you were taking down the name, Jane's real first name, you were referencing her and not the victim, in which case, it pokes a hole in the theory that there was this interstate travel for purposes of commercing and sexual congress. Well, anyway, this all for him when he was trying to promote this theory, saying, didn't Epstein have a personal assistant with the same name, same spelling? You met her too. It could have been her. And at first he was like, I guess. And then a couple minutes later, like when he still was following up on that, he's like, wait a second, I didn't meet the other Jane until 2003. And this was 1996, 1997. So it could not have been that same Jane who flew my plane. It couldn't have been the personal assistant. And he's like,
Ooh.
well, it could. So he started trying to dance. He's saying it still could have been another one, right? It could have been someone else. He's like, I guess. And then on redirect, Comey pounded home saying, how many people with that first name, same first name as Jane, have you ever flown on your plane? And he said 2, just the personal assistant and just the victim.
Oh,
So
nice,
it seems to
nice.
tie in very directly that
Wow.
that she flew, and if you use her birthday, she was 16 at the time both those flights occurred. So
Oh.
that
Mm.
to Jeffrey Epstein, I think that would be enough to hang him. Whether they can tie this into Ghislaine Maxwell and say, look, she ended up on that plane because, she was, Ghislaine Maxwell was the honey trap to bring her in there. That's another question. But this seems to be one T that's crossed and another I dotted for the prosecution. And they're planning on wrapping their case in chief up by the end of the week.
Wow.
So, yeah, they're moving along very fast, faster than was expected. In fact,
Yes,
they might even take Friday off and then not come back till next Thursday for this trial. So
it was expected to be a 6-week trial, right?
that's what they were saying 4 to 6 weeks. Some people speculated even 8 weeks. And the judge was saying it was even giving accommodations to the defense. The defense was like, look, we have our witnesses we want to bring in here, and they're not going to be able to come in here on Friday if they close Friday morning, we can't get them in here Friday afternoon. So the judge was accommodating. It's like, okay, so we're off Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday next week because she has a scheduling conflict. So it seems like the defense is going to begin their defense a week from tomorrow.
Joe, I gotta take issue with one thing you said, because you're incorrect about something. You said this would be enough to hang Jeffrey Epstein, but we actually know exactly what's enough to hang Jeffrey Epstein. That's 2 sleeping guards and a bed sheet.
Well played, my friends. Well played indeed. I am impressed. I didn't think of that, and I didn't realize the words that came out of my mouth. So, yeah, that's my story. What's going on with Potter? Did they figure out who killed Dante Wright yet, or is that mystery was solved?
They did. You know what? Today opened up the state's opening argument was, we talked about this, it was a little meandering, not bad.
Yeah.
The defense's opening argument.
You said defense was way stronger.
Yeah, it was better narrative. And then what we saw we had direct examination of Dante Wright's, or we had examination of Dante Wright's mother. The direct was full of tears, as you can imagine, very emotional. And then on cross was kind of brutal. Earl Grey just got up and just wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, threw a bunch of questions. And the tears were stopped completely. It was just yes and no's, and ended with, and you had Ben Crump's associate in the office when you met with police because you're contemplating a civil lawsuit, right? And she's like, yep. And he's like, no questions. I'm done. And
no redirect.
I'm liking this guy. I haven't seen him 10 seconds
redirect.
of him.
Yeah, the state didn't redirect to rehabilitate her, which was a little bit weird because they could have gotten her crying again in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Right.
And then the next witness was the officer who was trying to effect arrest on Dante Wright that Kim Potter fires near. They direct exam on that was forever. It was eternally long, very meticulous on the details. The guy answered everything very calmly, and the state didn't really get anything good out of him. And then the cross exam was phenomenal. Paul Eng, the other attorney, comes out and just tells the whole story with this guy saying yes to everything he could possibly ask. And
really?
It was an expertly done cross.
He would have let him anywhere. Like that witness would have just said yes to just about anything. He had a 1,000-yard stare. And and he did. He just yes.
In fact, on redirect, the state attorney's like,
it sounds like the defense is crushing it from what you're telling me.
At this point, they are.
The best feels like it.
The best part on redirect is the state attorney gets up there and he's like, now he was saying a lot of stuff and you were just kind of agreeing with everything he said. Like when he said that this guy put the pedal to the metal, you didn't really mean that, did you? Please change your answer for us.
So did he change it? Did he like
he said, well, no, not really. But what you can hear from the video is that, yeah, that engine was pretty revved up. I mean, he stomped on it pretty hard. So it's
yeah. Which I mean, the one thing that I would say that was good that came out of the redirect for the state was the fact that he did get Officer Lucky to agree that that the decision to tase someone while they're behind the wheel could be dangerous because of the fact that you've got you're neuromuscularly incapacitating them. And so if the car is on and it's not in park, that's something that unpredictable things can happen with that vehicle. So that was an interesting thing to say, like, well, the choice to tase him when he's behind the wheel like that is probably not the best idea.
This is an interesting point, because now what you have facing off against each other is you have a prosecution which is saying she had absolutely no right to tase him, and a defense is saying she had every right to shoot him with a gun. It's like
Well, hold on, but there was a point where he admitted, though, the officer was on the stand that day, Lucky admitted that he wished he could have used his taser, and he would have used his taser on the scene.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
So,
If it had been him, he would have tased her.
I guess they're calling him Officer Lucky because he wasn't standing in front of Potter's taser. So
yeah, it was the cross exam was really, really good for the defense today. I mean, that's how it goes. The state salvaged that one point on redirect, but there wasn't really much else that they accomplished. They looked flustered and angry. In fact, Matthew Frank came across a little combative for his own witness. It was what we saw in Rittenhouse, right? He's trying to impeach his own witness because
yeah, you didn't really hear him threaten you. He didn't hear him threaten Kyle. Well, no, Kyle was standing right next to me. He threatened it. Oh, shut up! Get off the stand.
Oh, that was the other part. They built the whole narrative around this stop. So all we've had heard about the stop up to this point is that there's the dangly air freshener and the license tabs. Well, it turns out that the kid was also driving without a license. Car's not registered to him. Car's not insured. There's marijuana smell coming from the car. There's marijuana on the center console. He's got a warrant for a gun charge. He's got an order for protection against a female with a female passenger. So they have to ID the female passenger to see if that's the person for the order for protection. I mean, this stop is he's also making a left turn in the left-hand turn lane with a right blinker. Well,
yeah.
You lost us, but
let me ask you this, because you guys sort of faded on me, and Nick is still frozen for me. I can only see you moving. Yeah. So my question is, wouldn't Potter need to have had knowledge of all this before the stop happened, or is she the one who did the stop?
She's with him in the car as he's pulling up all the records, because she's his training officer telling him, no, you got to search for warrants. No, you got to search by his name. You can't add all this information. And she's the one. And when the other officer shows up, she's like, yeah, tell him about the warrant. Tell him it's a gun charge, So so she has direct knowledge of all of this.
Wow.
It's
wow.
Yeah. It was
all right. Interesting developments. Interesting developments. So your prosecution is blowing up, and my prosecution is killing it. That's basically what I'm taking from this.
Yeah.
I will tell you this: if you, yeah, that's true. I will tell you this: if you read the transcript of my trial, you will think that the prosecution is flailing around. You really only get a flavor. You really only get a flavor for it if you actually hear the testimony. And this is something I was trying to explain to the people who I'm sitting with, who are all thinking that the conviction's in the bag. I was like, everyone in the world out there who's reading this, and a lot of people are buying the transcripts, they all think that the prosecution is choking this away. And the reality is, it's because when someone says, or a court reporter takes down the words, no, I didn't, in response to, an accusation, you don't know whether it came 30 seconds after the question was asked, or they stood up immediately and barked out, no, I didn't. You can't tell. It's just the same three words come out by the court reporter, and you don't get a flavor for the emotion or the lack of emotion and how it's playing in the courtroom. So I think I'm hopeful that at this point, the prosecution is going to succeed here. And I think that they have a better chance than most people who are just reading this trial are feeling about it. Now, I will tell you this. I'm very bummed that my prediction, my suggestion, Bobby Sternheim, was not taken up. And I even bumped into Christian Everdale, who conducted the cross-examination of this pilot. And I asked him, did you consider asking about the big names that he flew? And that way give validation to the fact that they weren't manipulating these girls. They were just sharing their real life comment. So, but I did catch up with them. I followed up on them. It's a really nice advantage having a viewing room, which is right outside defense counsel's, private set designated area. So I get to basically pepper them with questions and get very little feedback, but feel
They're
like
gonna
I'm doing
hate you
something.
by the end of this.
Oh yeah, if they ever stumble on my channel, they'll be like, "That son of a." Speaking of which, by the way, kudos to you, Nick Rekieta, that Kyle Rittenhouse knows you're alive.
Yeah,
that's pretty cool.
Oh,
That's
what
good.
happened?
Well, he was on some show with a friend of his from Wisconsin. what's the guy's name? Elijah
Schaefer.
Yeah,
Oh.
and he mentioned Nick Rekieta right before he mentioned some guy named Donut Rider. So
Donut Operator.
Donut Operator, yeah.
I guess that's a better name than Donut Rider. But yeah, so Donut Operator. Yeah, so he mentioned Nick Rekieta amongst others who were very supportive of him, and not anyone else in LawTube. So there you go. There you go. Look, your name's on the door. And you deserve to be on Kyle Rittenhouse's lips for the rest of his life.
Oh,
So,
that's
and
a
I
little.
mean that.
Whoa.
I mean that in
At
many
least
ways.
he's 18 now.
All right, I'm gonna check out of here and get home. But
All right, buddy.
thanks for the Potter update. I'll catch you guys tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Talk to you later.
All right.
See ya.
Joe's out there doing the hard work, the leg work, the groundwork on the floor of the courthouse in New York City for.
I love it.
Ghislaine
I
Maxwell.
love that he's doing that.
Yeah,
It's great.
It's cool.
It's really great.
And his channel's growing pretty well. He's at like 34,000 or 33.5 or something.
Oh, wow.
Which yeah, people are interested. I keep telling people, go to his channel for Ghislaine. I don't have time to follow this. And plus anything I look at is going to be filtered through somebody else. So go to someone who's there. There's no filter except for their own, and you can determine what you think about Joe's filter as you watch his content. That's the way I think independent reporting is supposed to be.
Yep.
So
Agreed.
well, today has been wonderful. I'm going to read a bunch of super chats in just a second, and it may take a while, but
I am going to head out.
yeah, I was going to
because it
say
is late for me.
Is there anything you guys want to do or say before I jump into that?
Nope. This has been wonderful.
I'll probably stop by tomorrow. Oh, no. Mother country! That's what I want to say before we leave. That's what this is, brother. This is MAGA country. Believe it, brother. So have they come back yet? They haven't come back yet, huh?
They're going home for the day. Duggar's jury is going home for the day. No verdict in Duggar, no verdict in Smollett yet.
Alrighty.
We'll see.
Yeah, I may stop by at some point tomorrow. I've got a live stream on my channel, my weekly latest in the law. So I'll be talking about this case and actually Joe's going to come onto my channel to talk about Maxwell. So if you guys want to see that, it's at noon Eastern time tomorw. And Nate is going to be there, right, Nate?
I will definitely be there.
I will be here observing the slog. No, today I think there were parts of it that were slow, but for the most part it was pretty good. We had some good action once we actually started and got to the opening arguments, and then once we got into that questioning, and that's what I've been waiting for, because jury selection was brutal.
Yeah. This judge made it very brutal. Well, let me go. I got homework now. I got to do with this, my baby. So you should give me her tablet now. Like, Daddy, it's funny because I don't know this new math. Well, I kind of call it new math, but it's like, I'm trying to do it like the teacher when I feel like the teacher's grading me, right? I'm like, here's the answer. I was like, no, you're wrong. I'm like, that's the answer, but the way I'm getting it is wrong. F you.
Yep.
F you. Don't tell the teacher I said that. Don't tell.
You didn't use the right boxes or whatever.
It's just between the three of us, Nate.
I'll see you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, guys, in the chat, check out Legal Bites, check out Nate the Lawyer. Their channels are in the description. So is Joe's channel. They're all in the description. Make sure you go check everybody's coverage. We are all covering all sorts of stuff all the time. So more legal content than you can shake a taser at.
Oh no. Oh no.
All right, guys. We'll catch
Okay.
you soon.
See ya.
Bye. Okay. How's it going, guys? Welcome. It's just me and you and my headphone bump. Gosh, I got to get some different headphones that don't sit as heavy on there because it drives me crazy. All right, I'm gonna read a bunch of super chats. I will be on Ranting Monkeys show tonight at 8 p.m. Central Time, I believe. So Ranting Monkey, it's been a long time coming. I've been meaning to talk to him, but I'll be on his show at 8 p.m. Central. Probably we'll have a live stream tonight. There's a bunch of interesting things going on that we should talk about, with vaccine mandates getting suspended or shut down. We've got the Jussie Smollett stuff. We've got, oh my gosh, Russell Greer, who I just talked about the other day, has a big update in his case. Very, very big, large, tremendous update in the Russell Greer situation. He's a funny guy, a little guy, a weird guy, but he's there. So we've got a big update in Russell Greer, a whole lot to talk about. So we'll probably have a live stream tonight. And then tomorrow we will resume 9 a.m. Central Time. Well, I'll try and be awake. I didn't hear my alarm clock at all this morning. I don't remember turning it off, but I'll try and be awake and on time at 8:45 a.m. tomorrow. So we'll see you guys there. And now I'm going to jump into these. And I have to go to the bathroom really bad, so I'm going to try and read these quick. Sarah Kay says, can defense introduce pictures of character since the state opened the door? Yeah, I mean, they don't really need much of an invitation to talk about Daunte Wright's character because his character is plainly apparent by the information that they had at the time. He's got the order for protection. He's got the warrant for the gun charge. He's got all these things. They don't need an excuse to enter that stuff in because they knew it. Officer Potter was presently aware of it at the time that she pulls the trigger. And they don't have to have a special weird rule where it's imputed knowledge. She's in the car. We find out she's in the car. She sees what's going on at the scene. She knows all of the details of the stop. She knows all the details of the criminal history issues that have been brought up so far. So they don't need anything to go after that. The only thing they could maybe bring in is other stuff, but you don't need it. And if you don't need it, you don't need to really go into it. So, I mean, maybe if they try and rehab his character a whole lot, but so far it was just, he loved his kid and he loved his mom. Great. Wonderful. Not super helpful for the state there. Toppy Parkinen says Leda and Binger. Johnny Stovall says Racket's new blog, 4 Doors More Snores. Daniel says Leighton Gay, good morning. Hannah Sanders says haircut looking sharp. Hey, thank you. Caleb Crow says, could the LawTube community use a hashtag or some other search optimization to easily find if anyone has covered an issue? Even a website would help. I don't know. I don't know enough about that at all to know what would happen, but maybe there's something there. Who knows? Kim Potter Feet Pick says, want to be able to sleep through alarms like Nick can? Go to mypillow.com and use code POSO. EMT2666 says, thank you for covering this. I'm leaving on a cruise next week. While on cruise, I'll be getting married on December 23rd. Hey, congratulations. Very good. Many blessings and well wishes for your marriage. Chrissy R says, thoughts on the illegal Kenyan who killed at least 24 old ladies in Dallas and got a hung jury? No, I don't know anything about this, so I don't have any thoughts on it, but it sounds spicy. Man, that's crazy. Hans Voss says Maxwell Trial Tracker account on Twitter with over 500,000 followers got suspended. Thoughts? They have a Substack post on it. Not sure if I can link it. You can't. I'll have to check into it, maybe talk about it tonight. But yeah, they violated the spam policy, of course. The spam. You can't put spam on a sandwich. If you do put spam on a sandwich, you get your Twitter account suspended. That's what happened. I'm pretty sure. But yeah. So that's how it goes. Let's see. Alan Reed says Russian is bad because USA criminal government and press told us so. Told us they always hide the truth. Ukraine arrested people in Ukraine speaking Russian. The John Beck says, lol, Nate's name tag, MAGA country. 2012, Jameson says, potential ownership right that vests when he turns 18. That is the only right that Rittenhouse has. And it is a potential ownership right. And yeah. And he is probably unenforceable. That's the other problem that he has with it. Billy Talty says, prayers for CNF karma so I can practice. Missouri Heart Esquire Unite. Thank you, Billy Talty. Automata says, I want to see Rackets read Jussie in Mr. Y voice and Drex forced to voice the Nigerian brothers. That would be priceless. Britt Carmeyer says, question, why were you running towards the fire? A, because it was a fire. B.A. Krim says, is there public in the room for Potter's trial? No. Media's in the room. If so, where are they sitting? Seems like a small conference room. There's limited stuff. There's, I think, a breakout room where it's being broadcast as well. But yeah, it's pretty much victims' families, defendants' family, and media is about it. The Minnesota courtrooms, as you can tell by the masks that everybody's wearing, are still kind of locked down. Tall Skinny Geek says, I don't know about this area, but I did official camera work for my city, got 18 an hour to mostly sit there patiently. Starting 45 minutes late is an easy $13.50. Daniel Arant says, the 3/5 compromise judge is racist. Cantanien says, a 3/5 compromise, if you will. Shelly Rick says, could I have a Dirty Harry quote as a Richard/Chew love child, please? You got to ask yourself one question. Do I feel lucky? Well, do ya, punk? I don't know if that's a Richard's Chew love child, but we'll try it. Ryoji Mata says, I'll go opposite on this judge. Bad judge. She seems to be deliberately giving everything to the prosecution. I don't see that. If you're talking about the initial objections being overruled, most of the stuff they objected to was going to come in. News now. Wyoming says, can you spend a few minutes explaining the spark of life photo evidence doctrine of Minnesota? Sure. If you have a dead body, they're a body at that point. And so, but they weren't a body up until they were potentially made a body by the defendant. So they're allowed to introduce this spark of life evidence to show them while they were alive, to imbue or instill some life into the otherwise inanimate corpse. So that you're not, it's to allow them to put some warmth into a victim. Some people would suggest it's prejudicial, but hey, it is what it is. By the way, we're at 5,555 likes exactly. So either no one else liked the stream or a whole bunch of people liked the stream to get us up to 6,000 likes. One of those two. If you like the stream. I mean, if you don't like it, don't do anything, I suppose. President-elect 4 Doors More Horse says, Dante right. Was Dante wrong? Free Taser Granny. Barry Dworak says, what's with the trend of charging multiple murders and or manslaughters with only one dead person? You have different elements that they could possibly prove at trial, and so they will try to charge as many things as they think they can prove, that they have probable cause to prove, and then they'll prove what they do. They'll prove what they can, and that'll be the end of it. House of Thrift says, Nick, did you get a haircut? If so, I like it. I did. Also, hi, Nate and Legal Bites. Abe Eckstein says, Z's. Kevin Dorr says, lawyers were lining up to defend the Boston bomber who walked up to Martin Richard, 8 years old family, and placed his bomb. DC Derek Chauvin can't find a lawyer to help write an appeal. Says a lot about the culture. Scipio says, this judge is rapping lullaby. Abe Eckstein says, Judge ASMR definitely still uses MySpace and never heard of Instagram. News Now Wyoming says she didn't say not to go to Kim Potter's OnlyFans account. Does that mean it is in bounds? Yes. Murderbit says this broad looks severe. Do not like. That, I believe, was the prosecutor who gave the opening statement. Just Cause says Binger in a wig. It looks like it. Karen alert. Nabor says benefit to judge's slow speech is I caught up at 2x. Oliver Power says, what are the panelist predictions? I so far I'm leaning not guilty. So far, I'm leaning not guilty. It's where I started on this, not because I really particularly care about Kim Potter. I think she made a terrible mistake. I don't know if that's criminally liable, but either way, I don't think they've got the case to make her criminally liable for it. Chris and says SCOTUS said no duty to save life as a cop. That's correct. Bryant McCracken says, I think you may have missed their connecting theme statement. She's expected to know wrong from right and know left from right. Ooh, that's a good connecting theme. The problem with it was I was so bored during the prosecutor's opening that I missed most of everything that she said. Ball716 says, Mommy Judge's phone number was leaked. It's 1-900. Brandon James, manga, make Nigeria great again. Andrew says, so now the type of ammo I use will be used as evidence of my intent or something. Why is there so much emphasis put on the bullet type? Because they want to prove a murder, and so they're going to use anything that they can. But it's the type of ammo that you use will be used as evidence no matter what type you use. No matter what type you use. Hollow points are just the standard ammo that you use as a police officer. It's not like Kim Potter chose. It's like, oh, look, I've got this options here. I've got all these options to choose from. And today I've got pest control rounds, I've got full metal jacket rounds, and I've got hollow points. Today I'm going to choose hollow points so I can murder a man. It's silly, but they're going to always use it. Michael Flanagan says, didn't she lie when she said that Kim was on the street 26 years? Thought she was on desk duty for most, if not all that time. That's what I've heard. But we'll have to wait till the testimony of Kim Potter to see where that winds up. Nabor says, Nick never had hoop dreams. Feels bad, man. Radio Ruin says he was a good boy, just about to get his life together. Iris Ray says, simping for Attorney Tom. Black Tiger says, objection, Diamond and Destiny are stripper names. Mark Gee says, I don't get what the problem is. Kim Potter handled this incident with perfection, TM. Michael Flanagan says, should have asked Mom if he should run from the police. Wolfgang Deo says, sometimes alarm volume resets itself to no sound. Jules Pellico says, Tennessee versus Garner, would that cover her if he had a gun? I don't know that you need to go to Tennessee versus Garner. Really, once you're in court, once you're at jury trial, the case law isn't, I don't want to say it's irrelevant, but it's basically irrelevant for most of this stuff, unless you're getting a dispositive ruling on the issue from the judge. The case law, you're not going to sit there and tell jury, what you have to understand is the Supreme Court said in Tennessee versus Garner, blah, 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 blah. You don't really get a chance to do that. So Beta Dan says, why is the prosecution showing what can be seen as evidence when the jury was advised opening and closing are not evidence? You still get to do it. You still get to frame your stuff, but they're advised that it's not evidence, that it's argument. Ryoji Mata says, prosecutor's wrong. She was at a desk for 27 years. Nabor says, expired air fresheners going to car wash for new. The Real Hydro PX says, I would never, ever, 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 never, ever, ever, ever hire a female lawyer. I've known plenty of people who've had good results with female lawyers, and I know some good female lawyers. So I don't know if I'd fully agree. I think there's lots of strategic times to hire them specifically. And then other than strategic times, I don't know that there's anything for or against them at all. Mike Lombardo says, where the fook is the trial for the state that didn't protect and serve, these same prosecutors aren't going after people who burned down the city. Legion of Reason says his dying words, I would have loved to see that car wash. Mallard Man, message retracted. Real Hydro PX says, women operate from emotions and not logic. Never hire a female lawyer. Brandon James says, Officer Lucky shows up at your bachelorette party with cuffs and a boombox. Shri SR says, complied. What video did she watch? Michael Flanagan says, interfered. What is this? The Lubbock shooting. Nabor says, needs more arrows on the photos, YouTube style. Brian McCracken says, this shit makes me appreciate Binger. Michael Mravitz says, are all prosecutors as bad as this? Lunchbox, Binger, now this. The U.S. is on the decline. Z. Michael Gelke says she was right to use force. Her left hand was occupied. She reflectively used the right hand. Nothing unreasonable within the time frame. Neighbor says, recall the media only playing the taser. I shot him. Whalers says Dante writes denim jacket on jeans is an active criminal offense. That's true. That is absolutely true. Crystal Henderson says, doesn't the fact that she fired the gun so close to Officer Lucky just bolster the fact that she thought she was firing her taser? Surprised the state included that in their opening. I would say yes, but the state is trying to get that recklessness charge, and that's to bolster the reckless aspect of it. Steve N says, if they charge with second-degree manslaughter, is that the same as involuntary manslaughter, or is the prosecution in risk of overcharging her? Well, they charge her with first and second-degree manslaughter. Second-degree manslaughter is negligent manslaughter. First-degree manslaughter, it could be like 5 different things. Heat of passion, the assault with a death that's not a felony murder, some other stuff like that. Not applicable says left will send cops to do this to all of us someday. Azutone says, is the state trying to make the case that it's wrong for the police to carry hollow point ammunition? Nabor says, but did he get his car washed? I don't think so. Joy Mace says, not understanding the relevance of the car passenger injuries had nothing to do with the driver being shot. Apparently, he was still intending to flee from cops because he did. I think they're just bringing up the fact that there was someone else in the car right next to him when he was shot. I think that's what they're trying there. Instructor Mike says, she says, I'll tase you, goes to Officer Potter's state of mind. He intended to tase. Thank you. A prosecutor, or her intent to tase. Yes. Yeah, again, that's what we keep seeing on this, is that Officer Potter seemed to have every intention of tasing and no intention of shooting. Z. Michael Gelke says, if her office went this hard on a hoe beating pimps, this wouldn't be a problem. Lelia says, reading the statute, it seems like they've probably got her on manslaughter too, just given the facts of what happened. I don't think so. Maybe they will, but I don't think so. Gunnar says, did you lose the case yet? Yes, I did. Instructor Mike says, she sounds very remorseful and freaked out. I'm sold. Accident. Neighbor says, did prosecutor start speech on page 20 by mistake? David says, police policy equivalent to the law? No, but it could go towards negligence. Is, do you have a duty, or do you undertake a duty and then do you breach it? So if you have police policy, you're arguably undertaking a duty at that point to uphold that policy. And if you act in violation of it, it could be presumptively unreasonable. Brittany Zarwell, thank you for the donation. Simple Phil says she's just going to skip over that first part of 300.4.1. She said only can use force if the second part. Completely ignored the first requirement. Nicholas Burns says Ronnie O'Neill unironically better. William Skransky says we need to decide once and for all if a taser is considered a deadly weapon. Prosecutors interchange it as it benefits their needs. Well, we need them to decide, but they don't want to. Kryson says, Ricada Law, what if you are ambidextrous? What side then? How does the policy work then? Please answer if you know. I think then it'd just be dealer's choice, but you got to do it the same either way. You'd want to keep the gun always on the same side and the taser always on the same side. Jaff1348 says, tasers should be designed differently. Grip and trigger and general shape like a pistol and carried alongside a pistol is just asking for trouble. Yeah. That's a good argument. Justin Orca fan says justified shot, cry more lefties. Casper 1886 says, as a former LEO, I can tell you that you train so much with your equipment that you can draw your weapon or taser without thinking. John Burton, welcome to the channel as a paralegal. Casey Moody says death by PowerPoint. Matt Pelzer says this isn't very convincing to an average person that the defendant should go to jail for an obvious accident. Correct. That's a big problem. When you're looking at this lady weeping and crying on the side of the road after she shoots someone, really looks like she didn't want to shoot him. It was just purely a mistake. And you go, do I want to send this person to prison for that? That's the question. Maybe you do, but that's a tough one. John And Casper, 1886, welcome to paralegal status, both of you. Thank you. Matthew Self says she's just trying to bring up all arguments by the defense to null and void them. Nancy says, I was a Navy nuke. We did training 2x per week drills, 2 to 3 times a week when deployed. Monthly proficiency watches and monthly exams yearly isn't enough. A lot of people say that the police training is inadequate. Janet Morgan says it is relevant to the idea that she was not used to the taser after not really handling it after 2 days. Batman 23 says don't listen to Metallica while using a taser. Gunner says she sounded like she was about to laugh at the end of her opening. That was terrible. It's because she had a witty line. She was proud of it. She shouldn't have put it in there. Jason the Great Awakening says Billy Ray Cyrus sings Don't Tase My Heart, My Achy Breaky Heart. Tomb World says you're a heartbreaker, denim taker, no taser, don't you mess around with Kim, no. Werewolf says you are my generation's Murder, She Wrote. Oh, thank you. Caleb Crow says prosecutor probably thought Chauvin's heart was too small, really helped their case, and so she's doing that here. Not the right case and jury. Nabor says, look back at it. Prosecutor literally giggles as she says on April 11th this year, Dante Wright was not the heartbreaker. WTF, man. She just miscalculated. Very much miscalculated. Seth Kaiser, welcome to the channel. Thank you. Stephen Oglesby says, do you think the defense should show that she had spent no time on the street in her career and that she was only on the street because the police force was so shorthanded? I don't know that they want to go into that. I mean, they might in general go into that, but I don't think they need to. I don't think you need to say, well, look, she's obviously just not good at her job. It's not her fault she's not good. She didn't do, I mean, she grabbed the wrong thing. But had she intended to grab her gun, I think she's justified. So I don't know that you need that. Mike Fain says, I hate when lawyers say, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Who else would they be referring to? Sounds very TV showish. Jason Kiefer. Jay Kiefer. Not Jason. Sorry. Jay Kiefer. Hey, thank you. Kyle Bogue says, why do Hennepin County courtrooms look like the cheapest conference room at a Holiday Inn? I have no idea. They look terrible, though. Gunner says, objection. Defense counsel is hulking out. Doug Murray says, prison jumpsuits are orange for the most part. The woke left should adopt the slogan, the thin orange line. News Now Wyoming says, I am sorry, the state is guilty. No way should a tree hanging be a justification for being pulled over. Well, it wasn't, though. It was that and the registration combined. But typically it is. I disagree with it. The rationale they use for the air freshener is that it obstructs the vision of the driver. And anything that obstructs the vision of the driver is a problem, according to the law. I don't agree with it. Bishop Craig says, Binger, a car isn't a weapon. People drive their kids to school in them. Lunchbox. Everyone is a fender bender sometimes, right? And Richards, havoc. Mekra says, so with the prosecution omitting such important details, is that their job or are they doing their job poorly? No, it is their job. Is it a game between the lawyers? Yes, our system is adversarial, as my friend Ty Beard, who's in the chat, routinely reminds us. And with that adversarial system, it means that it's each side's job to make the case that they make. So the prosecution can omit some details and frame the case how they want, so long as they're not violating their ethics. But that can backfire, too, if the defense calls them out on it. Nick Negrini says, this guy will at least keep the jury's attention. Barebones says, I want him to yell, Caesar, 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 and pull a Cobb back from the sneeze guard. See, it could happen to anyone. Mic drop, case closed. Manic Cam says, deadly force, justify it, even though she didn't mean to use it. Only 10,000 plus people on here. Nick G says, the defense attorney sounds like the fired stuttering lawyer from My Cousin Vinny with all the coughing. Chad Reed says, Kim Potter and the deputy's Glock. Kim Potter and the trial of the secrets. Kim Potter and the felon of Brooklyn Center. Kim Potter and the taser didn't fire. Sam says, I had Tourette's really bad growing up, and one of my tics was that exact dry style cough. It may be nervous thing rather than a water issue. Could be. And I didn't get around to saying that, but your mouth dries up when you're doing this because you're holding someone's life and future in your hands. And so even if you're a competent, seasoned attorney, a lot of times they'll have some, they'll have dry mouth, they'll have a lot of nervous energy. And that's just how it goes when you've got that much weight sitting on your shoulders. Pancake Turd says, will the defense argue that Dante Wright's car was on its way to drive through an Easter parade and she shot him by accident trying to subdue the vehicle? Yes. Freeze Pop says, Sharp Biohazard says, Jesus Crisp says, this trial is brought to you by Ricola. Virus with the cause. Thank you. Chad Reed says, good people don't smoke marijuana, quoting Jeff Sessions. Jay says, why did the hand grip change from yellow to black between 2020 and 2021? Don't know. Terrible. Terrible. It should not have a black hand grip at all, in my opinion. William Barnes says, sir, I smell marijuana from your vehicle. Everywhere you go smells like marijuana. Stop smoking. The evidence locker. ZD says, had an old boss who was a retired police officer tried to convince everyone that he had no sense of smell, but one day found weed in a bush. JK the Slacker says, with a schnoz like that, I'd assume you could always smell marijuana in other cars. Yeah, but I'm not a cop. Michael Hickson says, defense opening, pound the facts, pound the law, and dent the table. Sean McDonald, thank you for the donation. Instructor Mike says, the back argument is what is called optimal deployment considerations. Those are situationally dependent and not mandated. BMAC, that's in reference to the taser being deployed at the back. Because, yeah, again, if you have a choice of anywhere on the body, you pick the large muscles that are far away from the breaky stuff, like hearts and livers or whatever. BMAC says, we are trained to preferably deploy taser to the back to reduce liability. No barbs to the genitals or face. JJ says, check locals. Potter meme posted. You guys can check out my locals, ricadalaw.locals.com. And you can follow for free over there, get all of your notifications, and also see that my two other YouTube channels have been currently deleted, and I am working on getting them restored. So that's fun. News Now Wyoming says, I'm surprised nobody in court brings in football experts to talk about a single play and how fast a 5-second play actually is. Humanize the fact. Cracklin says, did you watch the Rittenhouse interview on the You Are Here YouTube channel? He talks a lot of insider baseball and rags on Binger. I have not watched the whole thing, no. Colve 2A wannabe Hunan Muhammad says, since the officer was in the car, wasn't the victim possibly committing a kidnapping? It would just be deadly force. That's all. Bill Cook says, my 3-year-old son loves the cat behind you. He named it Loader because he loves construction equipment. He asked me to go on YouTube to watch Loader. Aw, that's nice. Oh, Mike Ron had a farm. Thank you for the donation. McRon had a farm. Okay, there you go. Mike. Wrestler Town says, is that obstructed front view from items dangling from your rear view actually meant to prevent windshield mounted radar detectors? No, I think it's meant to give them an excuse to pull over whoever they want. See, that's the thing. The Supreme Court has said, as long as you have a valid excuse to effect a stop, then your invalid excuses are valid. And they did this when people were being pulled over literally for being black. But if they were driving 1 mile over the limit, they were just, and the cop says, no, he was driving a mile over the limit, but I pulled him over because he's black. Like they did that. And the Supreme Court upheld that. As long as you have a valid reason to stop, then you can stop for any reason. And the idea is it allows cops to use that gut instinct, that intuition that they have, to make those decisions, and then it gives them justification for it. I think that's the main reason they have it. DK says, if you want to hold officers in dangerous situations to a criminal standard, those cops deserve a lot more than a few hours a year of training. I agree. Grant Bennett says, then the answer is don't carry a taser and don't be on the force too long. Stephen Oglesby says she thought it was a cold gun before she pointed it. Pete C says, Nate, do it again, but tell us what country this is. Omicron had a farm, says, play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. Both sides are ass. Daniel Arendt says, you guys should start your own law news network. Coordinate on which cases to cover and hire people on the ground to cover cases without broadcasts. Dano Thamano says, crystal like the champagne. News Now Wyoming says, the state is weird. I don't like Spark of Life questions. It has nothing to do with if Kim Potter did wrong. It only gives feelings to the jurors. Deep Service says, I hear Dante loved weed and GTA. News Now Wyoming says, and the fact Spark of Life questions doesn't open up the defense to talk about the character of this great boy who did nothing wrong is wrong. Trisky says, I hope mom hasn't already set up her daughters Diamond and Destiny for lives as strippers with those names. Alex H says, talk about your Dante as a child. Seems like things that shouldn't matter. Am I wrong? Well, again, they could have objected to a lot of the mom statements and the questioning as irrelevant. But you generally want to let a grieving parent grieve on the stand. Otherwise, you look like a complete binger. Let them grieve. Oh, we're at 6,000 likes. I will. You guys are the best. I'm going to go ahead and take a little nip of this 1776 James E. Pepper 1776 rye whiskey. So to the chat. Chris Demand says, how is this even relevant? Why is she on the stand at all? She was on the phone with him during the phone call. She is a witness. So there you go. Soul Fiend says, give life to a dead person. Necromancy, heresy. Glenn Davis says, leading with the victim impact statement says, what about the state's case in chief? It's a weak one. Pancake Turd says the prosecution's final line of their closing argument will be Dante Wright wanted to go to trade school to be a carpenter. You know who else was a carpenter? Jesus. William Barnes says every American needs a sawed-off shotgun for home defense, a full auto for crowd control, and a long-range sniper rifle to veto fraudulent elections. That's a joke, YouTube. Chill out. Radio Ruin says, wait, did Potter answer her son's phone, tell his mother she shot her son, and then show her his body? Did I hear that right? No, I think it was the passenger. The passenger in the car. Francis Bull says Dante should have stopped. Simple. Kim Potter isn't guilty. News Now Wyoming says, question for mom. Did he call you while he was holding a woman at gunpoint for $850? Oh, that bigotry. It was $820. It was $820. Mean Sarton says, imagine if Dante would have taken his arrest like a man. Well, everybody gets arrested sometimes, right? Chris Demand 417 says, this isn't relevant to Kim Potter's charges at all. This is pure prejudice and emotional manipulation. John Burton says, this is for Nate. Buy him a drink for calling that. Bear in the Woods says, not Nate Stradamus. Naterdamus strikes again. William Skransky says he should have dropped the mic. Tampa Guy says, I have no legal issues, but I want to hire Nate. John Everall says, better than Rittenhouse defense. William Skransky says, can she be charged like the Crumbleys? Can who be charged? Oh, the mother of Dante Wright? In theory. Actually, the interesting thing was, if Dante Wright had gotten into a car accident and lived rather than what happened, she could be. In fact, Dante Wright's mom could be liable to the person that Dante Wright ended up hitting with the car. She gave. Now, you'd have to argue that the police were an intervening act that superseded the initial negligence, but she gave the keys and the car and everything to Dante Wright when he didn't have a license. Messy. Whale Ears says, I only knew of his warrant from someone there on the street, but the cops didn't even know what happened. Really jogs the noggin. Yeah, that came across as not credible to me. VP says, who knows about Ben Crump's cop brother who was convicted of rape? I do not. Wrestler Town says, I always loan my uninsured vehicle to my son with a gun warrant and no driver's license to go to the $50 car wash. Corrections Gear, thank you. Nabor says, grooming chain in need of a better haircut barber. Grooming chain in need of better haircut barber. 47 Ronin Gaming says, I don't drink. Father-in-law is my secret Santa, a Scotch lover. Any recommendations? Depends on your price tag. 47 Ronin Gaming. Let me do this. If you're going to buy a cheap Scotch, it's cheap, $50 to $70. Talisker 10-year, not Talisker Storm, Talisker 10-year or Glenkinchie. Okay. If you're going to go up to the $120 to $150 range or $100 to $150 range, I would go with a Balmore 15 Darkest, Bowmore 15 Darkest, a Lagavulin 16 if you like the smoky stuff, or if he likes the smoky stuff, or maybe an Oban or a Dalwhinnie. Dalwhinnie's really good, actually. Dalwhinnie's, I had Dalwhinnie early last week. It was haven't had it in a while. It's great. And then if you want to go really, if you want to get into the a couple $100, get a Dalmore cigar malt. Just get the Dalmore cigar malt. If you really want to do some good, get that. It's great. Corrections Gear says, stop talking over the video. I can't hear you or the video. Yeah. StreamYard rebalanced the audio when I switched windows. That was annoying. Kyle Service says, is ADA Binger the mayor of the city of Gaylord? Yes. Nick Pappas and Russell R., thanks for the donations. DCV Titan says, lawyer coming in here like the Doomslayer, ripping and tearing until it is done. Shri SR says, thanks for this stream, Nick. Also, this officer didn't do his job properly by not maintaining control of Dante when trying to cuff him. Yeah, kind of looks like it. Larry and Christelle says, fun fact, Colorado Appeals Court says a drug dog that alerts on now legal weed can't create probable cause for a search. Good. Cap, the question is, how do they know that the drug dog is alerting for just weed and not for something else? Catbird says, y'all are killing me with this tabs thing. Tags go on cars. Tabs are something you take to go on a trip. You Midwest folk are strange. It's tabs in Minnesota, licensed tabs. I don't make the rules. Marilyn Thiesfeld says, how does letting your son drive without a license, without insurance, and without a registration is protecting her son? Yeah. Yep. That you definitely know doesn't have a warrant out for his arrest. You couldn't possibly know that. Instructor Mike says, I wish that I could join your live. I could provide context to the training issues that are definitely going to be key in this trial. Hey, Instructor Mike, can you email me? We'll see about either getting you on the panel or getting you on for a nighttime show. Go ahead and send me an email or a DM on Twitter. If you already have, just resend it so I have it fresh, please. Beta Dan says, here's 5 Canadian rubles to get a power cable for your camera. Yeah, I know. I just need to actually sit down and order it and then have it arrive. Cuomo's Revenge says, protection order for passenger, a twist perhaps. I don't think it was her. That protection order, we might go through the charging document for Dante Wright tonight as well for his robbery charge, because it's a scary story. Scary story. Kevin Townsend says, in the state of Minnesota, would the gun charge and the protective order show as being linked together, as in the officer can see the protective order and the reason being the gun charge with a warrant? I don't know the answer to that. But I don't know that it matters here specifically. Randy Chase says, how about the fact there's a protection order and they don't have ID on the girl passenger? Wouldn't that be a reason you wouldn't want him fleeing? Yes. And that's what they said. They have to ID the female. Caligula says, my brother is a cop, started in another town. It's a bit rough when you don't know the area. Tor Theo says, ban assault modified head grabs. Marquis says, Kim Potter in the sleepy trial. Nabor says, of course the car is dirty, looking for a car wash. The Dread Duck says, there is not a delay when you activate the camera. The camera is always recording. 30 seconds of no audio is buffered video before the activation. Not applicable says, Officer Karen, she comes off really badly in the video. Nick's lukewarm coffee flavored desk whiskey. Oh, thank you. Cheers, buddy. Squid says, live reenactment of J.K. Rowling's new book, Kim Potter and the Disappearing Taser. Not applicable. It says, she drew a long time before she shot him. Looks bad. It seems like a long time. It's 5.5 seconds. It's not actually that long, except when you're sitting in the comfort of your desk. You know, it's not that long in the heat of things. CC says, imagine DSP as a juror. Well, clearly, she hasn't been donating to the stream. Okay. And, if she's not going to donate to the stream, I don't know why she's even drawing TASER. I can't imagine why she did the stop in general. And I just think, that maybe she needs to step it up. We need some bits, need some Streamlabs donations to come through, maybe some text to speech, and I'll put on the vest and then I'll do the pulling over. Not applicable says she's upset because she's scared of prison, by the way. I don't think she's only upset because she's scared of prison. I really don't. I maybe it is, but I think that there was genuine regret there as well. Sport Nugget says, see this terrified crying woman and put her away. Yeah, it's a weird strategy by the prosecution. Gonfall says, she really sounds like she didn't mean to do this. Do you think women should be in this line of job? I'll give the answer that Lucas Gerhard gave because I agree with it. If they can meet the physical requirements for the job, then sure. If they can't meet the physical requirements for the job, then no. Same with men. Hayes at Mises.com says, compare her reaction to Alec Baldwin's. Discuss. Legion of Reason says, wonder how LeBron James will spin this one. Todd Baker says, speaking of Hennepin County, did you see the Hennepin County Sheriff Hutchinson crashed his car whilst intoxicated? I did not see that. Mike, the dad Crosby says, Potter has a soul, Baldwin might not. That's how I'd begin my discussion. Not applicable says, prison line makes her remorse sound like fear. A little bit, but I think it's just both. Nabor says, I wish I could get the judge to say yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Automata. Paul Eng. Lucky. Yes. Bishop Craig says, never ask anything you don't know the answer to. 101. Seth Kaiser says, shot for every time he says yes. Oh, God, you die. Matthew Vicari says, the state screwed themselves by not asking the most important question, balls or no balls. Neighbor says, Frank wishes he could go back to the time of yes. Patrick says, y'all are fun to watch. Thanks for the commentary. Thank you. Slink says, thank you for the insight. Mandalore Wise says, sounds to me like the defense is taking notes from Bronca. Kieran says, like the masterclass cross on the mom, would you have asked another question that wasn't asked? No, I think you get the mom out of there as soon as possible. She is such a sympathetic witness and has the potential to do a ton of damage to your case because her kid's dead. And juries are going to identify with that. God, must suck to have her kid dead. Ed 2276 First Amendment Law says, Kim, I'm going to prison. Sergeant Johnson, no, you're not. He was trying to drive away with me in the car. Lucky. I would have used my taser. Done. Patient Zero says, I didn't hear any of you make any puns involving the officer's last name during cross-exam. Very disappointed. We mentioned it a little bit, but we could have done more. We're always learning. Kim Carr says, I hope she changes her mind about taking the stand strategically. What do you guys think? I think here's the thing with Kim Potter. I don't know her, but I get the impression from the confidence in the defense team that she is basically squeaky clean. Seems to, like they are fully in on raising her character as an issue, which means that the prosecution can try and impeach her character. They're fully in on her being a good girl. And I think that probably means that she is. So she's going to take the stand and tell them about how awful she feels about what happened, how it was a mistake. She meant to draw her taser, how she was scared and unable to make the right decision because her friends were in danger, or not unable to make the right decision, but she thought she was making the right decision. Her friends were in danger. She just wanted to stop this young angelic man from making a decision that would ruin his life forever. You know, that's what I think she's going to do. So I think she's one of those rare clients you put on the stand because, one, she is squeaky clean. Two, she's a former cop. She's trying to do the right thing, and they have all the justification in the world up until maybe the moment she pulls the trigger, and that's only a maybe. So I think that's the strategy that they're going with. Tay Ryan says his name is Earl Bradley, and he abused over 1,400 children in Delaware, whilst Joe Biden's son Beau was attorney general. They knew and did nothing. Chimera Turkey says redirect proved she should have chosen her gun because the taser would have left his foot holding down the gas, putting the officers in more danger. Status Quo says Potter's training failed her. She failed her training. Uncivil law. Oh! Says perhaps a unified Discord and or a Twitter account to which we could all collectively publish. That might work. Zayakita Says, can you please have a stream with Drex and Nate? This is MAGA country. Wolfgang Dale says, Lady Prosecutor is hideous. If officers are to protect sanctity of life, does that mean they should have been raiding abortion clinics yesterday? Ed2276 First Amendment Law says 2009 BART officer Johannes Masurel shot and killed a man. Claimed he intended to draw a taser, but drew gun instead. Convicted of involuntary manslaughter for 2 years. Yep, but that's a BART officers in California. You got different laws going on, so we'll see. Bird Bath Bash says, how can prosecution go for recklessness if she showed adequate precaution when she thought it was a taser? That's the hard questions. News Now Wyoming says the reason they design tasers like guns is for training and muscle memory. Is easier if they're the same, easier to make a mistake too. Strategic Defense Concept says, why did they pull the jury after guilty/not guilty verdicts if it requires unanimous? Is it expecting a juror to change their mind? Yeah, if a juror really feels like they were pressured or bullied into their decision or intimidated into the decision in the jury room, they're now in the court with the protection of the judge, and they can say, actually, no, I didn't want that, but they bullied me into it. That's why. Just a last second thing. JJ says, Lucky wants Potter freed. Looked mad at prosecutor. Doug Murray said, yeah, because Lucky and every Minnesota cop who's currently in service right now looks at Kim Potter and says, that could be me tomorrow. That could be me before the end of my shift today. Every single Minnesota cop is thinking that right now. Even if they think she should go to jail, they're thinking, man, traffic stop, I deploy my taser and I go to prison forever, or try to deploy my taser. Cops know. Cops, by the way, I mean, this mistake ended up with a death. Cops make mistakes all the time because they're people. We all make mistakes all the time. Most of them don't end in a fatality. That's the difference. So those cops know they're making mistakes, and they know that they're at risk if this happens. Versi says, got any recommendations for whiskey bourbon? Just got into it myself and I'm enjoying it. I don't care if it's cheap or not. Thanks for the alcohol explaining the interwebs. Bourbon, not Jack Daniels. Entry-level bourbon, a Basil Hayden's or a Bullet. Both very solid. Basil Hayden's and Bullet are solid bourbons. Calumet Farms, I'm enjoying a lot right now. If you can find it, Willett Family Bourbon is very good also. And then Blanton's. Good luck. Good luck. I had Blanton's the other day at a restaurant. It was very good. President-elect, Doug Murray says, Nick, do you ever drink Bullet bourbon? What's your go-to bourbon? I do. I don't usually buy it, though. I tend to avoid go-to liquors. Like, I'll go back to some, but I like to just keep trying different ones. Duke bourbon is good also. Eagle Rare's good. Rabbit Hole bourbon. I like all of those. My favorite bourbon, though, is actually Peg Leg Porker 12-year is the only one I've had. I think they have a 15-year, but I haven't ever seen it. Peg Leg Porker 12-year. You can only get it in Nashville. President-elect 4 Doors More Horses, perfect balance. Mom sues city car driver sues mom. Really possible, actually. Dapper Wolf says, Nick, I went to Dublin about a month or two ago and I bought a Bushwell distilled 40%. What does that mean in alcoholism? 40% is a basic, normal sort of average amount of liquor, alcohol by volume for a whiskey. So it just means you're a normie alcoholic. Dapper Wolf says, Nick, if you cut off all your facial hair and left a small amount of it above your lip, you would look like a notable figure. Mike Fenn says, here's a bonus for pronouncing my last name correctly today. Hey, thanks, Mike. Wrestler Town says, I think mom sent her son out to pick up her drugs. $50 car wash and gas for no reason. Car smells like weed. Oh, just going to get a car wash, bro. Evie Warner says, when are you getting a copy of the Smollett transcript? I don't know. We'll have to see. I got some file with the Smollett, with some Smollett stuff. I don't know if it's got the testimony transcript. So I'll have to find out. That's it, guys. I got to go. I got to get some stuff done. And then I got to get ready. Ranting Monkey at 8 p.m. My show at 11. It's a live streaming day today. I will see you guys then. Catch these hands and this outro. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes madder, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lafroig, the spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dante to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nan to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have.